program begins now.
Oh, wow. Hello. Welcome back to another year of Breakpoint. Really glad you guys could join us. I'm Austin Federa. I'm thrilled to welcome you back to Lisbon for Breakpoint 2022. So this crazy idea last year of getting 1,000, 2,000 people from the Solana ecosystem to come to Breakpoint started as this sort of crazy dream in like June of 21. We had 2,100 people join us last year. This year, there's over 3,600 of you who have made the journey to Lisbon to come to Breakpoint. Crazy numbers. On top of that, of course, there's a live stream. So thank you to all the people joining us virtually, and especially now, coming out in person, spending money and time to travel, to come to a conference. It's really appreciated, and we've got a lot planned to make this day and this next 3 days worth your time. So it's a distributed network. It's a distributed conference. So here's a map so you can see all of our plans for the 4 venues over the next 3 days. Each one of them has slightly different types of programming and different types of experiences you can have. So first, we're going to start with the laboratory. This is the home of technical workshops and tutorials on the network. So there's a few of these I'm particularly excited about. There's a workshop on how to use Token 22, which is a new token standard that's coming to the network. And of course, oh boy, an Anchor workshop. You can blame me for that bad pun. Next up, the Acropolis. This is where we are today. This is where you'll hear some of the biggest news and updates from folks in the Solana ecosystem. Up soon today is the saga continues, updates from Solana Mobile. Very excited to hear that. And we're also going to get a demo from Kevin, who runs FireDancer project, which is the implementation of the Solana Validator client built by a completely independent team. So Solana is actually the first network after Ethereum to have this capability. They've been working on it for a number of months. It's not launching. I just want to be very clear. But you're going to see demos of code improvements that are actually bringing massive performance increases in testing environments and that you can see coming to the network soon. You'll also hear from Amir on the state of Helium. So Helium voted as part of HIP 70 to actually move from their Layer 1 blockchain to Solana as the home for their new Layer 1. This is a huge migration and a huge accomplishment, both for the Helium community and for the Solana community. So really excited to hear more of what we have in store for that. Moving on, the forum is our home for big ideas and conversations. These are things that don't necessarily have a news hook to them, but they're the kind of conversations that when you go to a conference, you usually have in the lobby or you have over dinner, right? These are big thoughts and ideas about the future of blockchain. This is not always Solana specific. We have a bunch of conversations on zero knowledge, on how you scale networks and these sorts of things. Are wallets entering the browser wars era is a question that some folks have asked me. We're going to have that conversation on stage. Battle royalties, again, another terrible pun. I apologize. On the future of monetization for NFT projects and where we all kind of go from there. As well as I want to call out at about 6 p.m. there today, Anatoly, co-founder of Solana, is going to be giving an overview of some of the hard problems that engineers are solving on the network today, as well as some of those hard problems looking into the future that we need all of you to help in building solutions for. So don't miss that one. That's this afternoon. It's called Looking Back, Looking Forward. Highly recommend you make it to that one, or at least tune in from the live stream. The Square also, stop me if you've seen this venue before. If you've been in Lisbon for the last week or so, you may have been to the Solana Hacker House in Lisbon or the Solana Foundation Games Day. Over 2,000 people came to both of those over the course of those days. This is kind of where it all started. This is the 24th Hacker House that we had over the last 12 months, the first one starting in Lisbon. So it's nice to close out the year with that again. Here is actually designed to be more of a community space. This is run closer to a hacker house than a conference. So it's some space to hang out, some space to potentially get some work done, some open mic opportunities as well, and an ability to get your dApp roasted, get some hard criticisms on the stuff that you're building. To help you get around, there are shuttle bus services. Shuttle buses will loop between the Acropolis, the Square, the Laboratory, and the Forum about every 15 minutes. They're scheduled to run for the next 3 days from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. The shuttles are a great way to get around, especially if you're planning to head over to the Forum. It is about a 20-minute journey, so make sure you build in that time in your schedule. So speaking of that, we have a nice handy Gantt chart, because everyone loves Gantt charts, to show you how to actually think about your days. So again, we have 3 days planned here. Today is just the first. The laboratory starts at about 10 a.m. each day, and it wraps up somewhere around 3 p.m. There's a ton of really great in-depth technical workshops happening there. If you're a developer, that is the schedule that you will be very interested in looking through and seeing. Additionally, the Acropolis, where we are today, is meant to sort of be the middle section of your day. You'll hear some of the biggest news and announcements from companies deciding to build on Solana, from organizations that are bringing new frameworks to the network, and just from updates on things like the Metaplex protocol. They're going to give a State of the Union here and talk about what the last 14 months of development has been for them. The Square, as I said, place to spend some time and hang out, open conversations. And then in the evening, that's really where you should head to the Forum. And that's where you'll see some of these conversations around the future of blockchains, the futures of networks. How do we bring decentralization even more to the network? These are things that, again, don't really have a news hook to them. It's not necessarily like you're going to be going there and there's going to be a big announcement from someone. But these are the things that a lot of people are thinking about, especially in this market we're in, that gives people time to slow down and to focus on building the fundamentals that set us up for success over the next number of years. So remember, this is your chance here to learn, to take some amazing memories, to see panels. Solana launched in March, its mainnet beta in March of 2020, right? If you remember that was not the brightest time. And so last year at Breakpoint was the first time most people building on the network had actually been able to meet each other in person. That energy really carried us through, and that is something that I think we all should replicate here in the next 3 days as well. So reach out to folks you don't know on Twitter if you see them tweeting about being in Lisbon. Spend some time, reach out to devs. Like, it's crazy to go from, you'll walk around, you'll see people look at their name badges and be like, oh, it's you, and like give each other a hug because you're no longer a JPEG on Twitter. You're actually a real person in real life. It's really lovely to see that. So right after the State of Solana Network, we'll go into an opening celebration tonight. This is again at the Forum at 7 p.m. So now I'd like to invite 2 of Solana's co-founders to join us on stage to talk a little bit about what's going to happen over the next few days. Raj and Anatoly.
Wow.
Holy shit.
How's it feel to be back in Lisbon?
It's awesome. I mean, it's crazy that there's 50% more people here this year than last year.
I think more at this point. There were like 400 new registrations yesterday, it seems like.
Yeah,
people are seeing what's happening on Twitter, and they're signing up last minute and just booking flights, which is incredible.
Yeah. So last year, obviously the first time that one of these big conferences took place for Solana Network, what were some of your takeaways and advice for folks coming into the next 3 days?
There's a lot of stuff to do, so pick your favorite panels and go and hang out and actually pay attention to the speakers because they put in a lot of effort in making some awesome presentations. Some of my favorites are compressed NFTs. That's just an awesome piece of technology. Imagine minting 1 million NFTs for 5 SOL. I think it can really change the entire gaming and NFT landscape.
Yeah. What about you, Raj? What are you excited about?
Yeah, I mean, I think you said it earlier, but Breakpoint last year was about coming out of lockdown and the pandemic, and we didn't know what was going to happen, but we knew that everyone just getting together, celebrating their wins from the year, and finally seeing each other in person and just making connections was going to result in some kind of magic. And I don't think anybody could have predicted the roller coaster that would have resulted from the last year, but I think this year it's the same. the network's been stress tested. I think now the community gets stress tested, and I'm excited to see people support each other and just form meaningful and lasting friendships.
Any panels you're particularly excited about?
Yeah, I mean, Fire Dancer panel is incredible. It's called, I don't know if you said the title, Hold Me Closer, Fire Dancer. I think that's the best pun, for sure, and the most exciting technical lift. Instagram is here, and they have, Instagram and Facebook just announced NFT support for Solana, which is huge. Yeah, incredible. And Stripe and Google and other huge folks that are excited about Solana ecosystem. So all that is great. Did everybody go to Games Day yesterday? That was awesome. It already feels like we're halfway into the conference. So seeing folks build in the Hacker House and Games Day, that was one of my highlights.
Yeah,
check out the Soulflare demo with Saga. It's pretty awesome, and you get to see the whole Saga experience where when you hit sign, it's like you just tap your fingerprint scanner and it signs like Apple Pay. This is what I've been dreaming about for crypto, like actually treating crypto as a first-class citizen on mobile. Super excited about that.
That's great. That's coming up just later this morning too.
Yeah.
So.
And folks, don't forget, these conferences and these events, this is a really good opportunity for all of you to make friends with each other, with the devs. And before you know it, the more often you come to these hacker houses and these events, you'll actually have a really strong community. You'll see the same people over and over, and these relationships and friendships that you build will last a lifetime.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thanks for joining us up here this morning to kick things off. Thank you all so much. We will hand things off to Amira now and get the program started.
Have fun.
Y'all. Yeah, that's right. G fucking M. Oh, can I say fuck? It is so lovely to be here today. My name is Amira Valiani, and I am going to be your MC, your host with the most this morning. I will be here today. I'll be here all 3 days, and we're going to have a really awesome time. Is that right? Breakpoint, let's go. For me, today is a really special day because I got my start, not just in Solana, but in Web3, right here at Breakpoint. This time a year ago, I didn't know much about Web3. I was crypto curious. And I had a couple of friends say, if you want to get into this space, you should buy a ticket to Lisbon. And I was like, I'm not buying a ticket all the way from Boston to Lisbon. That just feels like so much. But they said, trust me. And I'm so glad I did, because this community has welcomed me with open arms. And I went from not even knowing what Solana was not that long ago to being on stage here today, being your guide. So thank you so much for being my guide here. Yeah. It's an amazing group, and we have a packed day today. And this first guest that we have to bring you has something very special in store. See what I did there? We are going to welcome Vibhu Norby, and my goal out of this session and today is to have the Solana Spaces Twitter account troll me personally. So please give it up for Vibhu, and please get him to troll me.
Spread the word. Shutters are back.
Yeah, I doubled up in the band market. DJ and Ace was popping, DTP was popping, Solana Spaces dropping. I just got that brand new merch, red hoodie with pockets.
How awesome is that? That's the Solana Spaces anthem. Someone just sent it to us on Twitter. It's an amazing song. Thank you so much. Yes, I'm Vibhu. I'm the founder of Solana Spaces. And you guys are all on our Twitter right now. I just took a picture and posted it. So we built the Solana store. Maybe you've heard of it. With amazing partners like FTX, Phantom, Orca, STEPN, and many others. And just to know, this is a very interactive presentation. So you need to keep your phone on, keep your camera on, and throughout, we're going to be giving away products that we make live. What you're going to do is you're going to scan the code. It's going to bring you to a tweet, and you're going to find not that tweet, but the tweet below it, and you're going to like it. And then right after this presentation, I'm going to pick someone randomly and give you one of our things. So pay attention. Here's the first one. You see this clock. You get 10 seconds to scan it. This is the Solana Zip hoodie, one of our favorites. Did you get it? Just testing you. I'll give you 2 more seconds. OK, let's go. So, Solana store. This is our store in New York City. It's really the first of its kind in the world. It's a place to learn, earn, and experience Solana in real life. This is Solana Spaces, New York City. So we launched that 3 months ago, and then 2 weeks ago, we launched the world's first crypto embassy. We call it the Solana Embassy. We put it in Miami, in Wynwood. And though it's similar functionality-wise to New York City, we took this to the next level. The Solana Embassy is a lounge, it's a community center, it's a nightclub, it's a coffee shop, and it's a store all wrapped in one. I'm going to show you what the embassy looks like in nightclub mode. How awesome was that? People come from all over the world to experience Solana in real life. We've hosted kids, college students. We just hosted the whole MBA class of NYU Stern corporations tours. They come to learn about crypto in real life, learn about Web3 in real life. We educate people on Solana, and we help them get set up with Phantom. We teach them about the basics of security and self-custody. In Miami, we also have the FTX Lounge. This is where people can learn about exchange and all the things that FTX is doing. Throughout our store, visitors scan QR codes and they complete tutorials right in the DApp browser in Phantom. In the process, they learn about everything from DeFi with Orca, gaming with the Rory project, NFTs with Just Ape, and one-of-one art with Form Function, and a lot more. And so when a customer scans a QR code in the store, we're really able to form a deep relationship with the customer and their wallet. We can airdrop them things in the future. We can follow up with them and see what they've been doing on chain and how effective our tools were. And as an example, Portals, which is a metaverse project on Solana, after you take their tutorial, they drop you a Solana Citizen NFT card, and it gives you a special room theme inside of their metaverse. It's really, really cool. And when customers complete tutorials, we always give them an NFT. And some partners, they offer their own tokens. They give you their own NFTs. They give you merch as rewards and all kinds of things. We really think that NFTs are a big part of the future of retail, and they create these kind of instantaneous and very sticky loyalty products just out of the box. But here we also designed a model to reward people for shopping. We call this shop to earn. So if you take enough tutorials in the store, we actually give you 10 USDC for free. And you can actually experience that today at our pop-up. Just come in, check in, do a tutorial, and we're going to give you 10 bucks. Not bad. Were you paying attention? These are the famous Solana shoes. These are in size 11. They're almost sold out. These are one of the last few we have. All right. Solana is a lot more than just a blockchain. The reason I fell in love with Solana was because of the culture. And pictured here, you can see the Degenerate Ape Academy and on these beautiful mural frames. And Mural actually rolled out a Phantom integration just for us. Here's Just Ape. Solana is an enabler of big ideas and internet culture. These guys make amazing, high-quality products on par with any of the best fashion brands in the world. And we make a lot of products, too. From the famous Solana shoes, or maybe infamous, the bowling shoes, to backpacks, prep bags, T-shirts, and a lot more. We're putting Solana everywhere. Here's a tie-dye hoodie. I'm catching you off guard. This one we actually sold out of. I know a lot of people here on the wait list, but we brought one. We have one special one here. I'm going to talk about the success of our products in a little bit. But, of course, Solana Pay is fundamental to the store experience. So if you have USDC in your wallet, you can pay and settle with us in seconds. It's really an amazing experience. I want to show you Clara trying Solana Pay for the first time at the embassy.
Okay, vamos.
This is our best-selling shirt, not financial advice. We're launching it in black for the winter.
And how do I pay that?
With Solana Pay.
Just 2 clicks.
Clara, cuéntanos qué te pareció tu primera transacción en USDC.
Muy fácil. Apenas 2 clics ya había concluido mi transacción.
2 clicks. I mean, it's literally better than a credit card. It's awesome. So since we launched 3 months ago, we've only been around for 3 months. I know it feels like a long time. It's been a quarter. We've hosted 30,000 people in the store, mostly in New York City. And we've helped people complete 10,000 Solana tutorials so far. We've done a lot of parties and meetups like the one I showed you. If you ask me what's the gap, it's because people love merch. 60% of the people that come into the store, they just want to go and browse the crypto merch. This is why we're so focused on this. Between Miami and New York City, we expect 200,000 people to come into our stores this year, about 70,000 to onboard into Phantom. These are real people. They're taking 10, 20, 30 minutes out of their day to learn about Solana. And these are a lot of folks that probably ignored it over the last few years, right? We really interrupt their day with this. And although we accept credit cards too, we've processed a lot of Solana Pay volume as well. And people love it. It's really rewarding. We'll probably do $500,000 in volume just through crypto pay. I think we're maybe one of the only stores in the world that's using this. And they also do our gasless NFT rewards. So it's all through Solana Pay. You scan a code, we give you an NFT. I think within this the next year, we're going to give out probably 250,000 NFTs for free to people. It's kind of crazy. And it's all powered by a point of sale called Decaf. All right, we got to talk about Twitter, okay? We designed our stores to be magnets for photos and videos. And to be honest, our Twitter has been a revelation. I want to share some stats with you, just from 3 months, okay? In 1,500 square feet locations, the size of the stage. We've driven more than 50,000 mentions for Solana, and 2 million people have visited our profile on our website to find out what we do, and 10 million impressions on Twitter alone. And it's really a viral sensation. It makes a lot of sense, right? People come in, they take photos, they take videos, they look really good, and then they share them, and then they get reshared. And not only on Twitter, but on TikTok and Instagram, it's been really a viral sensation. We're going to reach 50 million people in our first year. We really have fashioned ourselves more than just a store, but also as like the consumer marketing arm of Solana that doesn't have. And we really try to do new things every week. On Sundays, we drop these seed phrase puzzles. You can check those out. This is a new idea we launched a few weeks ago called NFT List. If you scan and you put your .sol address in, we send you high-quality artwork for free every single week on Wednesdays. And we have lots more experiments brewing. I sold $600 worth of ad slots right in the middle of my presentation. We're completely shameless. Made, yeah, 60 slots. Not bad, huh? All right, let's move on. Solana shoe size 10 is our most popular size. I'm just going to annoy Chase. Do not fade the Solana shoes. All right. So, what's next? When? That's what everyone asks us over and over and over again. When Lisbon? When London? When San Francisco? When Dubai? When Delhi? And this is something that we've been working on since the beginning of the company. In fact, this was one of the reasons that we created Solana Spaces. And we have your answers today. Bom dia DAO. It's my shirt. Today we're announcing Spaces DAO. Spaces DAO is the world's first on-chain retail co-op. And it's backed by a Colorado LCA. This is more than just any ordinary DAO. This is a bet that Solana is going to change how retail is done. We've built a lot in the last year. Solana Space is a very complex project. It's a coordination and orchestration between hardware design, software design, dApps, merch, physical space, and a lot more. And today, we're announcing that we've given everything we built to Spaces DAO. Now, anyone, anywhere, can build their own Solana store. And if you join the DAO, you can access everything that we've designed and built to create your own space in your own city. This is the first open source retailer. How do you join? Another big idea. We invented something called geo-NFTs. So it's very simple. We have an interface. You can carve out the borders of land on a map. And it's a new spec to offer proof of geography products. So a geo-NFT stores the coordinates on chain. They don't overlap. And you can send these as NFTs to people's wallets. So it's really simple. If you have a geo-NFT, you can redeem it one for one with the exclusive rights to open a Solana store in that region. So NFTs become contracts, and this is enforced by the DAO. This is a brand new way to build a franchise on chain. And there's two ways to get them. One, you can commit to build, and you get it for free from the DAO. But for the first time ever, geo-NFTs make location rights composable and tradable. And so occasionally, the DAO will actually auction off the rights to key markets like London or Dubai. We don't think it's a stretch to say that the next Wendy's or McDonald's or franchising business might be built on top of geo-NFTs. It offers a lot of power, and you can see more. We're going to be posting a Twitter thread right now. You can learn more about how this works. This is the reversible WAGMI NGMI bucket hat. I have 3 of them to give away. You literally flip it around. I know you weren't paying attention for this one. So, in addition to geo-NFTs, there's a lot of new ideas. I don't have time to share all of them with you that kind of power the DAO, but we really thought deeply about how do we make it, how do we make you successful, and how do we use crypto in interesting ways here. And so, with revenue bounties that are powered by a custom version of Super Team Earn, we offer built-in monetization tools for owners. So the DAO strikes partnerships with great brands that offer customer acquisition bounties, say $10 to onboard a customer into FTX, or $1,000 to display an NFT collection, and they can get paid right from the bounties. And with merch at cost, members can become the local hub for crypto merch, not just Solana merch. And what's amazing about this is that the more members that join the DAO, the larger orders the DAO can place for merch. And the lower the costs get, and the more they can drive margins. And in fact, this is why co-ops exist in the first place, is to do group buying. It's an amazing solution for crypto. And even if you're new to building stores, I've been building stores for almost 10 years. My team has been building stores for a long time, all over the globe. We're not going to let you fail. And there's one more thing. If you decide to join in certain regions of the world, the DAO itself, the treasury, is going to invest in your build-out, up to $50,000. So we've really made it easy to build your own Solana space. We want this everywhere. We have signed commitments from teams all over the world to build a Solana space in the region. And one of the coolest things about running this as an on-chain DAO is that it's not just individuals who are building stores, it's actually Solana ecosystem projects. Los Angeles is being built by the Cupcake team. Dubai is being built by an NFT community called Kets. Salt Lake City, Particles NFT. Mexico City, Decaf. I think Artaviv is building the one in Vienna, which is not on the slide. And the good news is that these are all launching in 2023. So we're going big time. We're going to put a Solana embassy in every city and Solana space in every town in the next 10 years. It launches now. You can go to spacesDAO.org. You can scan the QR code. Follow the new account on Twitter at @spaces_DAO. And apply to join. We'd love to hear from you wherever you are. We really want you in Spaces DAO. This is it's been a labor of love for a long time to bring this to you guys. Well, there's one more thing. I can't let you go without telling you what is in the box. I don't know if you guys have seen this post. It went viral. We just posted this nondescript. It's not VHS tapes. Everybody got it wrong. Nobody got it right. You ready to find out what's in the box? All right. This is the Solana Spaces Lego kit. You can literally build your own Solana space. And it's amazing. It's a full reproduction of the store. It's complete with Raj minifigures, Anatoly minifigures, Milo the dog. Let me show you some details. So we made 100 sets of these available. We sold 20 of them sight unseen to people on Twitter. So the way to get this is go to Convento del Beato, visit our pop-up, reserve one. They're going to go very fast. They're retailing for $420.69, very specific number. You can see everything in here. There's a mini Solana shoe. There's a mini Saga phone. There's like some of our merch. There's T-shirts. There's an ambassador. There's Solana Monkey Business has the NFT gallery. There's a Phantom Seed Phrase booth. The detail in this is really, really insane. We spent way too much time and money on this, to be very honest with you. And we're giving one away. We brought only a few to the conference, so this is one of the ones that we brought here to give to people. All right. Awesome. So, lastly, we have this amazing store. And in that store, you're going to find the Lego kit. You're going to find a lot of exclusive merch. Honestly, there's more people here than we expected. We didn't make enough. So go early and buy and get shirts like this Bum Dia DAO shirt I'm wearing today. But there's also partner merch there. There's Just Ape, there's FTX, there's amazing Step-In sweatshirts, and there's a few surprises as well. If you make the journey, you're definitely going to get hooked up. Thank you so much. It's been an honor to speak to you guys and to be building a Solana. And see you at the pop-up. Thank you.
Solana Spaces, how cool. I didn't know that they were going to announce Spaces DAO, and that idea is so inspiring to me. I mean, talk about permissionless for like a retail store and the opportunity to scale something so quickly. That is so freaking cool. Well, so thank you, Vibo, for that. Up next, we have a group of people who are very, very popular. They're the most popular people at this conference. They've been hanging out at the Hacker House this whole week and Games Day yesterday, and everyone is trying to track them down because they got the goods. They got the phone. And they're going to come here, they're going to tell us the future of what is going on the Solana mobile stack and when you're going to be able to get those things in your hands. So, please welcome the most popular people, the most interesting session, although all the sessions are going to be very interesting. The Solana mobile team, give it up.
Good morning, everyone. Make sure I got the right slide up here. I'm excited to be here today. My name is Stephen Laver, and I am the engineering lead for Solana Mobile. We're going to have a rapid-fire presentation today. We're going to have a chance to hear from both the Solana Mobile team as well as some of our partners. I'm excited to be back up here. It's been busy for us since our June announcement event, and we wanted to share some updates for Solana Mobile with you. If you've been with us from the start of this journey, some of this will be familiar, but there's also new details here for everyone. So, to start, a brief recap of our June announcement. We had 2 announcements in June. The first, the Saga, a flagship crypto-first Android phone. We also announced the Solana Mobile Stack, which is a collection of technologies to unlock Web3 on mobile devices. First, Saga. It's got flagship specs. The latest Qualcomm processor, 12 gigs of RAM, 6.67-inch OLED display, all wrapped up in a beautiful industrial design. And we're excited to work with awesome products on designing and building this phone. $1,000, and you can reserve your spot in line by pre-ordering for $100. And for SMS, there's 3 components we're going to talk about today. Seed Vault, our solution for key custody. The Solana dApp Store, a fee-free application store for delivering Web3 content, and the Mobile Wallet Adapter, which is a protocol, an open protocol for connecting wallets and dApps on mobile devices. So, the question I get asked most often is, when will this be ready for all of you? I'd love to have everyone reach under their seats and find something Oprah-style, see their Saga waiting for them. But unfortunately, we can't just yet. Early next year, everyone who's been patiently waiting will be able to order their devices. We'll be prioritizing Saga Pass holders for the initial shipments. So if you haven't already, head to solanamobile.com, place your pre-order, and then you'll be ready for the next Saga Pass mint. In addition, next month, we'll be inviting software developers to order their hardware dev kits. These are pre-production phones that we want to get in the hands of builders who are readying their dApps for the Solana dApp Store, and also to integrate Seed Vault. They've been built, and they're just waiting for final software approval before they can be shipped out. The question I get asked second most is, why Saga? Why build a phone? I promise you, it's not just for the likes on crypto Twitter, although please keep liking on crypto Twitter. So, we're not building this for what it is, just a great phone, but for what it can do. Why Saga is really why mobile. We're building this as our demonstration of what Web3 stands to gain by going mobile. Our phones are the primary way that we experience the digital world. They're always with us and always connected. With phones, engaging with the digital world no longer requires that we unpack a laptop, find a private space, hopefully have Wi-Fi. Everything is quick and continuous. SMS on mobile devices allows you to experience your NFTs, check your DeFi, play a few minutes of a crypto game, all on the go. Closely related to this is the idea of asynchronous and timely notifications. Your phone engaging with you when something important happens. So you don't have to dedicate those precious brain cells to remembering all the little things. So a change in your DeFi investments, an upcoming NFT mint, a message delivered to your phone on-chain, All of these are improved when you don't have to worry about constantly monitoring it. And then finally, I was struck holding a Saga device in my hand that this is an artifact. It's a physical bridge between the real world and the digital world. Through its wide array of sensors, you can, for example, tap to pay with Solana Pay. You can securely access your keys with your biometrics. You can even experience your NFTs mapped into the real world through AR and computer vision. All these capabilities are taken for granted on mobile devices by consumers in other parts of their digital lives. And through Saga and through SMS, we enable the existing Web3 on mobile, but perhaps more importantly, everything that users expect from mobile is now available on Web3. And to talk a little bit more about the why, I'd like to invite Josh Taylor, our head of design at Solana Labs, on stage.
All right. Thank you, Steve. Hey, everybody, how's it going? All right. So let's talk a little bit about users, the people that are actually going to use these devices, right? So Steve was just talking a little bit about why Saga, why mobile at all, right? And there's a lot in there to be excited about. I know I'm incredibly excited because when you build for mobile, you get access to all these things like GPS and NFC and cameras and all these sensors and all these different inherent mobile characteristics that are really exciting to build for. But I think there's another why that I want to talk to you about briefly, and that's why are we doing this at all? And I think there's hopefully a relatively obvious answer, which is humans, people, right? It's for real people that are out in the world every single day. It's everyday users. You can call them normies if you want. It includes people in this room, but it is so much bigger. It's our Uber driver, it's our barber, it's our mom and our dad, all these people that are looking at what we're doing and trying to understand how they're going to be a part of it. I think about it as global human scale. I think a lot of us would agree that we see a world where crypto and blockchain is so much bigger than what it is today, right? We've grown a lot, actually, over the last couple of years, but we're still talking about small p's. We're talking about millions of users that are using crypto now, which is exciting. But we need to start thinking about a much larger scale. We need to start thinking about billions of users. And when we start talking about numbers and that scale, mobile is the only way that we're going to get there. Now, mobile deals with incredibly personal devices, right? These devices are something that we carry with us all the time. You know, Dave is the design lead at Awesome, and he said something to me recently that was both kind of obvious and a little bit profound. But our phones are perhaps the object that is most personal in our entire lives. We carry it with us all the time, and when we're not actually using it, it's with us in our pockets or in our purses or somewhere, you know, where we can reach it. It's never really outside of what we can touch because it's so pervasive and so much a part of every single thing that we do. I don't think many of us can imagine living without our phone, right? Imagine losing it right now. You can't even get back to your hotel. In fact, there's a lot of studies. This number is actually the lowest number I found, but we check our phones 96 times a day. That's every 10 minutes, right? So this is the opportunity that we have, right? The opportunity lies in the fact that mobile devices are with us always. They're with us every single where that we go. It helps us keep it entertained when we're at the dentist's office, captures moments of our kids, helps us connect with friends, make new friends, get work done, and so many more things. But I want to issue a bit of a challenge then. So if we kind of orient around the people across the world and think about 1 billion users, what is our challenge? And the challenge I have is for us to start building for those users, to think about those users in real space, in the real environment, right? Standing in line with distractions around them, anxieties and fears, and a bunch of other things swirling around them. When you're talking about mobile, you're not sitting at a desktop. You might be driving. Unfortunately, too many of us not us. Too many of you are driving and using your phones. There's so many other things we have to imagine of what they're doing. What problems do they have? What pains do they have that you can solve? And I think that the companies, the people in this room that recognize the real human problems that we can solve, those are going to be the ones that over the next coming years are going to be incredibly huge and successful companies. Because building for crypto on mobile gives you access to those personal moments. It gives you access to all of those things. So what would you build if you knew that the product that you build is going to be something that people put in their pocket and take with them everywhere they go? That's a fundamentally different mindset than many of us in the crypto space are in. Now, in addition to all those kind of the inherent mobile nature of mobile phones, we've been introducing Seed Vault onto Saga. And Seed Vault is one more really important tool for how crypto can go mainstream, right? We all know security of our keys is incredibly important. I know it's incredibly important to me, and I know to all of us. There's some anxiety around that. So it's important that we feel confident about the security of our keys, and we can take it with us wherever we want. But security isn't enough, right? You have to be able to use it, to do something with it. And so we've made it incredibly easy to use your keys on the go to interact with any dApp. We're going to talk a little bit more about that in just a minute. You're about to hear some specifics about what we're building, and I want to challenge you as you kind of go into the tech section. I want to challenge you about all of the things you're about to hear, and how can you think about that through the lens of users, and how we can apply this to the problems that are in our world. And if we are able to do that, I think we'll hit a huge opportunity. So here to talk a little bit more about Seed Vault and how it's built is Jonas from Awesome Products, and he'll be followed by Olivier, a software engineer from Solana Labs.
Thank you. Hi all, I'm Jonas. I'm a software engineer at Awesome Products, and we built the Saga phone. It's really great to be here with you in Lisbon. My colleagues and I have been working in conjunction with Solana Mobile and Steven, that you just met on stage, to build Seed Vault for the Saga phone. And Seed Vault is key custody, deeply integrated in the hardware and software stack of the Saga phone that is based on the 8475 chipset from Qualcomm. And Seed Vault is designed to keep your keys secure when they sit on your phone idle, and when you use them actively to sign transactions or derive public keys. Now, self-custody means users carry a lot of responsibility for their keys' safety. And at the same time, you want to use your keys easily and with confidence that they stay secret. Now, the solution to this is Seed Vault that is a top-to-bottom integration of wallets, a public API, a secure key store, and secure transaction signing. This means that you can just keep using the wallet that you use today with the added security of a system-managed key store. Today, Solflare and Phantom have completed their Seed Vault integration, and they are ready on the Saga phone from the start. Now, speaking of security, we take this very seriously, and we engaged multiple software auditors to review the code base that he wrote for Seed Vault to keep your keys secure. Now, next comes the little technical part here. or it gets more technical. So I want to share just some basic building blocks of Seed Vault. What you see here is an X-ray of the phone. And it starts with Qualcomm's flagship ARM SoC. It provides a trusted execution environment. And what that does is it allows us to run code in a secure operating environment based on ARM's trust zone technology. And we take advantage of this, for example, of its ability to exclusively claim the display hardware and the touch input of the phone to display a trusted UI. Now, what does that mean? It means that when you look at a seed phrase, or if you enter a password for Seed Vault to manage your wallet key, it is completely separate from the Android operating system. And that's really nice because you don't have to worry what's going on my phone on Android. Now, we also have a secure chip that's called a secure element, and that is tamper resistant and can resist all sorts of attacks to support the security. All of these building blocks look obviously fairly complicated, but really what comes out of this is a user experience that is easy to use. The keys that you want to use on your phone, you can create or import them and you set up the phone or anytime thereafter in settings. And wallet apps, they have to request that they want to use a key on your phone, then you can revoke that permission if you want to. And then you can approve transactions with the tip of your finger if you want to. Keys are managed in one place. This means when you remove them from Seed Vault, they're gone, and there is no copies of it left elsewhere in apps that you used. And now I hand it over to Olivier from Solana Labs, and when he comes on stage.
Hey, GM, everyone. I'm Olivier, a member of the SMS team, and also one of the engineers that is working on the Solana dApp Store. We've been actually working super hard at designing the Solana dApp Store to be the best experience to deliver dApps to Saga. And so we wanted to share some details relevant to all the builders out there. I heard we were in a builders market, so you know. Of course, our mission is to be friendly and accessible to dApps so that they can deliver their Web3 derived capabilities to users. To achieve this mission, the dApp Store will actually be pioneering 3 policies. First, we previously announced it, but we wanted to emphasize it again. The dApp Store is free of fees and revenue shares. Nothing other than the ordinary Solana transaction fees. That's actually pretty awesome. I don't know if you realize. Second, we're also actually working on our policies for dApp Store content. We are super friendly, and we'll be open to all of the Web3 ecosystem apps, wallets, NFTs, DeFi, games, etc. To be transparent, this is something we're still working on and moving slowly on purpose. We want the users of the Solana dApp Store to be protected against, unwanted software, malicious apps, illegal content, etc. The same as any users of any application store. That's very important for the quality and safety of the dApp Store. We'll be publishing dApp Store policies well ahead in advance of opening submissions to the dApp Store. Third and last, in the Solana ecosystem, we've seen new models emerging for app and content delivery, and we're super excited about that. In the same way, the Solana dApp Store will be adopting dApp publishing on-chain. So we're actually in the process of defining right now a metadata format for what a dApp and its releases can be represented on-chain. Speaking of publishing, that's maybe the time to speak about something a lot of people have asked us. When will Solana Mobile accept submissions to the dApp Store? When? All right, no cliffhanger. We'll be opening submissions to the dApp Store January 2023. That's exciting. We'll provide tools and instruction well ahead of time, and the dApp Store will launch with Saga. We're not done yet. You have to build with me a little more. We also wanted to share some details on one more exciting technology. So first, what's the problem statement? On our desktops and laptops, we take for granted that we can click on a button and just connect our preferred wallet. That hasn't been true for mobile until now, until Mobile Wallet Adapter. Mobile Wallet Adapter, we built it from the ground up for mobile. What does it mean? Again, desktops and laptops, dApps are almost universally delivered through web browsers, right? That's something true. On mobile devices, the landscape is more complex and diverse. And so that's why Mobile Wallet Adapter meets dApps wherever they are, whether that be running on your Android browser, web browser, implemented natively in Kotlin or Java, or cross-platform frameworks like React Native, Flutter, Dart, etc. Mobile Wallet Adapter is actually for any device. It works on any Android device right now, not just Saga. That's something important. It's Android first. I know we've said a lot of Android words, but we've also given a Solana Mobile grant to a great company in the ecosystem, FastAF, to develop Mobile Wallet Adapter for iOS. We're also actually super excited about this opportunity, especially given the recent announcements. You know what I'm talking about. Best of all, it's actually ready now, so you can start building, and you'll be ready for the January submissions. You can check out the Solana Mobile GitHub page and ask us questions on Discord. And you know what? Maybe you shouldn't actually take our word for it. To tell you about their experience integrating Mobile Wallet Adapter and SeedVault into their wallet, I'd like to welcome Vidor Gensel, founder of Solflare, to join us on stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivier. Ooh, this is a big room. I'm not used to big rooms. Hi, everyone. Really exciting to be here. I'm Vidor. I'm part of the team that has built the first wallet for Solana called Solflare. For reference, right now, more than 26% of all circulating Sol is taken through Solflare, and our apps help store billions of dollars of value for our users. Fun fact, exactly 1 year ago, on this date at Breakpoint, we released Solflare Mobile, the first of its kind dedicated Solana mobile experience. We've always set high goals for bringing the latest features for Solana to our users and constantly implementing new initiatives. And let me tell you, we've built mobile apps before, but this was nothing like it. Let me tell you why. In the past year, we've shipped 26 updates to the app, faced numerous issues with the app stores, around unclear or constantly changing policies, them wanting to take down our app just for the mention of NFTs or claiming hidden advertising when the user was about to connect a hardware wallet. At this point, the store approval process became a lottery, and it made our lives a lot harder. Our takeaway is that Google and Apple are slow to recognize change, but we don't need to be. Overall, the app stores force us to provide a suboptimal user experience in a mobile environment. And this needed to be changed. We were blown away when Emmett and Steven Laver reached out and told us the vision of Saga, because we immediately recognized all the problems that Saga and SMS were set out to solve. Creating an open platform for wallets and dApps, optimizing key storage and access with the Seed Vault, and improving the user experience of interacting with dApps through the mobile wallet adapter. All of this technology perfectly resonated with us, and we thought it was a perfect fit for Soulflare. And we jumped right into implementation. I need to do a quick shout out to the whole Solana mobile team and Awesome Products for providing such a good developer experience for us builders of implementing all of this. Fast forward to today, we're proud to announce that Soulflare is the first wallet to fully support the Seed Vault and the mobile wallet adapter. Thank you. Now to the fun part. I could talk for days probably about this exceptional technology, but like it's totally different, and there's no better way for you to experience this than to actually see it. I'm going to show a quick demo on how the technology works with Soulflare. I'm going to play a video. I'm going to talk through it. So first of all, fresh Soulflare installation. We're going to start initializing. We're going to approve access to the Seed Vault, approve with the touch of our fingerprint. Very easy, seamless. A few seconds later, we import all the wallets that it detects, and now wallet is ready, onboarded and ready to interact with dApps. Let's do that. We open Chrome, a browser, we open a dApp, and we trigger a connection. It automatically detects that we're on mobile, and we just click connect. And the connection happens through mobile wallet adapter. Triggers Soulflare, we approve the connection from there, and now we are ready to trigger transactions from a dApp. Let's swap some USDC to Sol. Type in 5, and then trigger a transaction. Soulflare prompts, it does all the necessary security checks, simulations, let us know that the output of the transaction is what you expect. And we just authorize the signature with the touch of our fingerprint again. And after a very quick Solana confirmation, we've swapped. I hope you see and understand what a seamless experience this is. That's for the demo. Thanks, everyone. And I'd like to welcome Emmett on stage.
Hey everyone, my name is Emmett Hollier, and I lead business and operations for Solana Mobile, and I will be the last member of today's Solana Mobile Congo line. So what's next? As you can see, we've made a ton of progress. It was great seeing everybody in June at the announcement, but we've been pretty quiet since then. We've been heads down, getting a bunch of work done. So, hopefully, as you've heard today, that progress is becoming tangible. It's becoming very real. Our stack is ready, the phones are being built, they're ready to ship, and we've got a whole bunch of great partners building for us. You'll see here a few of the dApps that have already committed to being in the dApp store on day one when Saga launches. And in addition to those dApps, as Olivier mentioned, we'll be opening up for submissions in January of next year. In addition to the dApps that will be in the dApp store, we have a few partnerships that we're excited to announce today. First is Ledger. User choice is extremely important to our team, and we'll continue to build with that mentality, not only for Saga, but for the mobile stack as well. And so in addition to Seed Vault, we're happy to be working with the team at Ledger to provide even more security options for Solana mobile users. Next year, you'll be able to link your Seed Vault wallets to your Ledger Nano wallets to facilitate easier transactions between the two. This is going to give you the flexibility you need to determine which assets belong where without having to sacrifice convenience or security. We'll have more to share soon. You can expect updates to the Ledger Live app wherever you've gotten it before, and it will also be available in the Solana App Store. In addition to our partnership with Ledger, we're happy to announce that we'll be working with the team at Helium Mobile. Next year, Helium Mobile will be launching the first crypto carrier. By combining its people-powered network, partner 5G networks, and crypto economics, Helium Mobile subscribers will have access to a nationwide network at lower cost with opportunities to earn rewards. And we want Saga users to have that opportunity as well. So, for any Saga shipped within the United States, we'll be including a Helium Mobile SIM card and a free month of access. Saga will be available on all major carriers, so it's not just Helium Mobile, but we think it's really important as we carry the future of decentralized mobility forward to enable Saga on their network. Be sure to check in to Amir's presentation tomorrow, where he'll talk not only about Helium Mobile, but the state of the Helium network. So a couple quick last things. I see some flashing red lights, so I'll keep this moving. Our team is extremely excited to be here in Lisbon with you all and want to make sure you have access to us. I know it was mentioned beforehand that we're like the team that's being sought out because we've got phones everywhere. So where can you find us? We'll be at the laboratory. We have a booth, and we have phones. But more importantly than phones, we have team members. We have a team that is so excited. Not just our team, the awesome team and partners will be over there. Come, get a hands-on, see what the future of mobile is going to look like, and tell us what you think. In addition to the phones that we'll have at our booth, there will be phones sort of scattered throughout Lisbon this weekend, hopefully somewhat safely, but you should see a number of them at partner booths and other keynote presentations, because frankly, we've got a whole bunch of teams already building, and so the progress that we've seen is really amazing, and we want to make sure that you all see that progress as well. Speaking of which, when most of you registered, you should have received a cutout of a Saga. It's not a Saga. It doesn't work. You can't plug it in or turn it on. But what we do want to see from you is what you're hoping to see. I know I mentioned a handful of apps that will be available in the dApp Store when we launch. But go talk to builders. Go tell them what you want to see. If you're a builder, listen. We can't wait to see what's going to come to the dApp Store. And so we wanted to use this as an opportunity for people to find icons, find apps that they care about, place them on their home screen, and share them. If you fill in your home screen and post it to Twitter, you'll be entered for a chance to win a free Saga, so stay tuned. And finally, our Saga Pass happy hour. For those of you that missed it, last week we minted Saga Pass, which is an NFT to reward early adopters of Saga. If you missed the mint, we'll have additional mint opportunities in the future. But if you minted and you got a ticket to tomorrow's event, we can't wait to see you. It's going to be the Solana mobile team, the awesome team, builders on the mobile stack, and a whole bunch of other fun stuff. So please, if you've got your ticket, show up, bring your ticket with you. We'll check you in. If you minted the pass and you didn't get a ticket, keep an eye on our Twitter. We're working to get more tickets available to folks, so we'll have more to share soon. Stay tuned. OK, to wrap things up, thank you. I know we haven't said much since June, but we really have been heads down getting a whole bunch of work done, and it's amazing to see the progress. Our team was at the Hacker House all week, putting phones in front of builders, putting phones in front of users, and the feedback has been tremendous. Head to our website, solanamobile.com, to get the latest and greatest from the team on Saga and the mobile stack. If you're a builder, go grab the SDK. Submissions will be open in January, and we can't wait to see everything that's coming to the store. And for everybody in the room, builders and non-builders, go pre-order your Saga. We've made so much progress. I've been using mine as a daily phone for months. A whole bunch of our team members have. We're so excited to put it in your hands, so be sure to pre-order today. Thank you.
All right. Wow. Do you ever just feel your mind getting blown? Like, So cool. All right, so we've had a lot of learning this morning. We got to take it all in. We're going to take a 15-minute break. So get up, stretch, get a coffee, go to the bathroom, meet right back here in 15 minutes because we got a lot more fun stuff going. So see you all in 15.
Where you go, I go. I'm waiting for you.
Oh my God.
We should see more of. Makes sense. So, again, with what I do, and I'm jokingly saying, hear me? That if you looked at one thing, there's no such thing as looking at one thing, right? So when I evaluate a base layer, it's network activity, it's network functionality, it's transactions per second, it's everything, right? And I could go really, really deep into Solana and the metrics that I track and that we look at Masari. Dave, you had sent an email a couple of days ago. One thing that is lacking, or that I wish we had more of, is actually around the decentralization of a network. We know, say, the validator count on a network, and we might be able to calculate a Nakamoto coefficient, right? Which is interesting. I think it's a good start. It's certainly not the end-all, be-all measure for decentralization or gauging the decentralization of a network. I think you had emailed a little bit about this, and I think, in my opinion, being able to get more insight into the actual decentralization of a network matters. So maybe you can tell us a little bit about your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, we say measure what matters, which is a good phrase, but sometimes we also measure to find out what matters. And in our case, decentralization is really important. You hear a lot of stuff online that says, just kind of we're centralized or we have these things. So I wanted to find out and come up with a measure of that. And Balaji has a great paper on measuring decentralization, mostly focused on proof of work. And so what we did is we actually didn't create a site, I created it personally at first, but I launched the site at measure.etherfuse.com, where we picked 5 new subsystems to measure for proof of stake networks, which is political, ownership, corporate, algorithmic, and regional. We wanted to measure decentralization in those terms. What's the Nakamoto coefficient for each of those terms? And it's really helpful because you hear things like some of the biggest things people will say about Solana is it's dependent on Amazon, AWS. And if you look at the Nakamoto corporate coefficient, if you go to that site, which I know it's a crappy site, when I found out I was speaking, we really quickly made it not a dashboard. It's open source, so anyone can help us make it better, but it will be better in 3 months. You can see Amazon has a relatively small footprint considering its size for Solana. In addition to that, you can also see Solana's doing pretty well with stake distribution compared to like other chains like Ethereum. Coinbase has a relatively small footprint. And in our case, we really want to help, we view the infrastructure as a way to help folks in a community capture the value they're creating. So when we wanted to go see where should we set up validators that they currently aren't, we wanted to actually physically see where they were. We decided to prove some of our other products not related to this in Mexico, and we really got that insight by looking at decentralization, having a number and defining.
Yeah, so again, I heard maybe
sorry,
a little bit of that. I'm working on my lip reading here.
Yes,
I got a little bit of it. But what I think I heard in there is, of course, measuring decentralization across several vectors that go beyond, again, the number of, say, validators on a network and the distribution of stake, right? That's pretty much a little bit what we have now to understand how decentralized the network is. I think what you were getting at is there are other aspects of the network that we can probably measure, such as location, right?
Yes.
Geographic location.
Political,
and the distribution
yeah.
across the globe. Do you see a world where we can actually quantify that? Say we enhance the Nakamoto coefficient with some other quantitative, and I think you might have been getting to that, to be able to measure that, right? Like, so maybe it's some sort of weighted average of this amount of distribution across the globe, this much concentration in this part of the world, this much exposure to this geopolitical risk, so on and so forth. Like, do you see that as a way to go? Like, are we moving to enhancing like the Nakamoto coefficient with some other type of coefficient to get a better idea of decentralization?
Yeah, I think one way to do it is to create like an average of Nakamoto coefficients upon an agreed set of subsystems. I know that's a word salad, but really it's hard to compare who's decentralized is really like a loaded term. You know, it can mean a lot of things. So I think that we could, I think the community needs to agree upon what measurements we use and then compare those evenly and maybe have it float up and create a way of measuring. I like a Nakamoto coefficient. I think it's helpful. It's a discrete goal, but there are also other ways to measure inequality, and maybe a discussion needs to be had. And we're open to PRs that help discuss those things too.
Great. Frederick, I'm going to come back to you. You've pulled up some dashboards, some Dune dashboards, kind of looking at NFTs. GameFi. So we don't have a lot of data yet. When we look at GameFi activity, it's starting to come a little bit more, certainly a lot more than even 6 months ago. Can we expect to see a lot more GameFi applications and measures that we can look at, especially on Dune? Or do you see a different sector perhaps, or a different vector outside of GameFi? There's social applications that are also kind of rolling out. What are you thinking about in terms of what's next? What are we measuring beyond DeFi and NFTs?
Yeah, I guess at Dune we kind of have we don't try to predict as much and let whatever emerge. I mean, I probably would have been a VC if I knew what was the next big thing. But I think yeah, obviously there's throughout the last couple of years there've been a bunch of things happening, and Axie had massive numbers at some point, and so maybe I think one thing in these dynamics, whatever sector it is, one thing that's important is to bake in and understand kind of like the tokens that go into, like the token mechanisms that go into it. So I think, independent of exact sector, there are some extreme growth happening every now and then in some products or categories. And I think one thing that's very important to think about then is what's the incentive to use this thing? And I think we saw that with LuxRare versus OpenSea. Now there's a thing called Blur on Ethereum that's competing with OpenSea, but they have a token that you will get airdropped. And so I think this is maybe a little bit of the elephant in the room when looking at some of these stats on whatever category it is, that if you make money for using the product, then those numbers are probably going down if that incentive goes away. And I think this, again, if you bring it back to traditional sort of company building or product building, that's customer acquisition costs, right? There's no such thing as a free lunch. If someone gets paid money, someone else is paying that money in some shape or form. So I think that's, whatever emerges, it's, the dashboards will pop up. And then the question I would ask myself is what's the incentive behind this usage? To what extent is it organic versus incentivized?
Sounds good, I think. Still having a hard time hearing you guys. I'm making out the best that I can.
It was a great response.
It was good. It was good. Well, again, we talked a little bit about measuring decentralization. We just talked about what are we going to have to measure going forward, and it's really, you're just saying let's just build a foundation to be able to measure anything and everything. Not really trying to predict anything or anything like that. I don't know if any of you guys can speak to developer data, but that's another, what I think is a very important measure, is the development activity that's actually occurring within an ecosystem or on the core network itself. There's not a really good place to find that, right? So I personally think that being able to measure the actual decentralization of a network matters, probably one of the top. And what you were alluding to, I think, is probably the best way to go about it. And Solana Foundation actually did a health report in Q3 and got into some of that data. And actually, I was able to get, and there's a dashboard out there that shows where each data center is, the concentration in each data center. We know that there's a bit of concentration in Germany, right? We know that there's a bit of concentration across some data centers. Very, very important. But what we don't really have a clear picture on is the actual developer activity. Are you guys seeing anything where, you know, something that's reliable so we can get a good sense of the actual developer adoption of a network that goes beyond like a GitHub commit and things like that, right? Because those numbers can be noisy. Any thoughts on that? I mean, if it's way out of left field, just slap me when we get backstage, but anything that you guys can recommend or that you can track when it comes to actual developer engagement?
Actually, I'm not really sure about Etherfuse, but not sure about Etherfuse, whether Etherfuse has anything specific to Solana, like related to programs, right? But I think for Dune, a couple of wizards crafted a couple of charts, right, where they can see how many programs are deployed or got upgraded every couple of days, right? I think that's a very good, useful metric. Another metric we could see is a very old-time player. I think maybe folks from CoralCube, an NFT marketplace in Solana, right? The core origins of that team, they built this site called ChainCrunch. So ChainCrunch has a very nice site for you to just view a very clear detail of what's going on, like how many programs have been deployed so far. So as far as I know, a couple of months back, we have over 4,000 programs deployed. So that's pretty crazy of a number to see, right? I think for what I can speak for myself, for our team, we've always been focused on more granular pieces of data that's really new and really novel. You know, you don't get to see this out there. So one thing we've been trying to find out is this word in Solana called compute units, CUs. So in an actual block, right, there's only a maximum finite number of CUs you can squeeze into a specific transaction. So by doing so, we can kind of measure exactly how devs are working around and playing around with like exactly how they can pack transactions. Like, for example, right, for Jupiter swaps, I think you wouldn't have known this, but sometimes you got to pack 1 or 3 transactions, right? To make a specific trade, you got to make at least 3 transactions. So we're trying to measure stuff like that, like how much compute units are consumed for a specific swap in Solana. And I think Solana is pretty much focused on being green, right? We want to calculate like how much power is consumed for, per se, a Jupiter swap. So yeah, I think CU is quite an interesting thing. Maybe Masari as well. Masari, I don't think Masari has much of a focus on programs and dev-centric metrics because Masari has to attend to the complete mass adoption side of things, right? So I completely understand that. So my perspective is like Etherfuse focuses kind of like more validated infrastructure, network infrastructure, and decentralization kind of things. And then Dune does it in a wizardry kind of form. Like you get data analysts, data scientists to get together, build cool-ass metrics that are pretty novel and new with the entire big data warehouse you have. And then for us, we go deep into details. We try to show you details that are going to happen right now. And then for Masari, it's just, let's bring the attention to the broad scale, right? So I think, yeah, our panel here is quite crazy. We are all covering different fronts. And I guess that's how we could, you know, probably show dev metrics like that.
And I would like to reinforce that, you know, when we pre-ordered a Saga phone about 4 months ago, and you could mint an NFT, and I couldn't remember what wallet I used to pre-order it, and we used Solana FM to figure that out. I was like, I don't know what wallet I used, but so those details I was able to easily follow through the Explorer. So thank you for that.
Thanks, man.
Awesome. Well, we're at time. We're coming up on time here. You know, I guess I'll just kind of close it out. Bring some relevance, you know, back to Solana and the Solana network and measuring what matters. And, you know, we talked about measuring decentralization. We talked about measuring activity. We talked about measuring developer engagement, all these sorts of things. What I think also really, really matters is measuring the effectiveness of a solution. And Solana, you know, we know was experiencing some network performance issues at the end of Q4, into Q1, and even into Q2, where you know, there was no real mechanism to order transactions, right? So there was no fee market. There was really no solution. But solutions were rolled out. And it was very, very clear. And it was important to follow that, to track that, to measure those implementations, to see. And I've been telling people like, hey, you know, I just had an interview with Fortune Magazine. I said, look, the narrative is still over here. It needs to change. You need to look at the data. And there is a clear improvement in performance, in network performance, based on the issues that were plaguing it earlier, right? Those solutions have been working. And it's very obvious to see in the data. We're seeing TPS improving at its all-time highs. We're seeing a flow of transactions without interruption, right? That's the result of rolling out the upgrades. So, in my opinion, that's another thing that I think is very important to measure is the effectiveness of a solution. So, and I think that Solana is doing a good job of actually implementing things that we can see working and we can actually measure it. So, in any case, we're a little bit behind. Any last thoughts on anything, measuring anything else?
Yeah, just measure what matters.
Measure what matters. All right. Thank you.
To talk about an issue that is important not just for the Solana community, but for entire Earth. He's one of the most inspiring leaders I know, and we talk about working with the blockchain community to change the world. He walks the walk. So I am so excited for everyone to be able to hear from him and learn exactly what he's doing. So please, everybody, put your hands together to learn from Dave Ford.
Hello, everyone. How are you today? My name is Dave Ford, and I run an organization that is dedicated to bringing disparate parties together to help them learn about the environment. We're an environmental intelligence agency, and we got our start working on ocean plastics with an organization called the Ocean Plastic Leadership Network, and we started by taking 165 executives into the middle of the Atlantic garbage patch, which is 500 miles off the coast of Bermuda. It's one of the 5 gyres in the world where a high density of plastic accumulates in the ocean. And we had 165 leaders. We had activists. We had big consumer packaged goods companies like Coca-Cola and Procter & Gamble. We had petrochemical companies like Dow Chemical. We had the World Bank, the World Wildlife Fund, and activists like Greenpeace. These organizations don't like each other, many of them, and don't get together, let alone being stuck on a ship. We were 2 miles deep, pulling handfuls of plastic waste out of this patch in the Bermuda Triangle, and it was an incredibly powerful moment. And 3.5 years later, a $15 million reverse logistics hub in Ghana and Tribal Lands USA was born. A ton of smaller initiatives are being housed by different NGOs, and the Ocean Plastic Leadership Network was born. Today, we're 150 organizations. We are one of the biggest conveners outside the United Nations on the Global Plastics Treaty. We're working with 7 governments, including the UK and the US, and it's been an incredibly powerful journey. And I'm also Solly the Ice Ape in the Degenerate Ape Academy. And I very randomly, spontaneously, last August, found out about Solana NFTs, and I bought a Degenerate Ape, and I had no idea just how powerful that decision would be. Now, I'm in the environment, so one of the things that I've been trying to figure out is this crypto and climate challenge, crisis, right? Like, so I work day to day. So anonymously for just about a year, I was writing super threads and doing everything I could do to educate myself. But little did I know how powerful this community that I joined and how impactful it would be. I was connected to the head of the degenerate trash pandas, a guy by the name of Pitt, who may or may not be in this room right now. And I asked him to fund this crazy art project, this huge installation by this artist named Ben Von Wong. This is actually a 40-foot high plastic tap that would probably be about as high as these lights up here. And these are 6-foot cutouts of the degenerate trash pandas. And this installation, I called Pitt, he said, I'll write you a check, would not have been possible without the Solana NFT community. And it became like the iconic image for the Global Plastics Treaty. 180 publications picked it up. It was on the front page of the Washington Post. And we raised $100,000 for a slum in Kenya that helped us put this together in this organization called the Human Needs Project in 19 days. It was beyond my wildest imagination just how powerful this could be. So enter climate change and the confusion. It is an incredibly confusing place. You have the UN Paris Agreement that has put pressure on governments, that now is putting pressure on industry. You have supernatural organizations like the World Bank and the IMF and the UN, civil society and NGOs. You have the companies and industries that are emitting and trying to figure out how to curb their emissions in food and ag and energy and CPG and transportation. And then you have blockchain that has incredibly practical applications, yet it's mired in all this confusion. But probably the lowest hanging fruit today is the carbon offset market and bringing verification and trust to that place, and then supply chain tracking to help these companies figure out what their carbon imprint is. And I'm a firm believer standing here that ESG one day is going to live on blockchain. Like, I believe in it with the fiber of my being, that the company reporting metrics, all of it, are going to live on the chain and are going to be open and transparent. And this greenwash, smoke and mirrors thing that's happening today is going to change because of blockchain. But I'm also here to say that we're nowhere close to that from a general collaborative fluency. The Web 2 world is not there yet. I was on stage a month ago in California in front of 40 of the biggest companies in the world, their top R&D people. They had a dotted line into the CEO. These are brilliant, brilliant people. And I was talking about the chaos and confusion at the intersection of blockchain and climate. And I asked the room, I said, how many of you, I mean, this is the automotive industry, the mobile industry, the energy industry, like big Fortune 100s, Fortune 500s. And I said, how many people in the room here think that crypto is bad for the environment? And 100% of the people raised their hand. And then I said, how many people in the room here know the difference between proof of work and proof of stake? And it was a donut. Not a single person raised their hand. And so I went into the differences in the computing power that it takes to mine Bitcoin, and the fact that, yes, Bitcoin miners are plugging into decommissioned coal plants and bringing them back online, and that's a huge problem. That is an environmental catastrophe right there. I also mentioned some of the mitigation technologies that are coming online where you can plug a Bitcoin miner into a landfill and mitigate methane, or a pig farm and mitigate the waste that has to be burned, or a flare gas in the middle of an oil field. So it's not so cut and dry there. But when I talked about proof of stake and talked about what happens in a networked model like Solana, where one Solana transaction equals 2.1 Google transactions, the room lit up. They didn't realize just how much of the blockchains out there work just like Web 2. The other problem is it's like the Game of Thrones when these companies are approached by L1s. You know, each of these specific, we've been winner take all for so long, and how do we bring these warring factions, these tribes that are fighting each other together? And our answer was what Amir talked about earlier, was bringing some of the most powerful leaders to the Greenland ice sheet. And that's exactly what we did this summer. We had Solana and Ripple and Regen Network and some of the top Bitcoin mining pools and staking pools, Greenpeace, who's very involved in this issue. And we had the GBBC, we had a powerful group, and it was not all fun and games. This is us standing in front of the Ilulissat Glacier, which this year in Greenland was one of the biggest melts you can imagine. And we went hard and deep and had really tough animated conversations, and an NGO was born, which is called the Blockchain Climate Leadership Network, or BXC. And I'm so proud to announce this today. We came up and aligned on principles while we were in Greenland. A month later, with our partners at BecoWG, we explored interoperability and how chains can work together, specifically on carbon markets. 5 more L1s joined. Like, this is happening. And our mission is to bridge the most powerful organizations in Web 2 and Web 3, so we could just move faster, because we're not moving fast enough. We're inviting the biggest L1s and foundations and investors, the biggest companies in the world in Web 2, with the banks and the brands, and the most powerful NGOs and academia and supernatural organizations. I'm so proud to say today that Solana, via the Solana Foundation, is our first founding member. We have a second top 10 L1 that just joined that I hope you'll be able to announce soon. We have a networked commons that's going to span across Web 2 and Web 3, and we're going to be working on real projects to bridge and get things faster, socially, technically, and structurally, all over the world. I'm going to Egypt at COP next week, and we're going to be along this journey for the course of the next year. We're going to be working incredibly hard to make a difference, to educate and build this collaborative fluency so that we can move faster. We're going to be going back to Greenland. We're going to be going from Iceland to Greenland, inviting all those organizations in the world. This ship is an expedition voyage. It is not fancy. We're quadruple offsetting our carbon, but we're going to do the exact same formula that we did in the middle of the Atlantic Gyre next July. I want to introduce this piece of art from Scum, one of the most, he's in the audience somewhere, one of the most prolific artists, one of the most powerful artists in the Solana ecosystem. He was with us in Greenland. If you see the blockchain in the middle, that is what we are all about. We're about enabling this technology to drive us forth fast on climate. And in closing, I just want to thank Solana and thank the Solana Foundation. I had no idea that by getting involved in an NFT community that I'd be standing here before you today, really like known in my heart that we, this community, can make a huge difference in the world with respect to climate change, and that blockchain is central and is there. So I just want to thank the Degeneraverse. I want to thank Solana Foundation. And if any of you think you can help, we've raised the first $1 million out of our $7 million. Please reach out to me at Dave Ford on Twitter or at Solly the Ice Ape. And I just stand before you humbly. I'm incredibly energized and grateful and excited. And there's just absolutely no time to waste. Thank you.
How about Dave Ford? How inspiring. You know, in the Web3 community, we talk a lot about respect for builders. And what I learned from Dave is you don't have to be a dev to be a builder. If you have a vision, you want to change something, you make it happen, and you can be anyone in the world. You bring people together, and he taught me that. So leading into our next talk, there's a very famous guy named Jack who roams the streets of San Francisco. And you might be thinking, Jack, that's the guy who runs Twitter, right? I said, no, there's a new Jack in town, and he's the Jack of crypto. And he is the founder of Magic Eden. And I learned something very interesting backstage, which is Magic Eden started 13 months ago. This is their 13-month anniversary. And in just over a year, they've grown into this massive platform for creators and NFTs. And so Jack is going to come on today, tell us the journey of Magic Eden, and he's going to address a topic that a lot of people are talking a lot about, which is creator royalties. So I'm so excited for him to come here today, address some of these topics, and inspire all the builders in here of what can be done in 13 months. So everyone, please put your hands together. Let's welcome Jack to the stage.
Hey, good morning, everyone. I'm Jack, co-founder and CEO of Magic Eden. Thanks so much for having me and giving me the opportunity to share a little bit about the Magic Eden story. Before I dive into the nitty-gritty of the speech, I actually did. I actually was thinking, yeah, what should I talk about? It's been a pretty. If you follow the history of Magic Eden, it's been a pretty quiet and uneventful year for us. I think that's been a bit cheeky. I think the truth is it's been quite a year. It's been quite a wild ride for Magic Eden. So for us, it's all kind of coming in full circle in a way. So this time last year, just before this time last year, we just started Magic Eden. And when we came to Lisbon in 2021, we were a 10-person team. And it was the first time a lot of the members on our team have even met each other in the first place. So a lot of us actually met on crypto Twitter. We haven't met each other face to face, and this was the period and the time and place where we actually met each other. And as our team got back together for this time, 2022 in Lisbon, we were really reflecting, what a long way we've come for Magic Eden. So a lot of things have happened in the past 12 months. Well, number one, I think we're very privileged and very thankful to have become the leading NFT marketplace on Solana. And that did take a lot of hard work and a lot of grinding. And secondly, we arrived in that position by launching a lot of innovative products that I think we were the first in the NFT industry to launch. So for example, we were the first marketplace to have a launchpad. We were the first marketplace to have native integrations of our marketplace into wallets like Phantom and Exodus. We had launched 300 collections and partnered with over 300 creators around many different aspects of their business, including building in-brand, white-label marketplaces. And we also started this new gaming business where we help games get discovery through our Eden Games portal. And a lot of those industry firsts, I think, have helped us arrive at this position of success. And at the same time, also in the depth of the bear market, in September, we were also very privileged and thankful to have our user engagement hit all-time highs. So in September, that's the chart in the middle, our transaction count actually hit 3 million. So that's a in-month view of what happened. And that was despite all of the macro uncertainty that was happening at the time. So users were using Magic Eden more users were using it, and we were very privileged. But of course, if you follow the history of Magic Eden, we've been no strangers to controversy as well. And recently, this optional royalty trend has definitely taken a massive hit into our business, and we also had to painfully adapt and pivot as well. And I actually wanted to use a little bit of the opportunity today to share our reflections on this whole thing, and also share our view of how what Magic Eden is doing to address this issue, and how we can all address it together as a Solana community and Solana ecosystem. So to level set this thing, I think first of all, our view is that this optional royalty trend in all ecosystems where royalties are not being enforced at the protocol level, the trend that played out in Solana is actually going to play out similarly. And as you can see on this chart here, this is the Ethereum NFT ecosystem, the largest NFT ecosystem today, several orders of magnitude larger than Sol. And exactly the same trend that we had experienced is also happening, right? The vast majority of volume on Ethereum today is being traded on optional royalty marketplaces. And in that sense, I would say that actually sounds pretty bearish in some ways. But actually, I wouldn't say that, right? I think with great change comes great opportunity. And this moment in time, to me, almost feels like the moment in time when we started Magic Eden. And when we started Magic Eden, there was no candy machine. There was no standardized minting smart contract. The token metadata program was very, very new. And we, at that time, this time last year, like Q3 or so, we really felt this brooding sense of energy, of optimism, of people thinking there is going to be great changes in the Sol ecosystem and how we can capture that together. And I would say that I would share that sentiment for what it is today at this current moment in time. Because to level set this issue, I think every ecosystem is going to face what we had to face on Sol. But in Sol, we are at the forefront, at the cutting edge of finding solutions to this problem. And Magic Eden is committed to also building and investing to help find a solution to this problem. And as I walk around in Solana Breakpoint and seeing all these talented projects, talented founders, it really hits home that like Seoul is a community of the strongest builders, and only by building together can we all come and find a solution to this issue. So to share the Magic Eden house view on this situation, what are we doing about this? And how do we see the future of creator monetization in NFTs playing out? So for us, it's really around 3 themes. The first theme is around new creator business models. And what that really means is creators need a sustained revenue model. And royalties historically was one of those, but there are many, many new innovations that could be made available to them. And Magic Eden is building products in the coming weeks, days, weeks, and months to launch these and to showcase what are the boundaries of possibilities that can be done here. So some examples here would be, so we are building a next generation launchpad that will help creators hold some part of their supply so they can get the upside of their work and their creations. Also to mix this with new DeFi use cases like staking, AMM, and so on, that have addressed these issues pretty effectively. The second theme is really around new asset classes. So today, our understanding of NFTs is really about this property, this primitive, but it gives absolute rights to the holder, and that's the beauty of it. It's true. The holder has absolute rights to do whatever they want, trade it, transfer it, list it everywhere, and that is what's amazing about it. But unfortunately, just given the way that protocols are being designed today, there is no way to enforce royalties with the current design. Over the past few weeks and months, we've spoken to dozens, if not 100 creators amongst many, many industries, whether it's PFPs, fine art, music, ticketing, sports. And we spoke to many of those creators, and we found their needs actually are very, very divergent. Some folks really want sovereign ownership. Some folks really want royalty enforcement or new business models. And what we arrived at is there needs to be, in partnership with other folks in the ecosystem like Cardinal and so on, there is a real opportunity to give rise to a new asset class. And this asset class will have special properties, but it will also have special trade-offs. So it could enforce royalties at a hard technological level. But royalty enforcement by necessity means that the creator has some level of control to monitor whether they are being paid and rewarded fairly for their work. And it does not, in some sense, it does not look like the NFTs as we know today. But for us, when we talk to these creators have said, and their holders have said, hey, it's okay. We are willing to accept some of these trade-offs in order to ensure that we can bring our business model to life. And in this way, I would not call them NFTs as we understand it, but potentially a new asset class, a new special class on top of this. So Magic Eden, what we want to do is also invest in further innovations like this and showcase what could be done. And next week, we are actually doing the first launch of an asset like this with Cardinal Labs, one of the ecosystem partners who is building this technology, but with also Brave Browser, one of our deep and long-standing partners who is happy to be a launch partner here. And we want to pave the way and show the ecosystem some new innovations and some new ways about thinking about this issue. The last theme for us is new ways to support creators beyond economics and business. Whether it's in Web 1, Web 2, Web 3, or the analog world, or even in Web 3, different ecosystem, Ethereum, Sol, and so on, creators actually fundamentally, there's many of the things that they want is the same. They want to build communities. They want to find ways to engage and build relationships with their communities, and they want to stand out so they have a chance to bring their vision to life. And for Magic Eden, we understand that we are uniquely positioned to build tools that help creators in that sense. And in that way, we still want to build those tools and build those products to help creators bring their dreams to life as well. So those are the 3 themes. And we understand very much well that today is a changing landscape. And Magic Eden by far does not have all of the answers. And we are also committing to investing and helping other projects in the ecosystem also bring their innovations to life. And in that sense, we're also starting a hackathon series where in total we'll put $1 million on the line to invest in projects who are going to build new creator monetization tools and technologies. So all in all, where does that leave us? I think in some sense, NFTs, the beauty of NFTs is this new primitive and this new perfect tool to help us understand what self-expression, digital ownership on the internet could be. We are still more bullish than ever that this use case will be 100x, 1,000x what it is today. And today there is this period of change, but there is also a great period of opportunity. But at the same time, every day we see more and more creators, ecosystem partners who want to work with Magic Eden to help bring this new future to life and build this new future together. And that is the sense of momentum and sense of optimism that's giving us at Magic Eden that in Seoul and the NFT community, the best is still yet to come. So we couldn't be more excited to share some of our innovations in the weeks and months to come with the Seoul community. And we also invite the Seoul community to come and talk to us about how we can innovate together. So thank you very much.
All right. I am so excited for this next session. These guys were playing dodgeball backstage, so you know it's going to be dynamic. Oh, God. You know, there's very few people in the world who can only go by their first name. Madonna, Oprah, Armani. That's right, Armani. So we're going to give these guys a very warm welcome. So everybody, chant with me now. Wow, 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 woo! Please welcome the wow guys, the backpack guys.
Wow, this is insane. Hey everyone, yep, my name's Armani. One of the creators of Anchor, one of the creators of Backpack, one of the creators of XNFTs. And I thought today we would do this talk a little different. We'll talk about Backpack, we'll talk about XNFTs, but I wanted to rewind the clock back a bit to the early days of Solana, about two years ago. And I wanted to kind of go back to one of my favorite applications on the network. One of the first Solana wallets, Solid.io. So here it is in all of its glory, although you can't see my screen, so that's great, and will make for a wonderful presentation that revolves around a laptop connection. I think maybe the folks in the back need to click through the slide. That would be great. Maybe not. I don't have a clicker, so if anybody has a clicker, click the clicker. I do not have a clicker. Or I don't have a screen. You can go to, I can do this, yeah. All right, maybe.
It's okay.
Not quite. We're still stuck on the this page. Cool. There we go. Oh, okay. We have something. All right, cool. So yeah, we have Solid here. Why am I talking about Solid? So Solid is a really interesting piece of technology in the history of Solana. And the reason why it's interesting is that it was one of the first applications that served as kind of a parent for the genesis for a lot of the protocols and a lot of the applications that we've seen over the past couple years. Most notably, the first kind of thing that came out of Solid was that a team came and they wanted to not build a wallet, but they wanted to build an order book. Right? This was the first kind of dream for Solana, the network. And in order to have order books, you needed a wallet, and you needed a working key management system. And so kind of the folks, or the team that built Solid kind of built this kind of open source piece of infrastructure, and kind of built Project Serum, and then out of that came like a lot of DeFi on Solana. So that this is where Mango Markets kind of derived from, Zeta, 01, Radium, Atrix, and kind of the list goes on for DeFi as we have today. But it wasn't just DeFi on Solana that derived from Solid. A lot of applications also derived from Solid, not just protocols. And like the reason for this was that, well, it was an open source repo in a time when developer documentation and developer relations were scarce, if there was any at all. Back in like kind of the early days, there was like Michael Vines and like the Solana like core team in a Discord that would just like answer questions for folks, and then people would have to like pattern match against like the scarce resources that existed to like figure out how to like use the blockchain, right? But Solid was like a nice like piece of code that anybody can come and like take a look at, read through, learn how to interact with the network, learn how to serialize and deserialize token accounts, and do all the nitty-gritty details that like made Solana development really hard. But having that reference implementation for application developers really allowed us to kind of bootstrap the snowball to kind of build the developer ecosystem as it exists today. And we had a lot of wallets that kind of like derived from Solid as well. Maybe the most notable one being Phantom. And what was so amazing about this was that the Phantom team came along. They didn't really know much about Solana at all, and they didn't have to reinvent the wheel. They didn't have to reinvent like token serialization or private key management. They had like a great reference where they can use to build their own wallet and focus on innovating where it mattered, right? And then they built this like beautiful application that kind of like led the way for like great UI and UX for applications on the network without kind of having to like redo what had already been done. And so Solid is like really interesting kind of for this reason. And if you take a look at like a lot of the features on Solid, really what you see is the story of the evolution of Solana in the early days. And then, if we just like take a look at this like top bar here, it's like pretty interesting. So like the first thing we see is like this like popular tokens list. And at first glance, this is really simple and maybe not that interesting. But what this was it was the first static JSON file that applications used to provide metadata to provide information about tokens on the network, right? Anything from a token address to a ticker symbol, to the name, to the image of what the logo of that token looked like. And this would later evolve into like the package that everybody used, which was the Solana token registry, which is now deprecated, and maybe we all hate it because there's thousands of tokens in there. But this was before the days of the token metadata program, and this kind of allowed us to like kind of bootstrap a lot of the applications to provide like important information to users. Kind of the next tab here is maybe one of the more underappreciated features of Solid, which is to say that Solid was actually the first bridge, or the first application connecting a bridge to Solana. And this was super important in the early days, right? This is where a lot of the liquidity from Ethereum and for Bitcoin bridged over into the network to bootstrap DeFi on Solana. And this was super important. And kind of the list of these features goes on and on. This next one is like pretty interesting and pretty subtle. And if you've used this, then you're kind of like an OG on Solana, this migrate tokens button. So if you remember, kind of in the early days, the token program did not have associated token accounts. And it's okay, what does this mean, right? So you can imagine, the way Solid used to look, the way all wallets worked, was that not only would you see this, SOL address, but you would actually see a token address for each token account in the UI. So if you had USDC, that's a token address. If you have Star Atlas, that's a token address. Mango, token address. Sol, that's a token address. So you had like N addresses for N tokens in your wallet, which made for this horribly like frustrating UI UX. Where if you wanted to send a token from me to you, you would not only have to get the Sol address, but you would have to figure out, okay, which token are you getting, and get the, say, USDC, and send the token address associated with that token. And not only that address, but you had to pick between like one of like many. You might have one USDC account, you might have two, you might have 10. And it was this horrible kind of user experience. But these problems were eventually solved, right? We eventually got the associated token program. We now have this like nice simple UI where we have a single address in wallets, and I just say, here's my address, send me whatever token, and it just magically gets to me. And Solid was like there for that whole kind of, that whole transition and that whole migration, right? So this migrate tokens feature was created to migrate users from the old world and bring them into the new world. And it was painful, it was frustrating, but we got through it as a network, and we have kind of what we have today. We keep going down this list, right? Swapping tokens. You might forget, Solid was the first wallet that had an embedded swapper, right? And this was like a nice like open source widget that anybody can take. The Soulflare team took it, embedded it into their wallet, and then boom, they had native token swapping inside of the wallet. And of course, they eventually made it their own. They enhanced the UI. They integrated Jupyter. But this kind of like started that kind of like momentum. Maybe like the last like interesting feature here is like the Solana name service. I don't have any domains here, but the Solana name service was something that the Bonfida team built. Obviously an important primitive for the network, but they didn't have a distribution channel, right? And so they just simply opened a PR to the repo, got Solana names into the wallets, and then bam, you have an important protocol for the ecosystem, and you have a way to manage it right inside of the wallet. And so, the history of Solid really is the history of the evolution of like getting the snowball rolling for the Solana application and developer ecosystem. And so, fast forwarding today and looking at like the tech that we're working on with Backpack and XNFTs, a lot of these same themes are coming up. And to like maybe talk about like the motivations for building this stuff, we actually didn't want to build Backpack. We didn't want to build a wallet. What we really cared about was building a new protocol. We cared about XNFTs. We cared about full stack decentralized applications that anybody can run, right? But there wasn't really any way to build XNFTs because there wasn't a production grade open source wallet, right? Solid was never meant to be a wallet business. It was really just a developer tool to build other things like the order book, right? So, and we had no other options, right? There is everybody was closed source. There was no shared piece of infrastructure where we can innovate on protocols, innovate on product, and push the network forward, right? So this is what started kind of like the journey to building Backpack as a open source shared piece of infrastructure for the Solana ecosystem to work on together and to build like the next generation of protocols and products to kind of push the ecosystem forward. And, if we like go take a look at like the repository, we can like take a look at how this is already developing and playing out for the network. So if we go like take a look at the contributors, and we find our good friend like Jordan Sexton, take a look at his commits. And like this one is like really, really a good example of what I'm really excited about for Backpack, which is to say we now have the 1.0 release of the wallet standard out, not just for Solana, but it's actually a protocol agnostic wallet standard. And Jordan messaged me maybe a couple months ago, and he was complaining, and he was saying like, hey Armani, like wallet APIs on Solana are a mess. Everybody's doing different things. There's no standardization. There's no like high quality interface for teams to implement. And we need to be less reactive, and we need to be proactive about standardizing APIs for this super important piece of the stack. And so Jordan kind of went on this journey to build this new standard, and which is what we have today. But a small but maybe important part of him building this was having a playground to implement the APIs, iterate on the design, get feedback from people in a live production-grade wallet without him having to reinvent the wheel, right? Without him having to reinvent a Chrome extension, reinvent injected providers, reinvent key management. And so I like to think that Backpack had a small but important part in that development process, being this like shared piece of infrastructure so that he can focus on what mattered, which is new protocols to push the ecosystem forward. And I think that's a pretty cool example. One of the next ones that I'm super excited about is this PR that's open right now from John Wong, which is compressed NFTs. And compressed NFTs, I won't go into the details of them. It's the super exciting kind of improvement on the existing NFT standard, developed in collaboration with Metaplex and Solana to reduce the cost by several orders of magnitude for NFTs. And John and Noah, came to me and said, hey, Armani, like, we have this protocol, but we need a wallet. We need somebody to display this protocol to show how awesome it is, how useful it is. Like, we don't have anybody to work with. Like, can we add this to Backpack? And my response was like, yes, this is the entire point of Backpack, was so that we can iterate on these like new innovations as an ecosystem and push everything forward. So now we have this kind of awesome PR. We'll have compressed NFTs in Backpack really soon, and we just continue to like innovate on this like open source like shared primitive. And maybe the last kind of interesting example, especially in the context of Jack's talk, is royalties, right? This is like a super important conversation happening, not just on Solana, but on every blockchain. And kind of on this topic, the Hyperspace team, they're an NFT aggregator on Solana. They DM'd me on Telegram, last week, and they said, hey Armani, like Cardinal Labs built this new royalty enforcing NFT protocol. It's not perfect, but it's pretty darn good. We just integrated it into Hyperspace. How do we get this into Backpack? And they sent me some code. I took a look at the code, looked straightforward. I said, all right, great, let's get this in within 24 hours because this is that important. And we merged it in, and now that's in kind of the repository. And now we have a version of royalty enforced NFTs on Backpack. And so I'll stop rambling. Yeah. Cool, right? So, I'll stop rambling a bit, but the story here really is positioning Backpack, positioning XNFTs, positioning this repository as, a piece of shared infrastructure that's accessible to all developers in the ecosystem. If you want to build new protocols, if you want to build new applications, new products, you have access to a wallet so that you can focus on what matters, focus on the new primitives that you want to build and not reinvent the wheel for what I would consider one of the most important pieces of the Web3 stack. And so that's a bit about, an introduction for the context of this project. Now I want to bring Tristan Ivor, my co-founder, on stage to show you a bit about Backpack, to show you a bit about XNFTs and show you a bit about what we have today. So Tristan, want to come on stage?
Give me a hug. Come here. Bring it in. Hello, everyone. Wow. Wow, there's a lot of people here. Hi, it's a pleasure to see all of you. I'll throw this over here. So my name is Tristan. I've been working in the Solana ecosystem for about 2.5 years now. I've helped incubate many projects of which you may have heard of, such as Serum, Phantom, Mango, Zeta, DeFi Land, Aurori, and a lot of others. So I've had the pleasure of working with some of the most talented developers in our space. And I can say we have a very unique space of powerful developers, of kind human beings. Shout out to Anatoly, one of the nicest people I've ever met in my life, and also a brilliant engineer. Without further ado, I'm going to show you a little bit about what Armani was talking about. But before that, I want to say one point. So he was talking about all these references in which you could come, you could do a PR to the Backpack repo, and you could get your protocol, your idea merged into Backpack. But if you don't even want to do that, if you don't even want to interface with us, you don't have to. You can just come and build an XNFT, publish it to xnft.gg, and then people can use your protocol, your standard, your idea, whatever it is, your game, directly within Backpack without even having to interface with us in the first place. So xnft.gg is our app store. It is a library of all the XNFTs that have been published by a bunch of wonderful teams in the ecosystem, as you can see here. And the way this works is that if you have Backpack, which is this is your balances, this is kind of what you're used to. One update that's coming out pretty soon that we're excited for is another button right here, which is us integrating with Stripe as one of their on-ramp partners, hopefully making it easier for people to enter the space, to bring some fiat into their wallet. So thank you to the Stripe team, which I think are here as well. This is all typical. This is what you're used to. Nothing very innovative here. But if you go to this tab right here, now you see applications. I don't think you've ever really seen that within a wallet in Web3, have you? It's what we're used to on our phones. It's what we're used to on our Macs. It's this world of apps, this world that took the whole World Wide Web, this disparate segment of places in which you couldn't navigate unless you had context, into one enclosure through which people who may have not been familiar or had that context could dive into the things that they really wanted to do and experience. So what we're trying to do is something very similar to that, completely open source, completely decentralized, completely on Solana and many other blockchains. And let's show you some XNFTs, baby. So this first one, I always show it. The TXO team has done an incredible job with their XNFT. Let's go, TXO. We love you guys. TXO is an NFT marketplace, an aggregator, and they've built all of this with the React XNFT components themselves. So essentially, this is going to be auto-updating as we do changes to the wallet, to the formats. It'll be standardized across the other XNFTs that use the React XNFT framework. They have their marketplace, but what they've been receiving a lot of attention for recently is their analytics page. And hopefully the Wi-Fi will load this. Let's give it a second. No? Well, anyway, if you get a chance, we'll give you a Backpack invite code. We'll show you their analytics page, which is beautiful, all built with the native React XNFT components. Oh, there it was loading. But I'm going to show you a few other XNFTs, because I don't have that much time. So Releap is a music NFT marketplace, but it's not just a marketplace. So you can come down here, and if you wanted, I'm not logged in, but you could buy this NFT. But not only can you buy the NFT, you can also listen to the NFT. So one of the issues with music NFTs is people are like, oh, what am I going to do with a bunch of NFTs in my wallet that I can't listen to, or I can't use, or I can't do anything with? That's lame, that's boring. But what if you actually could have your music NFTs inside your Backpack? You could listen to them while you're doing whatever that it is that you're doing in your day-to-day life. And now all of a sudden, we've actually created a mechanism that you can stream music NFTs. So Releap, thank you guys, great job. We really like what you guys have been building. There were some breaking changes to the React XNFT framework recently, which allowed us to add Tailwind and CSS components. This one hasn't been updated, so it's a little bit broken, but I still want to show it to you because it actually is one of the reasons that we built this. And what it unlocks is the ability to see assets which you are using within protocols on-chain. And please, internet, work with us here. But usually when you go to an NFT staking site or you go to a borrow lending protocol and you provide liquidity, you stake your NFTs, they disappear from your wallet. And that's that. And you can't see them anymore. And if you want to show your friend your NFTs, you have to go to the website, you have to connect your wallet, you have to go to the tab, you have to show them. But now with Backpack, you can have these different protocols that you're using in the same place so that if I wanted to show my friends my DGODs, I wouldn't have to go through that whole process. I could just open the DGOD staking X NFT and then see, look, these guys are staked right here. They're earning dust, but they're still in my wallet. If I wanted to, I could, claim the dust in here and whatnot. It's another example. Who else should I show you guys? How about, I'm going to show you guys Flappy Bird. Don't worry. But what about prices? So 95% of the times that I open FTX to go look at the prices. I don't know about you guys. I'm a crypto DJ, and I'm always curious what's happening with the market. So I'll open up this prices thing on FTX. And we thought, wait, why wouldn't you just be able to check all the prices that you're doing within Backpack itself? And the really interesting thing about this one specifically is that the other ones that I've shown you are back-ended by Solana contracts, right? They're things that are on-chain, that are the back-end infrastructure for this. But this is actually, if it loads, again, if you have good Wi-Fi, this will load. I don't know how many people are on this public network. But this is essentially back-ended by CoinGecko's API, which is really interesting, right? Because you can back-end this with things that are on-chain. You can back-end it with protocols and whatnot. But you can also back-end it with Web 2 infrastructure. You can go to CoinGecko, which is a wonderful price-checking site. You can subscribe to their APIs. And you can build an XNFT that allows people to check the prices of the different assets that they care about. Another thing that we did, and this also relates to the music NFTs that I was showing earlier, is this little thing that we were very surprised no one had done before, which was essentially to make it so that you could pop out the wallet. Come on, load for me. Load for me. No? All right. Wi-Fi is not cooperating. Oh, am I not going to be able to show you guys Flappy Bird? That is so, so sad. Let me see something real quick. Oh, no, not there. Before they kick me off, because my time is up as well. Let me see if I can get on the sponsor network. Let's see if this connects. Fingers crossed. If not, I'll walk away with my head down in shame. No? All right, anyway, I was going to show you guys Flappy Bird. And the nice thing about being able to pop it out is that, if you want to listen to your music, you can behind the things that you're doing usually. But if you're playing a game, if you're doing something, and we haven't done the components resizable yet, but essentially the functionality that this allows is you to bring this out. You can make it larger, you can make it full screen, you can play a game. We were running the Rory game, which is a really cool game, through an iframe, through Backpack. And it really just kind of opens up the design space for projects to be able to get what they're building into the hands of the different people in the ecosystem. We have a booth right out there. If anybody wants an invite code, which also gives you a whitelist to the NFT project that we're doing, which sadly I won't be able to show you, but we're doing the whole whitelist flow through Backpack. We're actually changing the idea of collectibles to XNFT collectibles, which mean that instead of having to go through a verification process to get into a certain Discord channel and you're using this combination of Web3, Web 2 infrastructure, what you can do now is if you own this NFT, you'll be able to click through it into whatever community hub that we build. And with these primitives, we'll be able to offer other NFT communities the opportunity to have holders chats, to have Twitter spaces, to have things that are like the social media that we use today, only for the holders of that NFT, and you click through your NFT into that world. So essentially what we're trying to do is we're trying to make it so that these things that have been static for too long become dynamic, become living, become breathing, and we can really share the magic that NFTs should be for the world. So without further ado, thank you so much for everybody. Sorry for going over time, and I appreciate you all for being here. Bye, take care.
So, there's a lot of stereotypes about crypto, one of which is that we're not good at fashion. And I think we all saw Tristan's shirt. It was awesome. The other is that, we spend all our time hunched over on our computers. We never get out. We're in dark, dark rooms. And I'm so excited for this next panel because these folks hedge against all those stereotypes. We have a huge rock climber. We have Austin joining instead of Anatoly today. We have a huge skier in Josh. Josh has skied in multiple continents. And we have an amazing yogi in Joe who can do a scorpion in yoga. He's going to do a handstand right here. He won't do it right here. He'll just look for him in the lobby later. But they're going to come on, and they're going to talk about this exciting new launch of ASICs. So if you like sneakers, if you like being outside, if you're excited about Solana in the real world, you're really going to like this session. So please join me in welcoming this short but very fun panel about getting outside and using crypto in the real world. Josh, Joe, and Austin, give it up.
All right, let's just put these right here, nice front and center for the cameras. Yeah. So excited to be here. So you've seen the ASICS logo all over Breakpoint this year. What is going on? Joe, what is ASICS doing here? What is ASICS Web3 origin story?
Yeah. What aren't we doing? So great to be here. Pleasure to be representing ASICS today, and just honored, honestly. So what is ASICS doing? We are a running shoe company. A lot of you may be familiar with us. We're a Japanese company. What a lot of people don't know, though, is ASICS is actually an acronym. Anima Sana in Corpore Sano, which stands for sound mind in a sound body.
It's not application specific integration.
No. Different ASICs. But for us, sound mind, sound body permeates everything we do. So yes, we sell amazing running shoes and build amazing running shoes, but at the end of the day, it is about helping people be healthy and feeling good in their body.
It's awesome. So you guys actually got started in Web3 last year on another chain. So you have a little bit of experience in this world, but you found a home on Solana. So let's talk about that.
Yeah. So for us, this has been a bit of a whirlwind experience. We, last July, I don't know if any of you saw this, Sunrise Red NFT collection, very small, but something we're very proud of collection back in July. And it was on Ethereum, and I will say it was one of those things where, similar to this, it felt like an opportunity for us to try, learn, be out there in the open, and put ourselves out with NFTs. And at the time, it was very new. Like, we didn't know really much about what we were doing, frankly. I think we know a little bit more now. But with that opportunity, we learned so much about just what this world is and what it could be, and really starting to find ourselves and who we are. And I will say, honestly, like with that project, one thing it was lacking was that connection to the physical world.
Right.
And what we do, like as one of the, I would humbly say, one of the better companies at creating awesome running products and physical products. And so since then, we've learned so much about not only who we are and what we want to do, but who we want to partner with to do it. Ethereum is great. Nothing bad there. But for us, Solana does feel like home. It's something that allows us to be globally distributed, delivering amazing experiences from day one.
Yeah, and if you want to sell shoes to millions of people, which you do, you have to have speed, scale, transaction, throughput. Solana Pay checked all those boxes for you guys, right?
Yes, absolutely, yeah. So Josh and I go back to this past year. He wrote an amazing blog post that was like, what if you could buy a pair of running shoes, and with that, when you buy that pair of running shoes, you get an NFT. When you get that NFT, it can unlock future rewards of new things that you launch as a shoe company. And I was reading that, and I was like,
let's just do that. Yeah, let's just do that.
Let's just do that. So cold email response, and I will say with Solana Pay specifically, what it allows us to do is create amazing stories around our product launches to tell these stories, right? Like we can talk about sound mind, sound body, and a lot of the products that we have in a new and exciting way. With what you'll see when we launch this shoe, it's available for the next 4 or so days. It's not just you buy a shoe with Solana Pay or you buy a shoe with USDC. You, of course, do that, but then in addition, you get an NFT with your purchase, and that NFT unlocks the potential for an airdrop. And that airdrop is a airdrop with a partner we love in StepN. And that token, StepN, huge fans of StepN. And also just that token lives on. The transaction doesn't end when you purchase the shoe.
Yeah, I mean, Solana Pay, you told me you wanted a platform that would allow you to create a real interactive commerce experience for your customers, right? Like, it's not just a handshake of payments. It would allow you to see the tokens in their wallet and deliver value and utility at the point of sale during that transaction.
Yeah.
So when people are buying that shoe this weekend, they will instantly get that badge in their wallet. And then they will instantly be eligible for that StepN airdrop that's coming a little bit later. And Solana Pay just enables all that seamlessly.
Seamlessly. I mean, and I don't know if, Austin, you want to dive in on that point, yeah.
So, I mean, to that same extent, though, there's been a lot of brands, and there's been a few shoe brands, let's say, that have tried to enter Web3 with an NFT-only product offering, and the market really has rejected that for the most part, right? A lot of pure NFT plays that launched in the 2021 cycle, maybe it's a famous musician who decided to do an NFT drop. It's a brand that decided that they were going to take an image that they've created and put it as an NFT. Most of those, if you look for any success metrics for an NFT project, they didn't meet that bar. So
we certainly didn't.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but sure. But now going back and iterating on that again, what are the things that are different now about that experimentation in Web3?
100%. There's a physical shoe there, and more importantly, a physical shoe that we've purposely made to be something that you would actually wear. This is an understated shoe. It's something that is not intended to be loud. We want you to run your next 5K in it, your next 10K in it. We want you to train in it. We want you to feel good and proud of wearing the shoe. And it has, I think, just enough Solana on it, like not too loud, but just the touches, right? We have it on the tongue, we have it on the heel. And this shoe specifically, why we chose it, is we're doing global shipping. So we can ship to most countries in the world with a shoe. I think maybe for the first time at ASICS. I don't know if we've ever done that, honestly. So we're enabling global shipping, USDC only on Solana. And this shoe specifically is going to deliver an amazing experience to any runner with any fitness level, no matter what your goals are. And that's why we chose GT 2011 specifically. It's light enough, it's supportive enough, it's cushioned enough, it's going to feel great on your foot, whether you're male, female, in Australia, in Boston, in San Fran, in South America, wherever.
And
so, yeah.
You decided to call it the UI collection, right?
Yeah.
Like dark mode, light mode, like we all know what that means. I wasn't sure that you guys would want to go there, but you did. You went there.
Yeah, this is a love story to the Solana community. This is like, I personally am a massive fan. I love this community. I think this is amazing. I mean, everybody here has so much passion for what they're doing. Yet, we spend a lot of time looking at screens, right? We are in light mode and dark mode.
All day long.
Here we are in beautiful Lisbon, and like, even myself, I'm like, how many hours are we spending on phones and screens? And there's probably no shortage here in this group as well. But for us, we wanted to take that idea of light mode, dark mode, and have it inspire a new user interface, right? So the user interfaces we're looking at on screens all day are now transplanted onto a physical shoe that I think really feels very Solana to me.
And it's a tool too. Like we think of it as a tool for your health. Right? Like I was on another stage today and talking about all the amazing dev tools on the Solana platform. And I think of these too as a tool for you to do your best work because you get up out of that chair, you get out into the world, you get moving, you stay healthy. So I think it fits right in with our community.
Yeah, like you're not going to build the best technology without being physically and mentally healthy, right? And so that's like what this is about. We're purposely not using credit cards here. We're purposefully targeting this specific community to be using Solana Pay. This is for the Solana community, to have another excuse to go out for a walk and a run, go use your StepN app, get out and move so you feel better and you can build better products.
Right, and obviously USDC, right, massively important stablecoin for the ecosystem. Solana is the #2 network for USDC issuance across the world here, right? It's only behind Ethereum in USDC issuance. But USDC has existed for many years. It's been on Solana for a long period of time as well. What about the integration with Solana Pay changed this from a concept to something you could actually ship?
Yeah, well, first of all, speed to market. Like we were able to do this very quickly, which I'd say is a huge factor. You know, typically at a larger company, things tend to take a little bit longer. But for us, as you know, anybody who's worked at a big company can attest. But for us, we were able to get this live in a very short period of time and pretty painlessly, honestly, which is
it's impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, appreciated.
Shout out to the devs. Larry, TJ, thank you guys.
Yes, Larry, TJ, amazing, incredible talents. But yeah, I think what SolanaPay does specifically that I think is at least my favorite part of it is the transaction doesn't end when you make the purchase. It is kind of like just the beginning. You buy a physical product, hopefully that you love, and then you get an NFT that gives you access to the next story we're going to tell. And we want to continue to tell, and we can talk a little bit more about this, but we want to create experiences around our products that tell the stories that we're passionate about and get people moving. So when you get one of the badges, you buy one of these shoes, you buy 10 light modes, let's say, that would be incredible. You buy 10, you buy 10 light modes, you buy 10 dark modes.
Holidays are coming up. People,
We aren't shipping till March, so.
Oh, right. So you can print out.
Easter's coming up.
Yeah.
Easter, right around the
Delivering
corner.
for Easter.
Yeah. But the point being, you buy 10 of these, you buy 10 of those, you get instantly with that transaction, you get 10 light mode NFTs, 10 dark mode NFTs in your wallet, which you can, of course, go sell on a secondary market if you'd like. But more importantly, that is now a ticket to the next thing we're doing. And we're excited about continuing to deliver even better and better experiences over time that build on top of those tokens. So should be really fun.
So let's talk a little bit about STEPN. Obviously,
yes, of course.
You partnered with them before on another chain. It's fine. But you thought it was important to bring that STEPN community into this project as well. And so there are 1,001 NFTs that are going to be distributed once the sale closes, about a week later, give or take.
Yep.
Tell us a little bit about your STEPN relationship.
Yeah. Like STEPN lover. Like from when we first saw them, it was like, I can't believe this exists, and was such an obvious early partner for us. So we launched a project back on Binance actually in April. So we've been we've had a few partners over our time in the NFT space. Started on Ethereum, moved to Binance, learned a bunch on those, and again, as I mentioned, feeling much, like Solana is home. But with STEPN specifically, they're such a natural partner because they're such a motivator to move. It's like nothing that has ever existed before. Like actually earning a currency that on chain that just from going for a 5 or 10 minute walk. And it's such an amazing onboarding experience for people where like we will be airdropping 1,001 STEPN ASIC sneakers, STEPN sneakers, in Solana colorways. So we're very much leaning into the Solana brand palette. And hopefully people who aren't using STEPN get one of those shoes and can get onboarded into the experience and tell somebody else so that more people can get inspired to move and earn.
It's incredible. So what does success look like here for you guys? I mean, I know you've done limited drops before, and I don't know, what do you think, what would you like to see come out of this?
Yeah, I want to see as many people wearing these shoes. Like next year, I want hopefully everybody in the crowd is rocking these. That's the goal. Like I want for ASICs to feel like a natural partner for Solana moving forward, and for people to be excited about us showing up year in, year out to be able to deliver more awesome shoes, awesome experiences for you all. But I do think we want to continue to push the boundaries of what Web3 can do for a major global brand.
Yeah.
And we want to continue to use Solana Pay. We want to continue to partner with some of the amazing partners we've had in this project to just get people extremely excited about being physically active.
Yeah, it's the same for us. I mean, this is a really important sort of case study for what Solana Pay can do for big brands and retailers. So we hope that the Solana community embraces this, goes out, buys shoes for themselves, for their family members, and then we can take this to, other companies, other brands, other retailers, and say, this is what we could do. This is why. This is what it achieved for ASICs. This is something that you should consider. I think it's really helpful for us to bring that message to the world.
Yeah. And it's storytelling, right? Like I keep saying this, but like, I don't know. Like as a consumer, I buy a shoe and I get it, and then it ends. And there's so much more opportunity for creativity there. And like for us, like our constraints are actually really great. We want to help people move. We want to get people excited about our shoes. Those are our constraints. Everything else is just creative material, right? Like we can do whatever we want outside of those constraints. So that's the world we want to explore, and Solana Pay allows us to like explore that very freely. As you're seeing here, like a lot of what we're doing here, a lot of it hasn't been done before. So yeah. Yeah,
and on a network level, I think kind of a question some people might ask is why do these sort of relationships matter, and why does getting more people using Solana Pay, how does that benefit the rest of the ecosystem and the network? And payments are sort of that gateway to DeFi, right? And DeFi is the core of most on-chain activity. And so all this work that's being done about how do we deliver real value to merchants and consumers by reducing transaction fees and enabling cross-border payments seamlessly and instantly, the more people are transacting on-chain as a form of payment, the more money is on chain, which then funnels directly into DeFi projects. And you sort of see something analogous to credit cards and PayPal in the early days are a gateway to that fintech revolution that happened just a few years later. And so, initiatives like this are really laying the groundwork for this mainstream adoption of not just payments, not just Solana, not just DeFi, but this whole Web3 ecosystem.
Oh, yeah.
Totally agree. And one point I wanted to mention, I forgot. We're only producing as many shoes as we sell. So the environmental impact here is minimal. They're already environmentally minimally impactful. ASICS has a commitment to that. But there's no waste here in the system. So Solana, best blockchain for the environment. ASICS aligned with that mission. So I'm really happy about that.
Amazing.
So you wanted to maybe surprise some people here?
Yeah. So raise your hand if you're currently training for any sort of running anything.
I see some over here. Oh, yeah.
Okay. So get some hands. All right.
Keep those hands up.
So keep the hands up. And if you are a size 9 men or size 10.5 women, keep your hand up. All right.
I saw a few more hands go up.
You guys choose. You guys choose.
There, and there.
Come on up.
All right.
Who did you actually choose, though?
Right here. Light mode or dark mode?
10.5 women? Yeah.
Light mode. Okay. Yeah. Give it up.
Come on up.
Yeah. We want you to run your race in those.
Run your next race in that. Yeah. Enjoy.
Perfect. All right.
Great.
They still have the sample tags attached, so these are like very, very rare. Enjoy.
And for those who do end up going through the process, there is a nice little surprise on the order completion page, so I'll leave it there.
Yeah. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.
Loving hearing all about that. Loving this cool new swag. The shoes look amazing. I'm going to order some right now. I know what y'all are thinking. When lunch? The answer is right now. So go out, grab some lunch, come back. We'll see you in a little bit for some exciting afternoon sessions. Take care, y'all.
Hello. Welcome back. I'm hoping everybody had a great break. I'm sure those of us who had food, maybe the food is either digested or still in the process of digesting. We had like some amazing speakers in the first session, but also this afternoon is actually going to be an action-packed roster that we have. So next coming up is Ty Swartz, who is the project manager at Instagram, who's going to be telling us about Instagram's push into Web3. So let's welcome Ty Swartz onto the stage.
Hello, Breakpoint. I am extremely excited to talk to you guys today about the latest app that's rolling out support for creators on Solana, Instagram. My name is Ty Swartz, and I am a product manager on Instagram's Creator Blockchain Experiences team. At Instagram, we are obsessed with creators. We believe they're the ones that drive our platform forward. Creators are the artists, community builders, and internet personalities that allow for platforms like Instagram to thrive. Our team often gets asked the question, why is Instagram interested in supporting NFTs, or as we call them on our platform, digital collectibles? And the answer comes back to this fundamental obsession with creators. We want to build tools that enable them to thrive. And we recognize the blockchain's potential to enable creators to make a living on their work, establish provenance for the digital assets, and is a powerful tool to build communities. Digital collectibles on Instagram have a differentiated experience. They have their own section of the profile grid. This is some of the most expensive real estate on Instagram. They also have a unique visual treatment, or the shimmer, that allows a user to understand this isn't just another image or video. This is something different. And there's also direct attribution to the owner of the item directly on the post, as well as when the creator connects their wallet, attribution on anything they've created that's listed on Instagram. And as of this week, Solana is another blockchain that creators and fans can use to share the digital collectibles that they love. Additionally, we just finished rolling out this week into 40 countries in Europe, including Portugal. So I want to thank the Solana team for having us in this amazing location. And I'm sure everyone's had the chance to post and send some stories about this beautiful city. So I want to take a quick minute and sort of walk you through how you can also share your favorite Solana NFTs, or digital collectibles, here today. So as a quick caveat, this rolled out last night. So if it doesn't show up on your phone, just give it a day. Hopefully it'll be there. Sai, our engineer, has assured me that it is rolled out and we are good to go. All right, so when you go into your Instagram page, you're going to see your profile page in the bottom right. It's the little circle with your face on it. You're going to click on that, and it's going to open up your profile grid. On the profile grid in the top right, there is a quick menu button. When you click on the menu button, it'll drop down a list of options, one of which will be digital collectibles. It'll take you through 2 prompts explaining what digital collectibles are and how they work on Instagram, and then it'll show you a list of wallet options you can connect to. Today, we support Phantom Wallet for integration into the Solana network. Once you select the Phantom Wallet, it'll take you over to Phantom and have you sign a transaction proving that you are the owner of the wallet. When you go back into Instagram, if you give it a moment, all of your digital collectibles will be there and available for you to share. Don't worry, they won't automatically go to your feed or show up in your profile. You have to actually select and share something that you want to share within your feed. So I want to say thank you to the Solana team for letting us be a part of this community. We are extremely excited to see what we build together. We are just getting started. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Ty. I think it's super interesting to see such a large platform like Instagram actually embrace Solana NFTs. So it kind of like shows how mature the Solana NFT space and ecosystem is. Next up, we have another very interesting speaker, Kevin Bowers from Jump, who's going to speak to us about FireDancer, which is the second validator client on Solana. So let's welcome Kevin Bowers from Jump.
Hi, and thanks, Colin, for that great introduction. I'm Kevin Bowers, and I guess my title at Jump Trading is Chief Science Officer, but we aren't very title-centric. The title of this talk is Hold Me Closer, Frankendancer, an introduction to Jump and FireDancer in 5 easy pieces. When I was asked to speak at this conference, I was asked to cover 5 topics in this talk, talk a little bit about what FireDancer is, give a little bit of background about me, give a little bit of background about Jump, describe our development approach, and show our progress thus far. So that's just what we'll do. This is tricky in the limited time available, but there's a longer talk with demos tomorrow, which will cover many more details. The slide button's not going. Yeah, great. So what is FireDancer? FireDancer is a new Solana validator under development. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time here talking about it, at least in terms of what it is. This audience already knows better than me what a validator is and the long-term importance of the Solana ecosystem of having a second validator and a third and a fourth. It is worth noting, though, that this development is being done fully in the open, and we are having this development extensively audited and, where possible, formally verified. We encourage the community to take a look at the repo above. Likewise, I'm not going to spend much time covering my background. You can read my bio or look me up online for details. However, I'm very much an outlier here, as my background is neither crypto nor finance. This makes the how did I get here question relevant and worth a brief summary. I did my undergrad at Purdue in electrical engineering, initially focused on chip design and manufacturing. After an extended internship at Intel, I concluded Moore's Law would end before I retired. So I pivoted towards electromagnetics and signal processing to unleash my inner physicist and mathematician. At the end of undergrad, I decided it was now or never for grad school, and my chip exposure and my pivot accidentally primed me for doing computational plasma physics research. After an internship doing signal processing research at Los Alamos, did my PhD at Berkeley in EECS on computational simulation of plasmas for chip manufacturing, and won a number of awards for this work. At this point, it looked like I was on the standard academic research track to become a professor, so I went to Bell Labs next to research optoelectronic chip manufacturing. I got exposed to a lot of advanced telecom tech as Bell Labs continuously reorganized in response to the dot-com bust. After several false starts at Bell Labs, I went back to Los Alamos and worked on massively parallel plasma simulation. This work also won several awards. Then a unique opportunity came up. A hedge fund was interested in designing custom supercomputers for biochemistry simulation, and my past with chip design, massively parallel supercomputers, and plasma simulation, which oddly enough has lots of theoretical overlap with molecular dynamics, accidentally primed me for this work. So I went to D. Shaw Research in New York City and spent several years doing computational biochemistry, and I won several awards for that work too. Being adjacent to finance work in New York City demystified it for me and gave me the hubris to say probably when Jump asked, could you make our computers faster? So I was off to Jump in Chicago. At that time, I didn't think of my prior work would be directly useful, but I was wrong. Nearly everything I've done in my past has been applied both directly and indirectly at Jump Trading. For years, I thought I was just lucky to stumble into a role that exactly matched my rather atypical background. A few years ago, I realized that this wasn't entirely chance. Jump adapts to its employees more so than any organization I've been exposed to. And though all of this was pre-Jump getting into crypto, this adaptability probably is related to why Jump adapted so fast to crypto as well, too. There's been a recurrent theme in all of this. And what basically has happened is an organization approaches me and says, hey, we have some useful code, some useful models. It's not very well documented. It doesn't run as robustly or as fast as we'd like. Can your team make a robust, fast, and documented implementation? And then I say, probably. From my point of view, all that happened was I was asked the same question about Solana about a year ago, and I gave the same answer. And since this work started a couple months ago, the main surprise for me is the level of attention this work is getting. It's kind of surreal to be standing here on this stage with our code snips tweeted about as we're checking them in, and internet memes floating around about us. We are generally more comfortable putting our heads down, coding away in the background, and then maybe a much smaller community noticing much, much later. But we have been pleasantly surprised and grateful for the welcoming reception this community has given us. It isn't obvious what Jump might want to do with a computational physicist or what Solana might want to do with a trading firm for that matter. So why Jump? On this slide is an abstract from a talk at an FPGA conference 7 years ago given by my colleague Kaveh Asari. Kaveh will be joining me on stage tomorrow on the dev workshop. Like me, he was on the academic track and eventually found his way to jump trading. His colleagues still in academia were asking him, what interest could a finance firm possibly have in an FPGA hardware research engineer? Isn't it all Wolf of Wall Street and badly written Excel spreadsheets? It's not. And as an aside, like when interviewing somebody who spent his career in the extremes of scientific computing and was uncomfortable if he'd fit in at a finance firm, when I asked at the end of his interview, do you have any questions for me? He asked, what is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? And I promptly said, African or European. And I guess that was the right answer because he did join Jump. And afterwards, he related to me that, my answer dispelled any notion that he was joining a stereotypical finance firm when he came here. So anyway, Kaveh's colleagues were asking him to make an abstract for this talk, and this presented us with the challenge of making an abstract that was sufficiently academic enough to make it through peer review, but also sufficiently anodyne to make it through legal review. And this is what we came up with. I'm not going to read this abstract to you, I'll just tell you what it really says. Everybody hires smart people. Our job would be a lot easier if our competitors weren't so good. And everybody has the same information. This is less obvious and a frequent worry to people outside this nation. This once included me. In practice, exchanges are under intense competitive regulatory pressure to ensure everybody has the same information. Nobody wants to trade where the fix is in. The level of exclusivity required to get co-located space and connectivity is little more than do you have a credit card. Overall, exchanges don't want to simultaneously make less money and irritate regulators by turning away customers. Broad trends in the events like this conference make it abundantly clear to us that we're likely to see even further reductions of barriers to entry to finance. And as we'll see, we view this as a good thing, and this explains a lot of Jump's interest in this space. Next is everybody has the same laws of physics. This almost seems too obvious to state, but it has deep implications for this industry. If you look in this competition for fairness between exchanges, in some venues it has trading firms fighting over single-digit nanoseconds. And if you really want to understand this, you think about the size of a packet and how long it is. You're actually talking about a couple bytes within a packet of competition there. When you're down there, nothing in the commodity space is relevant. Nothing works. And this has forced firms like us to essentially create a parallel universe tech stack developed from the transistor and fiber optic up. Now, when you combine all these things together, what you find is that how you execute is decisive in this industry. And there are two big areas of execution. One is taking an idea into a strategy, and then the second is implementing that strategy sufficiently fast to be competitive. And so ideas to strategies is the quantitative research side of the equation. It's figuring out what the prices are. This involves a lot of supercomputer-style number crunching on large data sets, machine learning. Jump is somewhat the hipsters in this space because we were into this niche before it was cool. But since everybody is smart and everybody has the same information, everybody eventually figures out the right prices. So you just want to figure them out first, because as we'll see, exchanges are strongly incentivized to prioritize the people who bring this new info to market first. So strategy to implementation is where all the high-performance networking and computing come into play. Now, this structure and the entire structure of the electronic trading industry, for that matter, is just a consequence of price-time priority at an exchange. To understand this better, price priority is basically quantitative research. Time priority is all the high-performance computing. And from my more computer science point of view, an exchange is just a concurrent data structure that runs a distributed protocol to do consensus price discovery. In old-timey photos like you see here, you can even see people standing at a chalkboard running the algorithm by hand. Nowadays, people at chalkboards are servers at an exchange. People shouting at them are trading firm servers, and the shouts are network packets. I didn't know any of this before coming to Jump. My mental model of the world at that time was the price fairy flittering about bestowing prices randomly on securities. But understanding how it really works is useful both in general and for this talk to understand why firms like Jump are so into trading and suitable for a project like FireDancer. Now this figure is a cartoon over here where the buyers are on the left, the sellers are on the right, the prices go vertically from low to high, and Bob and Carol have shown up to sell at different prices, but there are no buyers. So they wait. Price priority is an algorithmic guarantee that if a trade happens, it was at the best possible price at that venue at that time. Alice has shown up as a buyer. The price she is willing to buy at is lower than the price Bob and Carol are willing to sell at. There is no price that satisfies any buyer-seller pair, so Alice waits too. Alice raised her price now, and now there's a range of prices that Alice and Bob agree are mutually fair. Nobody agrees with Carol. Alice and Bob will trade. The specific prices will be in the agreeable range, but otherwise depends on the exchange's policies. If Alice wants more than Bob has to offer, Alice will end up rating for the rest, and vice versa. Now, in this example, Alice is impatient to buy and offers a very high price. Alice and Bob trade first. If Alice wants more than Bob is offering, Alice and Carol trade next. And if Alice wants more still, Alice will wait for the rest after the trades. If the exchange gave the initial trade to Carol, Alice would conclude the exchange is a bad place run by bad people who should feel bad and take her business to another exchange where they have better policies. And if there was no such other exchange for Alice to take her business to, there'd be big pressure and big opportunity to create one. And then the bad exchange would learn the hard way the answer to the question, what would happen if you made an exchange and nobody showed up? Now, in this example, Carol reduced her price to be competitive with Bob. To break ties in cases like this, a very common method is time priority. Like before, Alice and Bob will trade, followed by Alice and Carol, if at all. Alice and Carol get the same price for the trade with Bob and a better price for any trade with Carol. Bob gets the lion's share of the trade. This is literally preschool logic. I was first in line, teacher. It is well motivated theoretically, though. People want the best prices because nobody wants to pay more, and they want them as soon as possible because few are willing to wait. By statistical necessity, these are going to be the places with the most participants. And you can just understand this, that if I take a small subset, random subset of sellers, the best price amongst them is probably not going to be the best price amongst all sellers because it's probably unlikely I picked the best one in my small sample. So exchanges want lots of people to show up because they can only improve the price. Now here, Carol sped up a little bit. Now she gets the lion's share of the opportunity. And this means that all a firm like Jump can do is offer better deals than everybody else, at least some of the time. Otherwise, nobody trades with us and we die a slow death. This is a necessary condition, though, not a sufficient condition. Our best prices need to be profitable on average for us, too. If they aren't, everybody trades with us, and we die a fast death. The process is known as adverse selection. Our counterparties neither know nor care whether a deal is good for us. In fact, they don't even know who we are because exchanges rarely give away that information, and for good reason. Shares are interchangeable. We don't need to know who is offering and why, and conversely, we generally don't want to know our counterparties to know why we are offering or who we are. The second thing that we can do is we can take deals that are net profitable for us at least some of the time. And because those will probably be profitable for our competitors as well, we have to do that really, really fast too. So in this dynamic, there are other rules for breaking ties and time priority. The big kind of question here is, what generates the best outcome for retail and institutional investors? And anything that incentivizes people to show up and get lots of traders and people and institutional investors and whatnot to be there is going to be a place with good prices. Empirically, price-time priority works best, but it doesn't really make a difference to us. It just changes the flavor of the technical challenges that we have to deal with. Now, the psychology of an electronic trading firm further creates a feedback loop which drives technology investment. To understand this, understand that traders live to trade. For them, profits are just a market signal that they're good at what they do, and they look at that as saying, great, I get to do more of what I love, and they reinvest their profits in trading. Now, on top of that, I stole this phrase from our COO, who recently used it in a presentation, of this competitive paranoia. And this price-time dynamic that I talked about creates a winner-take-most dynamic. It's very Talladega Nights, if you're not first, you're last kind of mentality. And so you always have this justified worry that you might be falling behind. Or to put it more colloquially, on good days, the firm thinks to itself, we have a deep and prophetic understanding of markets. And on bad days, we think to ourselves we have a deep and prophetic understanding of markets, but our competitors are killing us because our tech is awful. So when you're looking at where to reinvest your profits, what are you thinking about doing? Well, always at the top of your mind is thinking about, let's reinvest it in technology. Now, to us, commodity technology is table stakes. You know, anything that we can buy, our competitors can buy. So by itself, any commodity technology is not a source of competitive advantage. Finding new ways to leverage commodity tech can be. We continually evaluate vendor offerings to see how they might improve our performance. So you see huge investments in commodity tech, systems that are as large as anything I was playing with at the national labs. At the same time, commodity tech is often uncompetitive. In fact, it's worse than that because it's getting worse over time. There's an anti-Moore's law thing going on for us. Our tech stack has been diverging from commodity tech stacks for over a decade now. And that's because vendors are increasingly prioritizing things like, you know, the average throughput, the latency, trading away their burst throughput, their latency, their predictability of their systems for average throughput, better adaptive power consumption and yield, and that's because they're targeting loud cloud vendors. So these are the worst possible trade-offs for a firm like us. So when we're looking at the things that we need to do to keep on surviving, excuse me, like, you know, sending the right order to an exchange in second place 10 times is just a really expensive way to lose money. So while we are a high margin for vendors, we're not big enough for them to really care about us. So you see huge investments in custom tech as well. Now, Jump has a VC arm, and a VC once related to me that he viewed electronic trading as the Super Bowl of technology, and that's because we deal with all of the problems. We need systems that are this laundry list of, you know, accountable, transparent, fault-tolerant, adaptable, scalable, predictable, high throughput, and yes, the one everyone thinks of when they think of a firm like this, low latency. But this isn't one of those situations where they say, here's a laundry list of things you want your system to have, pick two. We have to get them all right. Otherwise, we die in the markets. So you see, customized tech has gone everywhere within our stack. Prior to crypto taking off, though we had all this tech, we were mostly blind to use cases outside of trading and rarely talked about it. And we are still pretty freaked out talking about it right now. Remember, traders live to trade. So discussions that started with we could use our trading tech X to do big non-trading thing Y would get puzzled looks and responses on bad days like, didn't you get the memo that our tech is really, really slow? Or, you know, on good days, what does that have to do with making our trading more competitive? When crypto started taking off, though, and we saw the potential in the trends, we started waking up to the fact that we have a lot to offer outside of conventional trading. We realized that instead of being way behind in many areas, we were way ahead. Given these dynamics from a networking point of view, traditional markets look like a distributed denial of service attack that never ends, with multiple high bandwidth network links that routinely simultaneously saturate at line rate. And we need to keep up with that to stay alive. And much of this is beyond what current commodity tech can handle, especially in software. So our bread and butter is redundant, multi-homed, high bandwidth network links feeding a distributed, heterogeneous mixture of CPUs, GPUs, FPGAs, and ASICs. Ultimately, Jump production systems look like a distributed packet filtering and transfer engine, along with some capture and replay infrastructure for various types of offline analysis. And so does a Solana validator. Thinking longer term, it isn't too surprising Jump would be deeply interested in an efficient, robust, and trusted means for recording transactions. And handling transaction loads like seen in traditional finance requires handling burst speeds in the millions. Even supporting just one transaction per day per person in the world requires about 80,000 transactions per second. We want to give Solana a lot of room to grow. So we're approaching FireDancer development layer by layer with the 3 high-level components shown here. This is in alignment with our development philosophy. We tend to run along the data path and optimize as we go. To understand why, I've grabbed some slides from a presentation I made 15 years ago about the first large-scale simulations on the first supercomputer in the world to break a petaflop. I actually presented these in Lisbon many, many moons ago around that time. I view this slide as where Moore's law accidentally died. You can blame me if you want. This is a picture of a DIMM and the high-level specs of a high-end compute core circa late 2000s. Well, today, DIMMs are still the same size, and commodity cores are still about the same speed. All the advances we've seen in the last decade in manufacturing technology have gone into making more cores and not faster cores, and there's good engineering and economic reasons for this. And given the way DRAM works under the hood, the critical path roughly scales at the perimeter of the DIMM. And we know the speed of light, and we know the materials involved, and we know the distance here, so we know it takes a couple of nanoseconds for light to propagate around the DIMM. That's around 10 clocks. We could have done 80 floating point operations per core at that time. There were 8 such cores per socket in the system. We could have done 640 flops in a socket in that time. And the equivalent nowadays would be in the mid to high thousands on a high-end CPU socket. JUMP's tech stack is the result of optimizing around the speed of light at a global scale. In essence, we do relativistic trading as everything we do is speed of light limited. Like the realtor expression, location, 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 optimizing location is the key for high performance. Unfortunately, most vendors have gone the opposite way and keep trying to abstract away locality details from developers as though everything is still just a PC-AT from 1982. Unsurprisingly, most developers only get results that scratch the surface of what is possible. Fortunately, it's even worse than that. When developers try to get into this, they are discouraged. I think about half the tech headlines I read today basically amount to write wasteful code, buy more cloud, encourages green cloud provider. There's lots of expressions like premature optimization is the root of all evil, which abound within the area. No, premature optimization, that's completely wrong. We view that as the ultimate NPC comment. Like we wonder when somebody says that to us if they go home and stand in a closet in a T position at night. The big thing that we keep looking at in those areas is that, the big thing that keeps on going on there is that if you don't get your data flow right up front, it's not a simple recompile to fix it, it's a complete rewrite. And so we start off by optimizing the data flow and making sure we get that right so we have something that's fundamentally sound from the get-go. The next is the tyranny of Amdahl's law. Something we didn't bother to optimize will pump up whack-a-mole style and become performance limiting. We've seen too many projects fail because of uncompetitive performance caused by a computer science version of decision paralysis. Essentially, nothing gets optimized because there's no immediate payoff to any one optimization because there's so many components of the system and none of them are particularly well optimized. So when you combine locality constraints with heterogeneous computing, the world is an even harsher place. It doesn't obey Amdahl's law, it obeys Amdahl Street justice. Dedicated compute in the right location is compute that can't be used for other calculations because either it's in the wrong location or it's too specialized for the other calculation. The parts you don't optimize actually get worse because they have less compute available to them for a fixed system cost. As a result, in niches like high-performance computing and finance, roughly speaking, rare niches, unlike most of the technology industry, where machine time is more valuable than developer time, everything must be optimized eventually. We just accept this as a matter of fact and optimize as we go. I'm not getting in advance. There we go. Okay. Additionally, we are doing this incrementally to modularize the validator as part of the documentation and standardization goals and to keep FireDancer development in sync with ongoing Solana development. This leads to the concept of a Frankendancer, where we stitch components we've developed into Solana's existing validator as we go and slowly make a new validator and one that others can replace components of as desired for their own validators. We've named our first Frankendancer Frank. While there might be some advantages to running Frank in the wild, we suspect this initial step will be akin to putting a sports car in the middle of a traffic jam. But we also expect as more components get improved and bottlenecks get removed, the robustness and performance will grow. This is a high-level block diagram for Frank. We don't have much time to get into details, but we are planning for support for multi-homed, redundant, high-bandwidth NICs, coherently randomized flow steering for load distribution, the ability to use hardware acceleration, and the use of multiple processes, process boundaries for additional security between components, and potentially support even more aggressively distributed implementations in the future. We are supporting relatively low-end vanilla cloud hosts running vanilla Linux operating systems with minimal external dependencies, but we are optimizing for higher-end, high core count servers and longer-term aiming to leverage hardware already available in the cloud. Drilling down, this is a zoom of some of the tiles. We also don't have much time to get into details here. Suffice to say, it's all checked in. Take a look. Notably, there's no memory allocations or atomic operations or hardware fences in the critical path. All allocations are bounded and NUMA optimized at initialization. Objects are persisted and typically on a single gigantic page per NUMA node for maximum TLB efficiency. We have good inter-process hardware interfacing efficiency. We have the ability to asynchronously inspect these things remotely and snapshot the running state. Tiles can be asynchronously started, stopped, and restarted. They can be grouped into processes for that enhanced security and operational things. The tile stacks are typically back, so on and so forth. forth. I can keep on going. But we can talk more about that tomorrow, along with talking more about development strategy. Then we plan to do a live demo of the code as it is checked in today, running on a very old x86 architecture GCP host with a very vanilla operating system and a Solana-like distribution of transactions in a 2-to-1 redundant high availability configuration, getting around 1.2 million raw transactions per second and around 0.6 million unique after deduplication. On a recent high clock rate, high core count host with all the fancy, we can run substantially faster, but we thought it important to demonstrate that you can just run this on widely available hardware now. And then Philip will present some of our results from our initial efforts applying quantitative techniques to improve block packing efficiency. We've already been able to improve the prediction quality dramatically while simplifying the algorithm, and this is applicable to the existing validator too, and that can give it benefits right now to just efficiency of packing blocks and better utilization of the existing block rates. And then Kaveh will do a live demo of some of our cheap and widely available FPGAs to dramatically reduce the hardware footprint required for a validator while dramatically increasing throughput. We're calling the hardware acceleration efforts related to FireDancer, particularly network ones, WireDancer. Components we've studied for acceleration are shown on the right. Roughly speaking, hardware accelerated SIG verify, a protocol and flow steering offload, hardware accelerated replay, and hardware accelerated transaction processing. We've been targeting readily available FPGA hardware initially. Among other things, Kaveh will show SHA-512 at 100 gigabits line rate using only a tiny fraction of the area on an older low-end FPGA readily available at cloud providers. And this is the first step of doing hardware-accelerated SIG verify. And I think with that, that's all I have to say, but see us tomorrow for additional details.
Wow, that was awesome. Having a second validator client on Solana is actually a huge deal. So it's very interesting to hear from Kevin on the reasons why Jump decided to kind of take on and lead that engineering effort. Next up, we have our first panel for this afternoon, where we're going to hear about how compression will decimate network cost on Solana. So please, with a warm welcome, let's invite Ash, who's the moderator from Metaplex. We have Austin Adams, Kanan Linda, Rodri Fernandez, and Vindo Gensel. So let's welcome them up for this panel for this afternoon.
Boom. Oh, I don't want to see any.
Hello, hello, hello. We were told by Anna two things. One, to project to the audience, and two, to look at the clock. So we are going to respect her wishes. But thank you all for coming to our panel. What we've observed in terms of what speakers have talked about on this stage are really orders of magnitude, levels of effort to push this ecosystem into their next evolutionary phase. which is why we're so excited to talk about compression. We have a great mix of panelists here, which I will let them introduce themselves in a moment. But our goal today is to really talk about what compression does, the technical feats we had to manage to get there, and some of the use cases when we're talking with partners, activation of this asset, and how we actually help them move forward. So we're going to manage a technical and more of a use case product-centric conversation here. So I'm Ash, I'm from Metaplex. We're just going to go down the row for people to introduce themselves. Austin.
Hi, I'm Austin. I'm one of the engineers at Metaplex working on compression.
Sure. Hi, I'm Kanan. I'm the CEO at Stardust.
Hey everyone, I'm Rodri, co-founder at Crosswind.
Hey everyone, I'm Vidor. Built blockchains for a few years, discovered Solana, started building wallets, explorers, DeFi protocols, focusing on Soulflower wallets right now.
Awesome. So, as builders within Solana, I think we can all agree that some of the out-of-box benefits are really incredible today. One, you have a highly performative network, minimal energy consumption footprint, and because of the emphasis of the Solana Labs team and the builders early on in the space on community, you have a vibrant culture already ready to go. So what does compression do? Well, when we look at the next phase of people minting at scale, to the scale of millions, billions of NFTs, compression bends the cost curve. So today, costs linearly scale. So if you want to mint 10,000 NFTs, it's 120 Sol. With compression, it's 3. So you have a 40x savings. If you want to mint 1 million NFTs, before compression, it was 12,000 Sol. With compression, it's 5 Sol. And if you want to mint 1 billion, the cost is 12 million Sol pre-compression. Post-compression, it's 500 Sol. So I really want to emphasize that because you can actually start to imagine the use cases that pop up when cost is not an extreme gate to actually scale. So the way I want to position some of the conversation here is understanding that you should know we are in a beta phase for this product, which means that we are integrated with some core infrastructure and wallet partners like Soulflare to have a dev-ready experience for you all. But we are fastly pushing to general access to the public, which we'll talk a little through at the end. But Austin, we're here in beta, but can you talk a little bit about the technical journey to get us here?
Yeah. So the compression project represents a lot of work that the Solana Labs team and the Metaplex Studios team have done together. Very, very smart individuals. Our team was able to work with their team to create
All right, let's hear it one more time for our first panel of the day. So thinking long-term is important both when you're setting up an entity and when you're a VC in this space. And if you're like me, so not a VC, but you do spend your days and nights wondering, what does Kyle Samani do in a bear market? Then this next talk is exactly the right thing for you. It is my honor on that note to bring up a star-studded cast, starting with Danny Nelson, who will be moderating, and then Amy Wu, Kyle Samani, Matthew Graham, and Min Teo.
Hello, everyone. Is this working? Yes, it is. Welcome to the talk. We're going to hear
what Kyle Samani does in a bear market. But before we get to that, I'm joined today by my wonderful guests. We want to dive into what's going on in the market, how it's changed in a year. I remember this time last year in Lisbon, it was a very different kind of conference, a very different kind of market. And the top's really blown off of it. I'm sorry, my voice is gone. I've been talking about the Phillies too much. But the top's really blown off on the market, and it's a different environment. And we want to hear from these paragons of the investing world in crypto, how they're approaching it. So we'll start off with that question. Kyle, what do you do in a bear market?
Mostly I just call Amy and ask her what she's doing, and I copy her.
All right, well.
Vice versa.
So, go on.
No, I mean, honestly, the same thing we do in bull markets, like meet entrepreneurs, read, think, talk to people, write checks. Like, it's slower now than it was a year ago, but same core objective, same core substance.
Are you seeing a difference in the types of projects, the speed with which deals are closing, the activity in the space? Certainly, there's some difference now than relative to a year ago. Like, how are you experiencing that from your side of the thing?
Y'all want to take it?
Sure. So I think overall, the speed to deal closing has definitely slowed down. I think that you certainly have to make a few concessions to the market, but people take different approaches at different shops. At Sino, we don't outsource our due diligence, so our speed to close probably has not changed materially. But overall in the market, for sure, there's a huge difference in both the number of deals, especially at smaller check sizes, and then for sure speed to close.
And let's talk about due diligence. I mean, one of the big stories for myself this year was about the Sabre ecosystem and understanding what is actually going on behind the scenes of some projects. So one in particular, this wasn't a case where I don't know if investors were lied to, but the public certainly was, and it was a case where due diligence might not have been done to the extent that it should have been. So Amy, just from your perspective, like, how are VCs approaching due diligence, and what are their obligations in this space?
It's definitely changed quite a bit since last year. During a bull market, there's a ton of FOMO, I would say, and we're talking about how, like, deals were getting done, like term sheets were signed within like 24 hours, and so the thing is, like, someone would commit, and then immediately the rest of the round would come together almost without any diligence. It was just around the signal of the lead investor a lot of times, and that's not super healthy, I would say, especially because a lot of the projects, maybe not as like long-term oriented, not different qualities of skill sets and like talents out there as well, and just thinking around about what they're building. And so now things have slowed down. I think it's good for everyone involved, and I still don't know that everyone is, I would say, doing on-chain diligence, for example, and actually like checking into some of the numbers that the projects are saying, but more like reference checks on the founders, seeing like the founders, a lot of the founders also have a longer track record of working in the space, and so that in itself kind of speaks volumes to, again, whether they're long-term oriented or not, and I think all that's like healthier.
And Min, you're probably the best position on this stage at the moment to talk about the transition between different ecosystems. What do you see the differences between, let's say, the Ethereum ecosystem and the Solana ecosystem from a venture investing perspective?
I think right now we're squarely in a multi-chain world. So, it's not so much that one ecosystem is more resilient than the other. In fact, I think one thing that was really exciting about Solana over the last, say, 18 months was just a number of new developers and new participants that they brought in crypto in a way that made it very, very accessible. And we saw a lot of interesting innovation building the Solana ecosystem that we hadn't really seen. Ethereum that has been very, very focused on protocol infrastructure and scaling, particularly on the NFT side. I think Solana has a very vibrant ecosystem. So we really think about it more from the perspective of like what chain is most suitable for building what kind of project, and assess it accordingly, and especially for founders, like, well, why did you choose this particular L1, not just from a technical architecture point of view, but also from a community building perspective, because the shape and structure of each L1 ecosystem is very different.
And Kyle, do you think that there's a, sorry, my voice is cracking if I go too high. Sorry. On that idea of different L1s for different purposes, in this sort of market, it's hard to get new people into crypto, right? We're sort of, no, we're not preaching to the choir, but there's the people who are already in, who are excited about building, excited about investing, excited about whatever it is in this crazy world that we all live in. So it's a matter of appealing to them, regardless of where they are. What's like the value proposition of Solana at this moment?
Yeah, you know, if you look back to the original keynote Vitalik gave when he launched Ethereum, this is January 2013, I think, or maybe January 2014. But in it, he outlined his kind of motivation for building Ethereum, which was, hey, people had ideas for interesting things beyond Bitcoin. There was Namecoin, there was a few other things of that era. I forget the other ones. And they were all building full chains with consensus and different UTXO sets and mining and whatever. And it was really complicated if you wanted to launch a single app to deal with all that complexity. And so he launched Ethereum because he said, aha, what if you can abstract all of that common stuff and just have a layer to write smart contracts, right? And that was how Ethereum was born. And it was a very clear distillation of the core problem and then an elegant solution to the problem. What's kind of happened is Ethereum's been dealing with scaling has been they kind of broke that core premise of saying, well, look, just don't think and throw a contract on the chain, and that's it. And that's what made ETH L1 so successful, was just the dumb simplicity of the whole system. No thing required, throw it down, that's it. And that very much is what Solana represents, and that's why we've been so drawn to it from the very beginning, which is it maintains that sheer simplicity. If you look at an iPhone, right, Apple kind of sort of controls the whole iPhone. They control the hardware, the operating system, all that stuff. You need a cell phone carrier, and really those two pieces make it work. But if you look at any actual blockchain application, you need an L1, you need on-ramps, you need wallets, you need indexing and query providers, you need application providers, you need whatever, all these other things. And it's actually the fact that all of those things are more or less built by disparate parties, and they all actually come together and work, and you can actually have a real functional application, is actually pretty amazing. I kind of think about what is the total amount of ecosystem complexity required to produce a very elegant consumer experience. And as you look at all of the other approaches to scaling, which have merits, they just keep increasing social complexity of the system as a whole. And that's always struck me as a pretty big bottleneck to overall rate of innovation. Because again, the more parties need to coordinate on more stuff, inherently overall innovation must slow down to deal with that. And I've always loved the beauty of the Solana approach for that reason.
Let's switch gears for a second and talk about Twitter. Maddie Sino over here. I think you're probably everyone's favorite on the stage. No offense to the rest of us.
Probably a little polarizing, but go ahead.
Polarizing, that's okay. We like a little polarizing. Let's talk about perceptions, how VCs are positioning themselves from the public perception point of view. What is your approach to that?
Sure.
And how do you think that's changed, if at all, in this market?
Sure. So I'm not necessarily sure my approach would be the recommended approach, other than to say that I think the most important part is that it's super important to come across as authentic and genuine, that for sure. And then I think that I would add to the fact that in TradFi, it's okay to be a little standoffish. It's okay to be above the fray, and you can really get away with that as a VC and probably viewed positively, frankly. But I think most elements of crypto are far more social. And so to the extent that that works for you, it probably makes sense to lean into that. But again, you really just have to start with being genuine and authentic. So I would phrase in that way.
Do you so the approach doesn't change at all, regardless of the market? It's just make sure that.
Oh no, I'm not sure why that would be. It's not obvious to me why, if a person is trying to be genuine and authentic, that it would change regardless of market conditions. I mean, look, crypto Twitter is euphoric one day and despondent the next day. We take a long-term view, so our way of engaging with the industry is not super going to change day to day. I think you got to kind of just be accessible, be genuine, be pro-social, and then just kind of vibe in a way that makes sense to yourself and your team and is authentic.
Mhm. And for a long-term view, I mean, in crypto, I've been in crypto, let's see, 3 years at CoinDesk, 5 or 6 just playing around in different forms. We've all been around for a while now, but a year is a long time in crypto. So in the long term, 1 year ago, Amy, did you think that the market would be where it is? Like, what was your outlook then for where we would be today, 1 year ago?
A year ago was, I mean, it was like peak bull market. I mean, it felt like it was peak bull market, to be honest.
What were the signs? Like,
all of it's
was it the people on the subway you would hear? Oh, I'm buying Doge, or like what were what when you say it was peak bull market? How did that manifest?
Well, from a venture investor perspective, I think it was like we were just starting to do deals where the valuation did not make sense, and then the kind of lack of diligence and didn't make sense, and it was it's always impossible to predict timing. So I don't think anyone predicted necessarily like the timing of the bear market. Just like no one can predict the next, even like microcycle, but like the next bull market, although probably pretty tied to macro markets these days. But I think, yeah, like when you get that feeling of this feels a little like reckless in terms of how rounds are getting done and what people were saying. That's when I think like people who have been through multiple cycles usually start getting a little bit more conservative and start pulling back capital deployment, as some voices in the room were. It was interesting because I mean we really have been in a multi-year bull cycle, even outside of crypto, and in a world in which most entrepreneurs in this vintage and actually also investors haven't actually been through a bear cycle. So I was at Lightspeed when we went through the beginning of at the beginning of COVID. There was maybe like a month of when everything kind of froze from a capital deployment perspective, and a lot of people at that point thought that maybe that was the beginning, and that was clearly not true, and perhaps we're in like a much longer bear cycle right now. So it's yeah, it's the timing is impossible to predict, but I would say usually when you're like people are really kind of pulling back significantly is when you're like, okay, we're well into the cycle. And then although the difference this time is that so venture capital really kind of exists in decade-long cycles, like fund cycles, and so there has been tens of billions of dollars like raised, like hundreds of billions actually, and so this dry powder is very much sitting on the side, which is why like I think a lot of people still observe, even though deployment has slowed down, like valuations for a lot of some of the top teams still remains like fairly high. And to be honest, like I don't think that's going to change because funds are still sitting on billions of dollars of capital. So it's a different environment than certainly the last bear.
When you say that's still fairly high, do you think that the valuations still have room to come down, or do you think that these levels will be maintained, or should they be maintained?
I mean, like $100 million valuation for a seed round, pre-product, pre-monetization, like doesn't really make sense to me as a venture investor.
Is that a common sight, or it's not uncommon?
That was very common as of a year ago. Very common. In fact, probably like average, I would say. Like now it's not, but there's still teams out there kind of anchored at around there.
I wonder how of those, let's say $10, $100 million seed rounds, how many? Where are they now? We need to have like a reunion show and find out where their valuations are 1 year ago later.
I'd say median seed is like 20, if I were to guess right now. But there's a lot of stuff being done in the 12 to 15 range, a lot of stuff being done 25 to 30, depending on the experience of the entrepreneur and the size of the market and stuff. But 20 is probably a rough median.
Mm-hmm. And Ben, does the types of products and teams that pop up change relative to the market? Like, are we seeing different sorts of pitches now because of where the market is?
Yeah, I think, we kind of think about things like bear and bull cycles as being everything's a rates game. And especially right now, like, with the macro backdrop, like, sure, DeFi tokens are down 90%, so are a lot of stocks. So I think with that in mind, like the shape of this bear market is quite different from the last one. You know, one thing that's really interesting is just the entrance of like talented engineers and founders from Web 2 to Web 3. I think particularly after this week, as we saw a lot of big tech, like, you know, make layoffs of more than 10% of the companies, a fair amount of those are going to come to crypto. Like, we certainly haven't seen the stop of like just more talented founders think about what they can build in crypto that they can't actually do in, you know, Web 2. So that's one thing that's quite encouraging. I think in general, like in bull markets, we see a lot of experimentation, right? So a lot of like, hey, this Ponzi-nomics game will absolutely work one day. And generally, they don't really, but you know, we go along with it because there's a lot of irrational exuberance. In bear markets, I think teams tend to take more of a disciplined approach with their dry powder, with like runway, a lot more focus on proof points and near-term adoption. We're also seeing a lot more equity rounds relative to, say, 6 to 9 months ago. And people are really starting to think like, okay, if I need a token, like, what do I need a token for? But I do, like, you know, emphasize that there's certainly a lot of VC money out there, so we're still seeing things get funded. We're still deploying as well. I do think, like, you know, strong teams can certainly get high valuations, and it's a matter of what you're going for as a founder. Like, because if I look at like some of the L1 comps, they're still trading above $1 billion. So some investors going to choose like, hey, the seed round at 100 million looks totally reasonable to me. I can underwrite this. Whereas, like, you know, I probably share Kyle's approach where, you know, I like it to come a little bit lower just to give us a bit more buffer, and the founders as well. So founders, I think, still have some choice in terms of who they want to partner with. And that's the beauty of, like, you know, building in Web 3 versus in Web 2, where I think people are hit a lot more harder, as a lot of like fintech and e-commerce, like, you know, that's a lot more impacted than the macro than, say, we are.
And Kyle, is there a difference from one market cycle to the next in a VC's preference for a token or equity? I think that a year ago, everyone definitely wanted tokens. I don't know if that's quite the case now, but just from a, you know, allocation of the investment structure, is there a shift from token or equity or, you know, SAFT or however you want to call it?
I've heard people wanting to do more equity recently. I don't fully get why.
Why not?
Multicoin, what we have told our LPs and what we are doing is we are a token-first fund. And so, you know, I think at our venture fund 2, we probably 90%-ish token-focused investments, or at least 90% in terms of dollars. I think venture fund 3, which we're currently investing out of, probably is on pace for 90%. So that's what we've told our LPs. That's been true, and I think will remain true. I think the reason for that is, like, we believe our core alpha is investing in token systems. That's where we play. And that's where I want my own money in the fund, and that's what we've told our LPs. So, like, whether the price of SOL is 30 or 200, like, that shouldn't change. Mechanically, the way that most token deals are done is they're done as either a safe or as a priced equity round with a token warrant. So there's legal mechanics of the deal, but, you know, like, we consider all of those token deals. Because the way we expect to make money is via tokens.
So regardless of whether they're issuing the tokens to you at the time, you want to make sure that your exposure to the project is in token form.
Correct. There was a time when SAFTs were fairly common back in 2018 and 19. That's mostly stopped as an instrument. I don't fully appreciate all of the legal reasons why. Our legal team and GC can explain all of that. But it's now, I'd say, standard that's like equity with a token warrant.
And let's just go down the line. Matthew, do you have a preference, token versus equity? And if you do, has that changed from one cycle to the next?
The first part is it has not changed. I would echo what Kyle has said about it seems empirically in the market there's a little bit of a shift towards more equity. Our preference has not changed. It's not obvious to me why it would. It's my view that certain types of businesses are best suited to equity, certain types of businesses rather are best suited to token models, and many types of businesses are best suited to hybrid models. And so really when we evaluate a deal, we want to know where is the value actually going to accrue. Many times it's tokens. Often though, as was the case with Wintermute, it's equity. So it really depends on what kind of business we're talking about, and then it's a case of evaluating. Ultimately, really, we're trying to say, where's the value going to accrue? And so we assess in that way. But what is so special about our industry is that having token models, including using it as part of a hybrid structure, really opens up all kinds of novel mechanisms, and so it's really important to always keep that in mind.
And Amy, what about you? What about FTX Ventures? Is there a preference for token or equity?
This is more of a personal preference. I completely agree with the comments. I've been a traditional venture investor for, at this point, almost a decade, and so I am actually most familiar with equity. And so therefore, I think, from the beginning of the year when we launched FTX Ventures, I had it always oriented around this equity plus token warrant structure anyway. I think it's become more in vogue. I think historically, I think crypto native investors are very comfortable with investing tokens, and they also have the most alpha, coming in and out of that. As the lockup periods get longer, though, it's harder to, I think, because tokens are a lot more volatile in pricing, and so it becomes harder, I think, for a fund manager to kind of kind of manage that liquidity. And so on the equity side, especially since so many companies that I had previously invested in ultimately found an exit actually in acquisition. And so I think there's still some complexities when there's a token involved there. We've actually experienced that on the FTX side as well, on the M&A side. And so, yeah, I've always invested in both.
And let's talk about up-and-coming ecosystems. We're seeing a lot of pressure on the developer side from Aptos, as really reaching out to a lot of Solana developers. It's saying, come here, play around with us, see what you can do. And I'm wondering if, for me, it's very interesting that Aptos, this is happening in the market that it is, because the tap is blown off, like I said. We're in a different world. It's a little harder to build in this one. I don't know if it's having any impact on their outreach. I'm wondering if it's having any impact on your guys' approach to up-and-coming ecosystems, specifically for Aptos, because it's one that is there's a bit more tension, I guess you could say, between those two worlds. Amy, we'll start with you.
I mean, do you want after?
I guess I'll take it. Yeah, it's interesting, right? So when Solana launched, Ethereum was kind of sort of 100% market share of people building things. No one really builds things in Bitcoin. And there was a pretty strongly held view that Ethereum had won, that was it. And obviously that's no one really thinks that anymore. And so the world's eyes are much more open to a multi-chain thing. So it's kind of the most important meta comment. And then the second is probably that some of the early Ethereum people got fairly wealthy fairly quickly. The early Solana people got really wealthy even more quickly. And then there's a lot of people who were just 6 to 9 months too late to Solana and didn't experience the same degree of wealth creation. And a lot of those guys were okay, well, if the Aptos is next Solana, right? And you just kind of naturally see that happen. Kind of human greed dictates that will happen. So there's been a fair bit of that. I don't mean that to discredit the Aptos ecosystem. It's just you have to understand incentives. Incentives are everything, and there's obviously a fair bit of that at play. That's all fine and well for getting an ecosystem off the ground. Those people are building useful primitives and protocols, and there's a lot of just boring stuff you have to build to make an ecosystem function, and that's being built. So good for the Aptos ecosystem in doing that and launching with a pretty strong amount of momentum. And yeah, they're coming out of the gate moving very fast.
A comment maybe on just cross-chain is that we, on the FTX side, we are cross-chain. We've integrated with over a dozen blockchains at this point and continue to. We constantly look for blockchains that differentiate from an architectural perspective and suitable for different use cases, which kind of led us to, for example, investing in Celestia in the Cosmos ecosystem, and then Sui as well. That actually there is a future potential cross-chain world in which again different use cases are actually in the Sui case, for example, kind of non-parallelized transactions that is interesting. And because the infrastructure layer is still pretty early, I would say right now, it's an interesting design space for a lot of developers, and we want to support that innovation. So that has led us to investing in multiple ecosystems.
And a cross-chain world. A cross-chain world is only going to work if we have systems strong enough that North Korea can't break into them. Are the VCs, are you guys investing enough in the security of these bridges and these primitives that move across different ecosystems? I think the answer, not my thought on the matter is probably no, not specifically any one of you, but we keep seeing hacks all the time. It's clear to me that something has to change because the promise of moving assets to different ecosystems won't work if you can just mint to infinity whenever it gets hacked. Matthew, we'll start with you.
Sure, I would say empirically we can pretty much assess that not enough time and attention and money is being spent on security across our industry. I think it is a very difficult balancing of incentives, especially in this industry, that leads to that outcome. Although we can certainly see that in traditional technology, the security budget is probably much less than what it would optimally be. I would say that certainly we have a strong bias towards trying to suss out what teams take security more seriously rather than less, and trying to encourage our portfolio companies and projects to prioritize a security-first approach. But again, ultimately, this is an incentive issue, and I think there are very powerful reasons why we're not quite landing on the sweet spot. I hope that changes, but it's quite a complex problem in practice.
And what's your thoughts on the matter?
Yeah, I think, when we sort of look at the last 12 months, there are a lot of important and expensive lessons. But, with Bridge, I think it was a unique point of time where, because of liquidity mining, a lot of bridges were forced to sort of manage the bridging, the infra, the BD, be the first on a new chain to make sure they got the liquidity mining and move tokens across. And when we take a step back, that's probably not steady state what we need. We need more roll up to roll up communications, different sort of state verifications as opposed to only token-based bridging use cases. So I do think the requirements are evolving, and a lot of good bridging teams are thinking about that. Specifically, as we move more towards a roll-up world, and it's pretty cool, with the modularity being a sign of technical maturity, but definitely like a meme that was popularized by Celestia, where we can see developers sort of pick and mix on between the consensus and settlement and execution layers, and see different sort of VMs work with different roll-ups. We're pretty excited to see all the infra and middleware built around that. And we have a portfolio company, EigenLayer, that's actually bootstrapping a lot of this new middleware to try and get developers to inspect the space a bit more.
All right, so we've got 2 minutes left. We're going to try to speed round tackle the question that's on everyone's mind. How much longer are we going to be in this bear market? Keep it to 30 seconds. You don't need to give it exact time. We'll take it down to the minute.
I think it's pretty tied to macro cycle, so my guess is probably a couple of years.
A couple of years.
No real opinion. Not my cup of tea.
Not your cup of tea. Well, what is your cup of tea then?
Finding amazing entrepreneurs and helping them win.
And that's going to continue no matter what market you're in.
That's all I do all day, every day.
All right. That's a little shorter than 30 seconds, but we'll take it. Matthew.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure this is a super predictable thing, but I do take the bear market, best market approach, and I fundamentally believe that bear markets are where you make your money. It's bull markets later when you find out how much money you made. But look, we take a counter-cyclical approach. This is a great time for us. We'll all have fun later. We'll get there.
So this is an exciting time. You've bundled up and you're ready to go.
The serious people are still here, right? The LARPers are gone. I'm okay with that. They'll come back later. We got time. This is a long-term. This is, in my view, this is the biggest technological change since the internet, at least from an American perspective. And I think we're more towards the front end of that than the back end. So people come and go, and the number of serious people will grow year after year. It seems like healthy, frankly.
The LARPers will return, but not quite yet. And Min, round us out. What's your predictions for the time ahead?
I started my career in the start of the last financial crisis. I certainly hope this one doesn't last too long, but I think our base case is we start peaking out of a trough in early 2024. As Matthew said, lots more left to be built, so we'll be keeping busy until then.
Great. Well, thank you all for joining me. There's been a fascinating talk about where we stand. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Danny.
Okay, let's hear it one more time for our panelists. Thank you, in the front row. There's a lot that was interesting about that. For me, the two things that stood out were, one, the conversation around equity and tokens and how builders are thinking through that. And the second thing that I see a lot running the grants program is all the new builders that are coming into this space, regardless of whether it's a bear or a bull market. On that note, a lot of these builders are coming in and actually building wallets, right? And when you have, like we're blessed to have in Solana, so many cool wallets, that leads to a very interesting playing field. And so to help us sort of walk through and understand how that's going to play out, I'm going to welcome to the stage Sarah Kopit, who will be moderating a panel on our wallets entering the browser wars era. Thank you.
All right, thanks everybody for being here today. I'm thrilled to talk about the browser wars and crypto wallets. And to do that, joined by our esteemed panel, Brian Friel, Developer Relations at Phantom, with the cheering section, Philip Dragoslavic, co-founder of Soulflare, Max von Wallenberg, CEO of Ultimate, and Victor Pontus, founder of Glow. Thanks for joining us, guys. So, like I said, we're going to talk about the browser wars of the late 90s and early 2000s and how that kind of pertains to crypto wallets today. From a lot of the faces that I see here in the crowd and those that I've met around Lisbon, I can tell not many of you remember the browser wars of the mid-90s. So that was a time when Netscape Navigator was really battling with Microsoft's Internet Explorer. We were all using dial-up. We were paying gazillion dollars per minute to get onto the internet. And Bill Gates and Microsoft ultimately won that war, but there was an antitrust lawsuit, which they lost, then settled, and right about that time, there was this little company called Google that was getting into the mix. So what we're really talking about here is market dominance. So very broadly, these were the OGs of Web 2. But now we're all going to talk about Web 3. That's why we're all here today. So I wanted to ask all of you, as you do your business with crypto wallets, how do you see kind of some of the lessons that we took from that era, and how does it pertain to wallets in Web 3 today? Brian, why don't we start with you?
Yeah, I'm happy to start. I think the big thing when we're looking, Web 2 versus Web 3 is that layer of ownership. And what that really means is the end users feel connected to something digitally. Usually it's NFTs. They want to be connected to that, be part of that community, and the wallet is how they experience that. And it goes the same way for wallets too. They want to feel connected to their wallet. Just yesterday, there was the Utes Mint, and we saw so many people showcasing Phantom and how they minted with Phantom. There's a lot of differences between a browser and a wallet in that case. And so I think some lessons learned that maybe we could apply to crypto wallets is the browsers that really took off, Netscape, and then eventually Internet Explorer and Chrome, all made a step function change in the user experience, making things really safe and easy to use. And so that's what we want to focus on at Phantom.
Yeah, Max, I saw you nodding. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think the huge difference is that the ownership of data is very different in the wallet space, right? Because you can use multiple wallets at the same time, and people do, right? I think the average person uses a couple of wallets, maybe for different purposes. And I think also that's where the market will go. Like people will pick and choose wallets for their specific use cases. That's actually very different comparing that to like the browser wars, right? Where really it was all about like ownership of information. If you look at Google Chrome today, people work in Chrome, right? Like, and they have profiles tied to it, like password managers. Everything is deeply integrated, and they don't want you to switch across because information is money, right? And data is money, and that's very different in Web3 and the wallets.
Philip?
I can basically just add to Victor's point, not to Max's point, that it's not quite comparable, like the browser wars with the wallet wars, just because what he has said. And browsers were here actually you needed access to the internet. Basically, you had one main function. Wallets, and we're going to get to that a little bit later on, have a whole set of functions, what the user can do with it and everything else. So as Max actually said, it's, wallets will eventually have different features, different functions, and the beauty of Web3 is actually that there's basically zero to low switching costs. So I can take my seed phrase, I can put it in another wallet, and I'm all set up to use another wallet with its different capabilities. So I think.
Victor, what's your take?
I think the biggest change is really like the browsers were so useful. Like you would open a browser to do so many different things. Like when the internet came out, it was like sick, right? It's like, oh, like there's so many search engines, you're opening them up to do things. It's like more information than you could ever imagine online, and it's still super addicting. Like Wikipedia is addicting for me. I just go on it and it's like learn everything, right?
Yeah.
And the wallets are like right now augmenting apps, right? I think like no wallet really, oh, I need to open it every day. It's like, okay, you don't open your bank account every day. You don't open financial products every day unless you're actively trading, which I think is a small amount of people. So I think what crypto needs is more things that you need to open every day and like more use cases. So that's what we're trying to build is around, hey, how do we have like a better social experience, a better use case? And I think that's like where wallets will, like, it's not war over the same amount of users who are opening some other dApp. It's like, how do you fit in this new ecosystem? And what do you let users do they can't do otherwise?
Yeah, so that actually brings me to my next point and question. What do you all see as the actual role of the wallet in the crypto ecosystem? Because there seems to be a lot of room for all of you to kind of make a play right now and make those decisions for the future.
I can go first. Well, I think wallets are basically this first layer of trust between the user and the blockchain itself, because they're storing their assets. They're basically entering the Web3 space through it. So it's basically a gateway to the decentralized internet of that sort. So we're now currently just in that phase where we're mostly just, storing assets and letting users allowing users to actually interact with dApps. But I think that wallets, like in the future, will do more and more stuff. They will eventually evolve into super app. Why? Because users already trust them. So you already trust that wallet. You're going to trust them more if they will just allow you to do a certain type of action compared to you going to a different site that you don't know, and that's basically it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would actually say that wallets today don't actually do the job that they should be doing. I mean, I know it's a bit controversial because, right, if I give someone a wallet, browser extension, you install it, it's basically empty, right? Like they don't do any good job of onboarding people into discovering things to do. Like, and then, if you have some tokens in there, they're sort of an asset snapshot. So what we're really trying to do with Ultimate is that, make the entire experience before, you buy a token, afterwards, when you see how much it's actually worth, what's my P&L, data feeds, everything that you actually need to, make an informed decision what you want to do in Web3, that should be part of the wallet experience, and it's not today. And we really feel that's, the next generation of where wallets will go will make it so much easier in terms of just onboarding users into Web3 and then kind of, holding their hands almost like a companion all along the way.
Yeah, I just want to say, I think a lot of the space inherited the patterns that MetaMask set because it was the original wallet. And a lot of people just thought, oh, this is a means to an end for me to actually use the dApps. I think we're just scratching the surface on wallets can do. I kind of view wallets as like your digital friend to exploring the digital economy. I'm really proud of what we did with lists on Magic Eden and
connecting your wallet to Instagram and showing all your NFTs, and we just launched Explore as well. And I think bringing the user into the digital world, showing them how they can interact with all this very safely in a social way, that's what wallets are for.
Yeah. Victor?
Yeah, I think it's there are different roles different wallets will go down. One is I think more apps in crypto will have a wallet built in. Like I think one of the biggest wallets on Solana is StepN, right? And it's like people don't have a secret phrase that they're writing down. It's not about porting things over. It's a game that has like a crypto element to it, and crypto is just part of it. It's not like, hey, I have my StepN wallet that I'm using in other places. So you'll see apps that have wallets. But I think also with one thing we're really interested in is around the opposite of the anonymity that everyone talks about in crypto, where it's actually how do you prove you are who you are? How do you claim badges? How do you earn certificates? How do you prove you're a human? With all the crazy stuff happening in AI right now, it's like there's going to be a million LinkedIn profiles that are fake for every real person, right? Like every chat will have tons of bots in it. And so crypto provides a really interesting opportunity to verify you are who you are if you build the right systems. So I think that'll be one direction of a wallet being a portal and
Do you
being
think
able
the crypto community will accept that?
yeah, I mean, I think the crypto community will for crypto to go mainstream and for more people to use it, I think it will be less anonymous over time. I don't think most people want to be anonymous online. I think people like interacting with their friends and people they know. And it takes a lot longer to build up a relationship with an anonymous person than somebody with a persistent identity. Maybe they would choose a different name online, like people already do that, but it's not like wallet address 5 and wallet address 6. So we related to that, we launched Glow ID, which is our own identity system that you can build on top of also. But that's an invite only now, and we're rolling that out. But I think it's not around anonymity.
Yeah.
But when you said crypto community, the crypto community now is maybe a little bit more steering towards the anonymous direction. But as the market grows bigger, as more and more people get in, I think that more KYC solutions or soul-bound token solutions will take a more important role in wallets in general.
So right now, if we want to compare to browsers, Google is, the ultimate in that space. Do you think if you look out just a little bit into the future that there will be, one wallet to rule them all, or will there be niche products that have a utility? I mean, you all are kind of, yes, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think we're very, very early right now. We're at millions of users. We need to grow this to billions of users. I talked about people feeling connected to their wallets. There's going to be a lot of different ways that people want to express themselves digitally. There's room for a lot of different players. We're very, very focused on providing, the cleanest, simplest, safest experience at scale, but we love seeing all the experimentation. We think it's awesome. There's definitely tons of room for players.
It depends. So it depends on how many blockchains will actually be relevant in 5 to 10 years from now. So ultimately, what we believe is that there will be some sort of big multi-chain wallet that will just do the basic functions like send and receive tokens, potentially send and receive NFTs, swap, and that's it. Because if you want to implement many different blockchains, their blockchains are fundamentally different. You need to dumb down the flows, and basically you get a really feature-poor wallet. But you get a wallet that has actually access to all the blockchains. But then, on top of this big, basically base multi-chain wallet, you'll have blockchain-specific deep wallets. So you, for example, have a Solana wallet, ETH wallet that basically can unlock 100% of the blockchain's potential and do more stuff with it. So,
You think there'll be many different chains? You mentioned that.
Yes.
Yeah, I think there'll be hopefully 1 or 2. I think Bitcoin will still exist. I think
it depends
if
how
Ethereum,
how we niche out.
Sorry?
It depends on how we niche out.
Yeah.
So if all the blockchains do just one specific use case, then okay, then I'm with you in 1 to 2 chains. But if one is going to more of, I don't know, games direction, one is doing NFTs, one is for one specific verticals, then I think we're going to have more chains.
Yeah. Which one is Solana going to be?
That's the million-dollar question.
$1 million? That
Yeah.
seems...
I mean, Solana, billion-dollar, trillion-dollar
Yeah, yeah.
question. So Solana in the beginning said they always said they want to be the Nasdaq on-chain. So DeFi, DeFi, DeFi.
Yeah, yeah.
And then NFTs happened, basically.
Yeah.
And now Solana is basically predominantly like an NFT chain for now.
But NFTs are a form of DeFi, right? So I mean, like our take here is that like, especially when it comes to financial services, you need like a very purpose-built wallet for it. Because financial services are a very specific thing. Like, you know, money, investments are a really important thing to people, very personal. And like, you don't want, or I don't think you can actually marry like a general purpose wallet with kind of the needs and wants of an investor, right? Like if I want to see portfolio history, data, candlestick charts, like all of this stuff, you know, not everyone needs, but like if you're serious about investing and in DeFi, like you really want that from a wallet. So we feel that, you know, the wallets of the future will have a very specific focus area. There might be some general purpose-built ones, but you know, especially on the financial services side, you need this focus.
That also depends on the market. So if you have 500K people in the ecosystem or 500 million people in the ecosystem, it's a whole different ballgame, basically. So it all depends on that.
Going back to the question around the winner take all, I think it's like another way you could think about crypto is like as a technology. And if you think about it as a technology like Postgres or ACH, it's like, okay, like Postgres is like, or Oracle came out with a database, right? And it's like everyone has their own database, and it's like, okay, is there going to be like a winner take all database app? And it's like, okay, like, no, every app is using the database and every app is reading and writing to it. I think like crypto needs to become more like a technology that a lot of other apps are using, and that's how it'll be useful. So there will be like winners in different use cases. If you're building some social app that maybe has like signing in it, right? And it doesn't need any of the financial stuff. It's just like verifying you are who you are, and it's doing all that signing with crypto, and it's putting messages on chain. That can have a network effect and be a winner, but it's not even related to anything that this like finance part of crypto. Like crypto doesn't have to be about money.
Yeah, Brian?
I was just going to say, I think all of this discussion shows that we're early, there's a lot of different ways this could play out, and I think we want to position ourselves to, you know, be amenable to that. Just the fact that anyone can build anything permissionlessly, you know, 3-5 years ago, no one thought NFTs were going to be a thing. You know, in 2018, everyone thought DeFi was going to be a big thing. I've been very humbled in crypto before, had my mind change. I look forward to that happening again, and we want to be there for it.
So changing gears a little bit, you know, the U.S. government got involved in Microsoft. They got involved with Google. Do you foresee any, I don't know, legal challenges or just like regulation? Like if we get some regulatory clarity, you know, in the coming months, year, how do you think that will impact the wallet race?
I think the biggest regulators in the space are the mobile platforms. I think everyone has had submitted apps, or anyone who's built an app in crypto has submitted it and been nervous about different reviews. And I think we talked a little bit about the super app, where that's something that's like explicitly not allowed on either the Apple App Store or the Google Play Store. So it's these platforms have more power than the governments right now in terms of like what people are building in crypto. So that's where I think will be interesting, is how these platforms play out and if they incorporate crypto themselves.
How do you think that's going to play out? Philip?
I also agree with Victor that the biggest threat is basically Apple and Android. They just release a wallet. That's basically, then it gets super interesting for us because we again need to niche out and do maybe stuff differently than them. In terms of these antitrust allegations or whatever it was in the browser wars, it's hard. Like, I don't know what basically would be the analogy in the crypto space. So is it potentially the blockchain itself that says, hey, okay, I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of like if so Microsoft released Internet Explorer and they bundled it and it was like
Yeah.
the default. So it's like if Apple releases their own crypto wallet and then that's the default and they block all crypto apps, like is that antitrust? And I think that could be an interesting place where like the antitrust specific thing, it matches the browser words pretty similarly.
Yeah, I do think that users are going to demand that their digital life works seamlessly across everything, across their desktop computers, their phones, gaming environments as well. So I agree. I think everyone who's built an app has thought about this kind of the forces that be. But I'm optimistic that users are going to demand something that what they want.
So one of the things that I think we try to do over and over again is take, things that are happening now or maybe Web 2 experiences and overlay them on like crypto or Web 3 and try to make it work, to try to make sense of it, especially as crypto goes more mainstream. Are there any lessons that you all take from kind of, the 90s and 2000s that you think actually are fairly applicable or are similar enough where you're like, oh, okay, like we either are going to go down this road or really stay away?
I'm happy to go. I mentioned, when we first started about the UX lessons and how that's been a big focus for us, making it so easy a kindergartner can use this. I think another lesson, though, is not just consumers, but also developers. If you're a web developer, you know how hard, when you say the word Internet Explorer, you have like a visceral reaction to that. And so that's been a big focus for us too, is how do we empower devs to best reach their users, create the kind of apps they want to do. Mobile wallet adapters live now. If you have an Android phone, you can interact with Phantom directly from Chrome. We'll keep investing in developers like that.
Yeah, I think also if you look at like the market share, like Internet Explorer was basically, think they can't lose. I mean, they came obviously bundled, but like they were obviously disintermediated, as we all saw. So I think that's also a case, even more so in crypto, right? Like where, even if you have substantial market share as a wallet, like you can't rest on these laurels, right? Someone else might do it better, and someone else might actually, just by virtue of you being able to port over your wallet from someone else, just basically switch. The switching cost is nearly zero, right? So and this is something which all of us here on this panel will keep us on our toes, right? To always develop really good product, because we all know the user is literally just kind of a click away, because they might have actually 3 or 4 wallets installed. So I think overall, this complete data portability will actually make it, bring about better products and more innovation faster.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree with Max. It's a hyper-competitive space, basically.
Yeah.
So in a Web 2 world, I mean, you have your siloed, basically, companies, and it's super hard to move your data, your profiles, whatever you have, to somewhere else. But in crypto, it's super easy. That makes our job a lot harder, because as soon as someone brings out a new feature that is, I don't know, liked by the whole market, and we need to get it out there as soon as possible to just catch up and be there. So I think that is ultimately great for the end consumer, because we're basically fighting to give them like the best possible experience. But this also accelerates like our development and our basically go-to-market basically with the product a lot faster than any Web 2 company would do.
Yeah.
Because.
Yeah.
Victor?
Thinking about like the early internet and like the browser wars were more like Web 1, I guess. I think like a couple big shifts were Amazon got you to pay for things online. Like before Amazon, I remember my mom was like, oh, like don't put in the card online. Like if you put in your credit card online, like what could happen? Like we're gonna lose the house and like we're gonna be sleeping on the streets. But like Amazon normalized, hey, you can pay for things online. It's safe. You actually get the thing. You can get your money back if it like doesn't come. And then the other shift was like around putting your personal information online. And I think like LinkedIn and Facebook both did this, where it's before these companies, it was like everyone was on a forum where you create your own name, and like you obviously don't have your photo, and there's probably creepy people online who are gonna like take your kidnap you or something. And now we take it for granted that like, yeah, I'll buy stuff mostly online with my credit card, and then like I sign up for stuff, and I like before I would like log in with Facebook or like have my actual identity. So I think crypto needs to bring both of those, where it's like, yeah, you want to bring in your identity and where people can see who you are. And like one thing we worked on with Glow ID is like you type in someone's name, you can send to them, right? It's really easy. Like you want to know who you're sending to, and the like financial trust is really hard, right? Like how do you get people to trust this ecosystem and say, hey, I feel comfortable putting money and sending to my friends and managing funds here, where we can like vote on it together and do like something like a DAO. Where right now we're in the period of all these hacks and like speculation, where it feels like a place where you can make money, but not like a secure store of value right now, and we need to get there.
Yeah. On the topic of hacks, like I think one part of actually role of the wallet is also consumer protection, right? So if you look at things that actually sit between the wallet and the protocols, you know, the kind of firewalls, if you will, like so you know, I think the wallet needs to do a much better job in terms of you know, embracing openness and composability, but at the same time also, you know, being an effective filter to show you things as a consumer that are what you're looking for in terms of risk reward on the DeFi side, in terms of, you know, the right collections on the NFT side. And I think this is something, there's a lot of things that are being developed that will make this a much, much better and more trustworthy process. And yeah, that's a core functionality of a wallet going forward.
Yeah.
But we also need to educate people. Yeah, okay, sorry.
I was just really going to quick, couldn't agree more. If you missed Brandon's talk, he's an hour before. He talks all about this. But please, Philip, go ahead.
No, you can.
Oh, yeah, that's it. I mean, it's multi-leveled. You know, it's like this permissionless great nature of the ecosystem. And the wallet really is the first line of defense. How do you alert users when things potentially go wrong? And then also, you know, if you're there and you even think this is a trusted app, you know, the programs can change, and how can you on the fly recognize that? So it's a huge responsibility.
It's a huge responsibility, but we also need to educate the users about Web3 specific things, because we can't just abstract out all of it. So some things need to be thought to the user like in a very engaging way. So because it's basically a new paradigm shift. So for the first time in many years, basically you're the owner of your assets. Nobody else can take them away from you, but it's also like a huge responsibility. And that's one of the things that we need to teach users, that they're basically in control.
Yeah. So we've only got a few minutes left. I wanted to ask all of you, in 2025, when we're all back here at Breakpoint, what are we going to be talking about as it pertains to wallets? Bring out the crystal ball. Who wants to go first?
I can start by sharing. Vibhu of Solana Spaces has this great quote where he says that every single brand that, you know, 10 years from now will all be deeply digital, and they likely have all started in a crypto context using NFTs to reach their users. And I agree with that. You know, you see very early signs of this now, but basically facilitating that connection of users and what they love digitally, what they own, connecting. It's very social as well. You know, how that actually manifests in implementation details. I talked about how none of us could have even seen this NFT craze coming. I'll hold off on the implementation details for now, but that's what we're really excited about, just making that a fun, safe, intuitive experience for everybody.
Yeah. Philip?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see like a lot of innovation in the space. I think that more and more, as Brian said, cross collaborations between Web2 companies and Web3 companies will take place. So like token gated communities, like there's a bunch of stuff that it basically can do. But I'm also thinking that coming back to one of the first questions that we had is that KYC and like proof of basically identity will also be like a big place, because you want to be able to, I don't know, pay for stuff online with crypto, and most of the time the merchant needs to know who that is in order to basically facilitates the purchase. And yeah, so I think that we're going more and more mainstream with the whole idea of wallets.
Max?
Yeah, I really hope that we don't sit here and talk about like how kind of Web 2 and centralized players won the wallet game, in the sense that like the wallets became this invisible layer. So I kind of, every company that is big out there right now like has sort of their own wallet, and you don't even know that you're interacting with crypto anymore. I do think we should really fully embrace crypto, and like actually I hope we sit here as crypto native wallets, and from our side, like I really hope that we become sort of that DeFi super app, right? Like where would you go to and invest into DeFi, and like I really don't want that race to be won by kind of centralized brokers.
Victor?
Yeah, I don't think there'll be a wallet panel, or I hope there's not. I think we're trying to build social identity and social features, and where you get your Glow ID, you verify your Twitter, you can earn badges for achieving different things. We're launching with badges mostly in the crypto ecosystem, but we're working on how do you get badges for winning a marathon or doing other things. Being 1 year at Stripe, you get a badge, and like that's a better badge than putting Stripe on your LinkedIn. How do you like verify you are who you are, and then how do you join communities that you're interested in and find events and find other people who are like you want to work with or learn from. And the wallet is like, if you look at wallets today, they're like a wrapper around this like sign message function, and they store your keys, and it's like, well, they don't really store your keys. Like most wallets actually like say, oh, you have to store your own keys, and it's you're like given a phrase on onboarding to write down. So I think for crypto to go more mainstream, we want it to be less crypto native, where it feels more like you're interacting with your friends and meeting cool people and understanding who other people are, rather than like, oh, signing messages and understanding what token accounts are and all this crazy stuff that not everyone, we can't expect everyone to know about.
But crypto native doesn't have to mean it's complex, right? I think I really want to challenge that. I know we run out of
Yeah,
time,
yeah,
but like,
yeah. Well, thank you all so much for being here and talking with us today. Victor, Max, Philip, Brian, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, like the panelists were saying, it's still super early. Go out and try all these wallets, provide feedback, and that's the best way in which we're going to improve. Coming up, we do have a 10-minute break, and everybody should be back here at 4:15. We're going to hear from Anatoly. We're going to hear from a small startup called Google, and it's a conversation you're not going to want to miss. So 4:15. In the meantime, go explore. There's some really cool stuff around here, really cool pop-ups. Thank you.
everybody. Welcome to part 2 of our Big Ideas Day here. Hope you're ready for a lot of incredible panels. If you're here for Andrea, part of the Andrea fan club, don't worry, he'll be back tomorrow with another pair of stylish pants. You'll get more Andrea, but you've got me now for the rest of the day. Without further ado, I want to bring up Nalan Mithal from Google. He's the head of product for Google Cloud's Web3 efforts. So we'll hear from Nalan, and then we'll hear from Nalan and Anatoly shortly after. Nalan, come on up.
Hey everyone, I'm so excited to be here. My name's Nalan, and I'm the Web3 lead for Google Cloud. And so you're probably already thinking, Google, Web3, what's that all about? So I want to do a quick review of what we've been up to, and then get into what we're doing specifically for Solana. So in 2018, we started indexing Bitcoin blockchain data and making it available in BigQuery, so you can query it through SQL. In 2019, we added support for 6 more protocols, and now we have support for about 12 protocols. So these are all data sets available to you now. You can query it with SQL. And these are among our most popular data sets in BigQuery. In 2020, we started operating our first validator for Hedera Hashgraph. And now we operate validators for a lot of the top L1 protocols. In 2021, YouTube started issuing NFTs to its creators as part of its yearly awards program for the most and best popular YouTubers. And then in 2022 is when we've really deepened our investment in this space. So we formed a formal Web3 team in Google Cloud. This is like a natural evolution for us because we saw a lot of our financial services, crypto native, gaming customers do more and more blockchain-related workloads on GCP. And it was clear that a dedicated product suite for Web3 would serve them better. Then we launched a Google for Startups cloud program, and this is different than our traditional Web2 program. So the criteria is different. We recognize Web3 startups don't look like Web2 startups, and now we're able to give you credits in a different way. At Next, we had a really exciting announcement. We partnered with Coinbase, and now you can pay for Google Cloud with crypto. So we're really excited about that. Don't have to worry about converting to fiat or all the headaches involved in that. And then just last week, we announced our first product in Web3 called Blockchain Node Engine. So this is a fully managed, dedicated RPC node service. So you can quickly launch a node. We manage it. We monitor it. We restart it safely. We upgrade it. You don't have to worry about managing it at all. And you can deploy it in a variety of regions. And you get all the security and performance that you expect from a Google product. So I wanted to switch gears a little bit and talk a little bit about what we're doing to support the Solana ecosystem. We recognize how active and passionate this community is, and we want to make it a top priority for Google Cloud. So there's a few things we're doing that I wanted to share. So the first thing is we've been running a Solana validator, and that helps us understand the nuances and challenges of running a validator in the cloud. And we've spent a lot of time both with the foundation and our partners like Blockdaemon to figure out how do we do this in an optimal way that can be cost effective in the cloud. So the second thing is I talked about how we launched Blockchain Node Engine last week. So we're taking the learnings from running a validator, and we're working with the foundation to figure out how we can bring Solana support to Blockchain Node Engine. So again, this is fully managed service. We want to make it one-click, run a Solana node in a cost-effective way. The third thing is Solana data and BigQuery. So we've heard loud and clear how important it is to get data, historical data for Solana, and make it accessible to Solana developers. We've already been working with Solana with Bigtable. So all the historical data lives in Bigtable. But now we're indexing it in BigQuery so you can have easier access to it and query it through SQL. You don't have to worry about making a copy of the Bigtable instance and all of that. So that'll be available in Q1 of next year. And then I talked about this a little bit, but I wanted to reiterate, you can pay us with crypto. So if you're already holding a lot of crypto and you don't want to convert it to fiat, now you can actually just pay us with that crypto. And then finally, we have a credits program. You can go here. So we want to bring our credits program to select startups in the Solana ecosystem and support that innovation. So if you're a smaller team and you're looking for help, you can apply for up to $100,000 in cloud credits. So go to that URL, or you can come talk to me. We can help you out with that. And that's pretty much it. Thanks for having me. I hope you're as excited as we are about how we're supporting the ecosystem, and I look forward to talking with a lot of you. Thanks a lot.
Thanks so much, Nellen. We're so excited to have Google building on Solana and building with the whole community here. To talk about this a little bit more, Anatoly, please come on up, and we'll hear about Google's vision for Web3 and building in the Solana ecosystem.
Awesome. Thank you.
I'll go get Toly.
Good to see you.
Oh. Wow, packed house.
Pretty amazing.
Yep. Well,
So, yeah.
Awesome to be here.
Yeah, I'm really excited. This is my first breakpoint. Super exciting to be here and inspired by all the energy. Yeah, we're really looking forward to supporting Solana as we move forward.
Yeah, excited as well. There's a lot of stuff that Google and Solana can collaborate on. I think if any of you are validators, you know how much data Solana generates. And one of the best places to process and query that data is obviously Google and their massive and amazing infra.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, since we launched BigQuery datasets, those have become so popular. People love being able to access blockchain data through SQL instead of, RPC APIs. So that's been a big win. And I think we can bring Solana data to BigQuery. It's going to be great.
Is the SQL service called SQLana?
I guess it's an option. Yeah, we can call the Solana dataset SQLana. Yeah, so that'll be great. And then, I think on the node infrastructure side, I think it's going to be really important that we work together to optimize those as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of, I think, real challenges there with cloud infra providers because of how much compute the Solana servers use. And it's very specific. We need faster clocked cores, more so than even more cores on a system. And that's pretty atypical for most cloud providers.
Yeah, that's right. So those are the two categories we're looking at are how can we provide hardware configurations that are higher clock speed, higher RAM, lower core to save costs. So really like reducing the core to memory ratio. So that's one. And then the second thing is obviously egress. If you've run, you know that that's like the biggest cost or one of the biggest costs. So how can we provide more standard pricing so it's predictable and cost effective and you don't have to pay for every piece of data coming in and out?
Yeah, for sure. And I think especially within any single zone, or probably within all of Google Infra, there's a bunch of optimizations we can do between nodes that are all running there to reduce a lot of the egress and only really focus on the stuff that's going out.
Yeah, if we can optimize nodes and maybe the client software for GCP and the specific infrastructure that we provide, I think we can probably provide a better service for the ecosystem.
Awesome. Yeah, really looking forward to that.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, some of the other things that I think it's really important is like we work together on just providing more easier ways to build on Solana, right? Like we talk a lot about how do we bring 1 billion users to Web3 and blockchain, and I think it's really about how do we make it easier to build the apps which are eventually going to bring those users.
Absolutely. I think a layer 1 itself is not something that my mom is ever going to use, right? She knows what I'm building, but it's not a product that is ever serving her needs directly. But it's the applications built on top and those folks that are figuring out the real value that's created for users, for creators, that is so good that it's worth figuring out what cryptography is, figuring out how to secure those seed phrases and actually start using these applications. And it's still super early days. Like right now, I would say in aggregate, between all the blockchains combined, there's maybe 3 million monthly active users that are actively signing transactions. And that's like 1996 internet days, right about when Google started.
Yeah, that's true. It's interesting because I think, like while both of us are trying to solve the developer experience problem, which is core because we're going to help iterate and build better applications on top of these things. I think what you're doing with the Saga phone is also really interesting because it's the end user angle and how do we make the wallet transaction experience seamless. So I think both of those things, innovating both on the user experience side of things and the developer experience side of things, gets us to a place where this can actually be a mainstream application.
Awesome. Yeah, Android has been open source, from day one basically, and it's awesome to be able to actually take that device, take that source code and modify it to suit our needs, and to build this first-class experience where signing a transaction is as awesome as using Google Pay or Apple Pay or whatever. And that's been, I think, a dream for me since I started Solana. Having worked at Qualcomm for over a decade, it just felt natural that your phone should be your hardware wallet as well.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. I love the vision there, and we're excited that you're building on Android for sure. So I can't wait to see how that developer ecosystem takes off. The investments you're making on the mobile SDK side and the real the developer experience, I think that's everything really. If you think about iPhone when it first came out, it was great, amazing device, game changing, but it was for more or less a computer with a touch screen. It wasn't until the SDKs and the app ecosystem came out that it was something we couldn't live without. And I can see, if you make the right investments in the developer experience now, that inflection point can happen for Web3.
Absolutely, and I don't know if folks remember the early days of iPhone apps. There was a couple cycles before we went from that to the really life-changing applications that were like Uber, where you felt like you had a magical device in your hand that solved a real-life problem. And I think the similar cycle will happen in Web3 as well.
Yeah, it's exciting to think about what those experiences might be, and it's completely unpredictable, right? When Apple put out that entire developer ecosystem, I don't think they could have predicted the kinds of experiences that would be created. And I think that's the really exciting part about where we are. We have no idea what's going to be built. I mean, I'm sure some of you in this room do, as you're actively building those things. But the world as a whole has no idea what's coming, and just can't wait to see what comes out.
Absolutely. So I hope folks check out the SQL database, the SQL query language for Solana. That is actually a really, really cool thing. I don't know if you've ever tried building indexing services on top of the Solana database. It's a massive undertaking to query those things and to build rich data. So this is pretty big lift from Google, and I'm super lucky to be working with you guys.
Thanks. Yeah, we're likewise. We're excited to work with you guys. I think, for us, democratizing access to blockchain data is super important. That's how we're going to foster a lot of innovation in this space. So giving access to, we're starting with historical analysis through SQL. We also want to help with real-time event processing in the future. But for now, I think that's where the opportunity is. And, it's not just being able to process Solana data and historical data, but because it's SQL, and if you store your own data in BigQuery, you can join now your own internal data sets with the data on the blockchain and really figure out the right blend there. Because I think that finding that balance of what you should store on chain versus what you should store off chain is really important. And then bringing those things together is not trivial. And I think if we build the right tools, we can help developers find that balance a lot easier.
Definitely. There's still a big engineering challenge left of tracking the account state as it's moving, as it's being updated. So I don't know if folks have seen Richard's posts on Twitter and stuff. That would be an amazing next step. How do you track the state transitions and the checkpoints between accounts for every block, and being able to go back in time and recall the state of the chain? So if I had any free time, I would be working on that. Hopefully
some of you guys can help us with that as well. Yeah, so I think when we think about how we can support Solana, we talked about nodes and data. I'd love to hear from you, like, where else do you think the opportunity is for Google to help in Web3? Like, where can we apply the scale, the hard engineering problems we're solving to really move the ecosystem forward?
So I think on building better SDKs for quickly developing applications is definitely one of those. Like, because a lot of developers have to build a lot of infra just to launch a single app. You still need backend services. You still need the connectors to the chain itself and that state. And making that like a one-click experience, I think, would be awesome. The other side of it, I think, is more on the user side. I think storing seed phrases is still a very complicated thing, and this is, I think, an unsolved problem. But there's a bunch of research that's been done on, effectively storing secrets in a way that Google doesn't even know the seed phrase, and you have partial recovery of the keys between the user and a service provider like Google that can verify your identity. And making that like an amazing experience that's scalable, across all of Google Auth would be awesome.
Yeah, I think we're definitely looking into that. Like, we announced multi-party compute, confidential compute, and I think those products and that innovation can really help here. I agree that one of the biggest challenges right now is exactly that. So you're forced to either have a self-custody wallet where the user has to manage that, or a custodial wallet where the user doesn't have any of it. Now you have to trust a third party. But really, the answer is something in the middle, where the user has control, the developer has control, and maybe like a third party like Google has also a piece to play there. So there's multiple parties involved, and that de-risks and makes the adoption easier here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I think it'd be interesting also to learn, like, how you see. We've talked about Saga, and super excited about the announcements there. I'd love to hear how you think the innovations that you're doing there can influence like the larger Android ecosystem and the Google Play roadmap. Like, like where do you see Google Play going if you could like wave a wand?
I think the shift that we're seeing now is from this idea that content is rented. Like, when you buy a movie on Amazon Prime, even though you buy to own, you don't actually own it. You're renting it from Amazon forever, as long as Amazon allows you to rent it. But with digital items, you actually own them, right? They're stored on a database that nobody owns, and that ownership is tracked by Solana or whatever, and nobody can actually modify it. Not Google, not the creator. And that shift is going to, I think, transform the content industry, like YouTube and Google Play and all these other services that Google runs, because when the content creator no longer owns that content, the kind of monetization schemes that work on like charging 20% on every value of digital items will have to change. So I think if I could wave a magic wand, obviously I would have a way for creators and like marketplaces and all the folks that are actually trading and like in the digital content business being able to share profits with the Play Store as opposed to a huge fee on the transactional volume. I think that's going to happen eventually. It's just going to be a very it'll take time.
Yeah, and hopefully, like as you guys go to market and work with all the developers in this room, and some of those models get proved out, then it'll be easier for other companies to adopt them.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Yeah, I think it's also. I'd love to understand like how you think about like you talked about like the user experience side of things where we can help. Are there other things outside of like key management that on the user experience side that maybe Google can help with, or do you have any thoughts there?
Well, a lot of the libraries that Google has built already for the web, I think, are very much applicable to Web3 development. A lot of folks have to build mobile-optimized applications. I think everybody here probably builds and develops on Chrome. I don't that's like the #1 browser. So a lot of like adding SDKs to make it easy for people that are building these apps to just connect to wallets and have standardization around wallet adapters and just all that stuff. If Google took the lead on that, I think that would really make, like, just optimize the amount of time developers have to spend on any of this stuff. Having those libraries, I think, is one of the critical pieces right now, and like makes the whole ecosystem around crypto very fragmented.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I think, we do have a long history in open source software, and helping evolve and contributing to things like whether it's web3.js or ethers.js would probably there's probably a lot of room for improvement there.
Absolutely. Yeah, web3.js definitely needs some improvement.
Yeah, I think we've all built with those libraries, and I think it's off to a great start in terms of like just a year or two ago you couldn't do a lot of these things, and so I think it's definitely hard problems because a lot of it is about connecting to that wallet that sits in a Chrome extension or something like that, and that never works. Folks like Wallet Connect are making that really easy, which is great. You guys are making it easier with your new SDKs on Saga. And those, correct me or help me understand, those work not only natively but also on mobile web?
Yep. Yeah, so the really cool demo is using Chrome as a native application and seeing the Wallet Connect button. It automatically connects you through a WebSocket to your Phantom app, and that works on normal Android. Without even the Saga SMS SDK, just simply through the native APIs. And that's a much just slicker experience.
Yeah, that was one of the things that stood out to me, was that it's really interesting because when you saw the demo of Saga and you saw that Wallet Connect experience, to the average user, if you're not building or if you don't have a lot of experience, it doesn't seem very significant. It's like, okay, connected to a wallet, but if you know the alternative and how complex and like frustrating and hard to learn that whole experience is, that's when you really appreciate it. And so I think that's the thing, is that a lot of people aren't even willing to try right now or learn because it's so hard. And if we can get it to the point where it's like, okay, I don't understand what the big deal is, this is just like the regular web, then that's when we actually take off.
Exactly, and that's a huge win when people stop noticing. But I think, I think we're still, like, this is the best analogy I always bring up to folks that ask me, why don't we just like hide the wallet? In the 90s, people built all sorts of views to the web that were the AOL keywords. They tried to hide the URL bars because people didn't understand them, and it took a mental shift for people to actually get the web. That links mean something, that you're going from one server to the next, and it was one giant composable document. And the same thing is going to happen with wallets. People need to understand that there is a seed phrase, even if it has amazing slick recovery through a Google service, right? That signing that transaction actually means transferring ownership. And once that mental shift happens, you'll see, I think, the same kind of adoption curve that you saw with the web. And I'm really excited to see what kind of applications people build when there are 100 million people that understand how to use crypto. Because we just can't even predict what that's going to be. That's like trying to predict Facebook when you're looking at a bulletin board in 1996.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, I think when we look back 10 years from now and think about what did blockchain do for us, how did it change the way we live and work, I think those experiences are still kind of foreign. Like, we haven't seen them yet. I think NFTs, I think decentralized finance, I think the gaming experiences we're starting to see will just be a small subset of it. I'm really excited about where decentralized identity might be able to take us, and the way you'll be able to interact with products and services in that way. And maybe, like the things that you're building with the streamlined user interface can actually accelerate some of that. I think, California and New York recently said things like marriage certificates, birth certificates can be on the blockchain, and maybe those will be forcing functions for some of this. I don't know.
For sure.
Cool.
Who's going to have the first Solana baby on the blockchain?
we were joking the other day. One of our teammates just had a newborn, and we were asking him if they chose the name based on like, you know, name availability, like ENS availability, but it could be sole availability. So, yeah.
Better reserve your SNS names.
Yeah, it's not just Gmail and Twitter anymore, I guess. Awesome. Well, this was really great. I enjoyed talking with you.
Likewise.
Super excited to talk with everyone here. Let me know how we can help. I know you might be thinking like, oh, what's Google doing in this space? But we really want to help here. I think in the short term, we can help with, you know, we talk about all of this infrastructure being decentralized. In reality, it's not that decentralized, so I think we can help in the short term there. And I think in the longer term, I'd love to figure out how we can help with multi-cloud infrastructure, right? Like you come to Google and you can deploy multi-node clusters all across different providers. So we definitely want to help here.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
Thank you, man.
All right. Wow. Between BigQuery, running validators and RPC nodes, to YouTube and Saga and Android, there's so much Google can do to contribute to the ecosystem. Go talk to Nolan. Go get your credits if you're a developer. This is pretty awesome. Now to switch gears to something that's near and dear to my heart, we're going to talk about NFT royalties. We've got a star-studded panel here, and I'd love to invite Sal Kadir, researcher at Galaxy, to come on up and bring that panel with him and have a great discussion about NFT monetization and royalties.
I think we said the opposite. What? I think we said the opposite.
Oh. Oof. So, like sitting on the...
All right. Cool. So as we all know, NFT royalties are a very hot topic. Let me just start by allowing the panel to introduce themselves. Let's start with Dustin over here.
Yeah, hi, I'm Dustin. I'm CEO of DLI, Degenerate Labs Incorporated, and DAA, Degenerate Ape Academy.
I'm Scum. I'm an independent artist, formerly of the DGods team.
Hey, I'm Jan. I'm the CTO of Metaplex. Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, I'm Joshin, COO, co-founder of Magic Eden.
Yeah. So clearly, we have a very star-studded panel. I think a lot of us are looking for some leadership and insights into what's going to happen with NFT royalties. High level, this past summer, there's been a bit of a movement which originated on the Ethereum side towards zero royalty marketplaces, whether it's an AMM or an exchange like X2Y2. And we sort of saw this trend migrate over to the Solana side. And it percolated when Magic Eden announced that they were moving to a royalty optional model. So let's start there. Jochin, talk to us a bit about how you guys came to this decision. I know originally MetaShield was a thing you guys were exploring, but then decided ultimately that royalties weren't the way forward.
Yeah, for sure. I think the starting point here really is when the first zero royalty marketplace launched on Solana. That was, I think, maybe three plus months ago, right? And we started thinking about this problem actually back then. And
we actually started on the arc of let's build some royalty protecting tools. And for those of you that may or may not be familiar, we built this thing called MetaShield with the Coral Cube team, which allowed creators to basically see which NFTs were respecting royalties and which were not, and then allow the creator to basically do something with the NFT. In the case of MetaShield, it was like blurring the NFT by updating the metadata, right? And I think our experience from that was that we wanted the creator to basically own the decision around what to do with royalty respecting or royalty evading. And I think the ultimate vote from the community was that that's not the way they wanted to work with royalties or enforce them. And we basically tried to avoid the scenario of going to optional royalties in the first place. That was like our intent from the very, very beginning. But what we started to see over the 3-month journey was that given how high a lot of the royalties were, especially in the last 6 months of the NFT ecosystem, most of the volume for a lot of the largely traded collections were moving very, very drastically to 0 royalties. And at that point, that's not only damaging for obviously the Magic Eden business, but it's also damaging as a whole for creators, right? But at the time, there was no burning platform for all of the ecosystem to come together to basically figure this out. The house view internally at Magic Eden is that this is a path that will play out in every single ecosystem. It just happened to have started first on Solana. So the bullish case here that I want to paint for everyone in the audience, and I think that the panel here generally agrees with this, is that if we find the solution, and we're obviously working very, very closely with the teams here like Metaplex, if we find this set of solutions, and it won't be just one solution, it'll be a range of royalty enforcement solutions, it'll be a range of royalty encouragement solutions, there'll be various carrots and sticks, off-chain solutions. But if we work on all these things, I'm actually extremely bullish that a lot of the creators will come to Solana because this is where royalties will be enforced. And the important point is that all of this is happening because, yeah, we wanted to basically bring everyone to the table. And we are very, very bullish on actually creator monetization in general. So that sort of sets the scene a little bit, and I think opens up quite a lot of discussion for everyone here on the panel.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks for that overview. I kind of want to kick it off, actually, to Nan of Metaplex. So how are you guys thinking about this issue? What is your initial guess as to how this might be enforceable at the technical level?
Excuse me. Yeah, great question. So for those that don't know, Metaplex, every single Solana NFT is a Metaplex NFT. And so as Zed was actually talking through other ecosystems, seeing these problems, the interesting part is for example, Ethereum does not have an entity like Metaplex that could play a critical role in helping all of these dApps, all of these marketplaces enforce royalties. And so the way that we think about royalties or creator monetization generally is it's a choice, right? It's a choice for creators, and it's a choice for collectors to choose to support specific collections, right? And so from our position, right, we actually yesterday published MIP1, which is the Metaplex Improvement Proposal. And it's the long-form technical proposal for hard on-chain enforcement. And I think the key thing there is it's a new asset type, right? So creators, again, can choose whether they want to use a new asset type where royalties are enforced, and we're working with folks like Magic Eden and others to make sure that everything is compatible. Or the existing standard will still exist, and this is actually part of a longer narrative and arc of like creator monetization, like subscriptions, like utility, like other things that I think we're going to see evolve over time. And so, we're building this into token metadata itself. It's going to be supported in the base layer, and it's an option, right? Yeah, because it's built into token metadata, there'll be pretty interesting and/or easy migration paths for existing collections to upgrade to the new standard, should the collection and the community choose to do so.
Awesome, awesome. So I think we got a pretty good overview of the technical side of this space. let's open up the floor to, I guess, the more creative side, the creator side, to Scum and Dustin from Degenerate Labs. What are your guys' initial views on this movement and some of the proposals that have been put out there to potentially solve this issue?
Yeah, I think that it's just a fact that code is law, right? And I think that as the creator environment, we want to foster as many projects as we can, as much creativity as we can. And I think that any system that really focuses on de-incentivizing somebody for being honest or maybe enjoying the arts or maybe being a part of a community is not going to work. It's like taxes. You pay more because you're honest. We all hate taxes. That's why we're here. But I think that it's important to look at what that creator monetization looks like and how we can create platforms and opportunities for strong NFTs and strong creators to have a path forward, not necessarily relying on royalties. When I came into DAA, it was very clear to me that royalties were not going to build us a sustainable and global business model. It's just not an option for us, and we are one of the blue chips on Solana. Because of that, we are also afforded a lot of things that, and a lot of opportunities that creators that are coming in now don't have. And I think what's important is we look towards creating ecosystem opportunities and systems that can bring those individuals in, support them, and move them towards other business models, instead of looking at maybe direct enforcement or incentivization or incentivization, depending on how you look at it. I think that's the path forward. Teaching these companies how to build a sustainable business, utility, maybe funding that, and then building them into what you want them to be.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. But it does sound like we're almost nudging creatives into running businesses versus simply just creating art and seeing what happens. Scum, I'm curious to hear your thoughts based on the initial discussion so far.
Yeah, I think I'm curious if Metaplex is also working with other marketplaces, or if this is like furthering the Magic Eden monopoly on marketplaces as it exists right now. You have a large section of the marketplace.
I think
like,
that's
no shade. I'm just curious because Magic Eden currently aggregates one-of-one artists as well and gives people an option to not pay royalties there. And I'm wondering if the tools you're building will be able to be used on other marketplaces where artists feel safe transacting.
Yeah, absolutely. So, we're still sticking to our core principles, right, of being an open platform that anyone can use, and that includes Magic Eden and also all other marketplaces. Naturally being the on-chain representation for NFTs, like we're already integrated with all the RPCs, the indexes, the wallets, and the existing marketplaces. So we don't see this as something that's different.
Okay, so this is closer to like on-chain enforceability, access tools for everybody.
Correct.
Cool. Yeah.
But do you think, as an artist, this movement, assuming royalties become a thing of the past, which seems to be a thesis some stakeholders hold, does it disincentivize new creators from entering Web3 to begin with, or is it not as much of an issue as we're making that to be?
I don't think it's much of an issue for one-of-one artists particularly. I think it's an issue for artists who work for large projects who are reliant on or being paid in future royalties. I think that's an issue because then the onus is on either the project to continue paying the artist and their lifeblood's been cut off given the working agreement. But for one-of-one artists, I think we make most of our income on primary sales. And we've seen this in the IRL art world. There's been government enforcement to make sure that artists receive money if there's a sale over 100x or something like that. I think that it just comes down to like how much governance we actually want on chain. I mean, it goes against the spirit of I think what we think cryptocurrency is, but at the same time, like who do we really want to protect? And I think we need to protect the creatives in the space. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't know what an NFT is without art.
Right. Well, actually, you brought up a good point, and I kind of want to open this up and have everyone chime in here. High level, what does the data show? Like, what % of earnings have come in from royalties versus primary sales, based on your experiences, anecdotes, things like that? Yeah, we can start.
Yeah. So I think I'll share some stats, but I think one thing that I want to shed light on as a caveat, but also just an interesting thought for everyone, which is it's clear that basically there is no one-size-fits-all, and that became abundantly clear with the existing royalty model. So that's like point number one. Point number two, I think, is that
the solution will also not be one size fits all. And what's needed for one-of-one art versus music NFTs versus community PFPs versus gaming NFTs, it's going to be really, really different. And these creators care about really different things. So I think the important thing is like, for someone like Metaplex, build the tools, right? That's really important. For Magic Eden, it's like offer the menu, right? For some creators, it's going to be, I care a lot about sovereignty and the importance of this permissionless bearer asset. And if that's the priority, then there's a bunch of solutions around that, including on-chain enforcement. If it's more around, kind of like sovereign assets and preserving decentralization, then I think there's other ways to basically meet the problems or solve the problems that creators have. So that's like the first thing. And then to the data point, I think this is also obviously across the board, so it's very generalized. But we found that the median NFT project made about 6% of their revenue through royalties. And over 90% of that revenue from royalties was made in the first week. And this is obviously, Scum, for non-one-on-one art, right? I'm talking pretty generally across all collections. And that trend in terms of royalties was declining over the last 3 months as we entered sort of more of a bear market. But that's some of the data that we had that we were looking at Magic Eden.
Right. And for the rest of the panel, any other interesting data points you might have found through your experiences?
Maybe not specific data points, but maybe more of community sentiment. We were actually very surprised, like, given that stat that it's only 6% of their revenue and it was declining over time. We were actually quite surprised at the overwhelming support for something like a royalty solution. In fact, we were expecting a kind of like a spicy Twitter Spaces when we first proposed a solution, but in fact it was like, firstly it was 5 hours, so cap your Twitter Spaces. But then it was just like 5 hours of support for this thing. So I thought that was like surprising because maybe we had just hit on a nerve here that perhaps didn't necessarily represent the data that we were seeing. Right?
I will say one other thing on this is that I think that's a really good point because it hits at something harder than just should we or shouldn't we do royalties. It hits at this point of what do we think is important to grow this ecosystem like 100x, right? And I think fundamentally a lot of us, including Magic Eden, do believe that royalties is a really important part of this story to bring more creators to come into the ecosystem. And if that's true, if we all believe that, then yeah, it's a more emotional kind of, there's emotional importance to this as well. And I think that's something that we really, we found to be true as this whole discussion evolved. It's not just about the pure numbers, right? And I think that's really important to recognize. And hopefully we all feel that way, and that's what we're all trying to work towards over the next couple of years as we build this out.
For sure, for sure. And I think one point that you brought up earlier that is often suggested as a solution to this problem, outside of the enforcement stuff, is maybe we change the business models and perhaps do things like more primary sales, rely more on that for revenue versus an ongoing stream. Because when I looked at the data, I put out a report recently that focused on the Ethereum side. Royalties are very velocity driven. When the markets are hot, people make a lot. And when they're very cool, like right now, basically no one's making anything from royalties. But then the other side is, okay, maybe we just do more primary sales. And I call it the Larva Labs approach because CryptoPunks did this when they held off 1,000 of the punks for their team. But does this approach seem to make sense? Do we like the idea of more primary sales, or perhaps does this introduce any new problems?
Depends on who you ask on Twitter.
Fair.
I think there's a lot of ways to look at this, right? We can say that we can, Jordans are rare, but they still keep making them, right? People keep buying them. It's one thing, the original product market fit that brought these collectors here may not just be collectors, it may also be investors, and I think that's a very true thing. I don't think we can separate them and say that's one or the other. I think that's very real, and we have to admit that to ourselves. And I think that while that product market fit might not exist anymore and might not come back, there are still a lot of people that are kind of making plans around that and have made large investments into it. And so I think it's important for us to respect that and kind of move them into what the next meta or what the next kind of portion of our business is. So it's one thing to have a very expensive collection that was very early, has a lot of provenance, have a lot of people connected to it, and then say, we're not going to do anything else. No more digital products, right? And there would be a lot of people that would say that they're happy with that, but what kind of revenue models, what kind of value, what kind of utility can you actually bring of running that model, right? As an artist, maybe that's something you do. You just release the art, it's there, it has provenance, but someone like myself as a businessman, I have to build a future. I have to build what that company looks like, and I have to build that velocity, right? And so something that's not extractive, something that's not inflationary, it's a tightrope walk. It really, really is.
Yeah. I mean, if you rely on primary sales, you definitely have to go to market with a product built, whereas a lot of projects launch now with the intention of building a product. And then because there's a lot of speculation in the marketplace, it's relying on hype cycles and building that hype. And because there are a lot of investors, face it, a lot of people in the space are here to make money. It falls into the same cycle over and over. So I think maybe breaking royalties would ultimately be good for the health of the future of this, but it doesn't sit right in all cases, of course.
I think another point to bring up here that's kind of relevant is when we talk about royalty enforcement or the idea of a collection earning a royalty in the first place, one of the beauties of it is it's a very elegant way to ensure incentives are aligned between the original creator of the collection and ongoing holders. And if to the extent we skate away from this paradigm, it can almost produce ulterior motives where a creator might just make all of the money on primary sales, and that's that, and holders are holding the bag, so to speak. And more interestingly, it introduces a lot of these concepts we saw from the fungible token world, where we worry about insider holdings and allocation, pre-mines, and unlocks over time, where if an insider holds 1,000 punks, for instance, everyone's watching which ones are they holding, when are they going to sell, are they going to dump it at some point? So how do we kind of combat this narrative that's percolating around the incentive alignment for royalty enforcement?
Yeah, my 2 cents here is a pretty complicated, pretty complicated topic. I'm not sure we'll get there in the next 16 minutes. But the answer is always somewhere in between, right? I actually do feel like the best form of incentive alignment is always, the team or the creator owning some of their own stuff. But obviously that has its own problems. The other extreme, dropping a lot of primary sales, also doesn't always work. Even in gaming, for example, you just start to lead into like inflationary economies, which that's another really pretty big problem in and of itself. I think that from an incentive alignment standpoint, ultimately, it should be basically some agreed social construct between the creator and the community. Like for some, it will work well that it's owned. There's maybe some vesting. It starts to look more like a fungible token kind of thing. Otherwise, I kind of feel like that alignment's very natural in like in the one-of-one art kind of space, where you're kind of it's very highly curated and you have a very very tight-knit community of collectors, and you don't really need as much financial incentive alignment, so to speak, right? So I think the answer is somewhere in between, and creators should basically be able to choose from that menu of options. And I think the tooling and infrastructure just has to get there to meet that. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and I would also add, right, we've been talking a lot about the different types of creators and the types of value that they're bringing to these collections. I think that will determine the incentive structure that they want to do. But let's also not forget about the different types of collectors, right? And we've seen that there are those that really are engaging in the community and they're showing off their PFPs and they feel like part of a movement. Whereas there's also collectors that are just like flipping these things and they don't really care about the creator and they're just pumping some bags, right? So, depending on the value exchange, I think I kind of like agree with Zed here that we as a community need to come together and like provide a ton of optionality that can be enforced on chain so that different types of projects will emerge, right? Like I think PFPs are really great right now, but I'm hoping that in the next 12, 24 months, particularly around utility and gaming and these other things, we're going to see some breakout use cases for NFTs and NFT communities that aren't just about what the meta is today with like PFPs, generative, candy machines, some staking, some token stuff, right? And because of these new types of tools and utilities that we will provide, creators are going to be able to think out of the box, to deliver something differentiated while maintaining the incentive alignment with their target collector or community.
For sure. I think one interesting point, piggybacking off that a little bit, is in a world where there's ways to enforce royalties, whether it's through Metaplex's minting standard, one question that comes up is, as we use centralizing forces, whether it's one minting contract or even just the NFT collection holder having some authority over the smart contract, it almost feels like we're moving towards paradigms where it feels less like crypto and more like a kind of a centralized pseudo-digital asset. I mean, my question with this is just, do users care at the end of the day? If crypto gets to hundreds of millions of daily active users, are they going to care about the nitty-gritty of like decentralization and provenance and ownership of their assets? Or do you think they'll embrace some of these solutions we've talked about so far?
I think people care about what that looks like at the end, right? I think they care about, a blurred NFT. I think they care about a blacked out NFT. I think the idea of centralization, we lose any sovereignty if we go to enforcement of anything. I mean, period, paragraph, the end, amen. And I think we always draw that line. I think in Solana, we do that really well with the culture and kind of thinking of, being the community chain. But any way you cut it, really, if we are enforcing a social contract, we are giving up sovereignty, right? It's not the code is law. And I think what really, at the end of the day, yes, we may have a lot of users, but I think a lot of people are in this community. A lot of people came to this community because they saw that they might be working against a rigged system, right? They might see that people had more unilateral power in the things that they owned and the things that they wanted to do. And I think that this is a group of individuals that is a much larger subset of the world right now than is represented maybe here in this room or even at any other blockchain convention, right? I think we looked at this system and we said, this is broken. We want to play without the guardrails. And I think as we bring these guardrails back into play, as we bring the sovereignty back into play, I think we might lose some of this initial magic that's part of this revolution. I think, it's like what Toli said at the Saga unveiling. He said a lot of people in NFTs don't see themselves as part of a technological innovation. They see themselves as part of a cultural revolution. And I think that that's where, in this space, in NFTs, that's where it's the most syrupy thick. And I think that's the most important part. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think basically there has to be, this is why, to the point earlier I was making, that there's probably some off-chain solutions that I think will be part of the mix here, where, one of the key things that we did at Magic Eden when we went to optional, which I think generally might have been overlooked, is that we moved the royalty to the buy side. And I think that's a fundamental shift and a really important distinction, because it allows someone to make the decision as they are entering the community, right? And it gives the creator basically an opportunity to say, hey, you will lose X if you do not pay the royalty, or you will gain Y if you pay the royalty, right? And I think that's an important alternative way of enforcement that still allows NFTs to retain the current level of sovereignty and incentivize holders or buyers to effectively honor the royalties that that creators ultimately want, right? And I think this is my personal view. I don't know if this is actually going to happen, but I think we'll start to see experimentation around things like tools that are built off the back of this kind of data. I think secondly, we'll expect creators to basically come up with more distinct tiering of community membership, right? So it's going to be something like there's the freemium model, then there's going to be, if you pay 5% royalties, you'll get this other thing, and then you pay another 5%, you'll get this other thing, and that'll become potentially a different kind of model, but another way of basically enforcing. So one of the things that we are encouraging right now, and I'd encourage any developers out here who are thinking about royalties in general, we have a hackathon we're running at the moment. We've put up $1 million for it to basically incentivize developers to build tools like this. And obviously, we're going to adopt the on-chain enforcement, but I think there's going to be a category of tools that are sort of building and connecting off-chain dots back to the creator, back to the buyer, and encouraging people to basically pay those royalties. And I think it's going to be a mix of all of these solutions.
Right, right. And to kind of reiterate, because I think that those are very important considerations, it almost feels like an inevitable shift from a seller's tax to leave a community to a buyer's premium to enter. And almost based on how much you pay or tip or pay a royalty, you have these roles, role-based access to the NFT's utility, whether it's a game or access to a community, a Discord, things like that. And it does seem to me like it's a pretty good solution that is in line with what the end user wants to do. So obviously, we talked about a lot of things just now. I kind of want to open up the floor to like, what other pieces to this equation haven't we thought about? Are there any other solutions or potential ramifications of solutions that maybe we haven't emphasized enough on this panel?
I think that consolidation in the Solana NFT marketplace is going to be a big theme as we move forward at this inflection point. And I think that the platforms that are able to work with these IPs, consolidate them, and make sure that we're not spilling their communities, and we can incorporate them and bring them into other like CPG verticals and goods, other digital products, games and things like this. I think this is probably the most important for me focus as we move forward. I want to empower other creators, other individuals in something more like a brand elevation platform, right? In the fashion world where I come from, you don't just go and open 3 stores and call it a day, right? You go to one of the major houses and you present to them and you say, this is what I can do, this is what I accomplish. Now, some people might see that as centralization, but I see that as being able to utilize the knowledge and the talent that we've built to help the next generation come and be successful. Part of that business model may be having a piece of those collections as we push them out, but at the same time, that removes the absolute necessity for that royalties, moves people into those primary sales, moves it into different verticals, and allows you to actually run a business instead of doing all those things I was talking about, by being extractive and being, inflationary.
For sure. Any other thoughts in terms of other solutions or things maybe we are not thinking about enough as we grapple this challenge?
We tried to build MetaShield, and that didn't go very well.
Yeah, maybe just a thought on sovereignty versus, say, these like hard enforcements, right? A lot of the times at Metaplex, we've been thinking about this problem for a long time, right? So how do you provide the tools and also enforcement and give the freedom, but at the same time provide guardrails? So it's like this constant trade-off. And I think kind of where we've settled is like, okay, we give the tools and the options and people can choose what they want. But sometimes what we've observed is people don't understand what they're asking for, right? So when people say, hey, I want royalty enforcement, the implicit other part of that is, well, we also have to restrict your transfers, right? Otherwise, you're just going to like freely transfer them around and do OTC, and there's just like a million ways to work around royalty enforcement. So if you're truly asking for on-chain enforcement, you're also implicitly saying that you don't want transfers to be freely available. And so like from our point of view, right, there's a bit of like, okay, well, philosophically, are we for or against this? And how much of the guardrails should we provide, both to creators or to collectors? And how do we make sure that we're a positive, beneficial actor to the entire ecosystem? I think Zed said earlier, right? We want to, in order for us to all win, like this space needs to grow by 100x, right? Or we want it to grow by 100x. And so we take on this question very very seriously. And then I think kind of like where we've settled is actually there's many different layers of decentralization, right? First is self-custody. We've talked a little bit about that already. But then there's like a censorship-resistant aspect to it, right? So maybe you might not be able to custody or move your assets around, but no one can censor the fact that you own it on-chain, right? And maybe that's good enough for some collectors. Maybe that's good enough for certain collections. But as we think about more broadly what decentralization can bring, I think it's going to come with many flavors. And as we onboard 1 billion users, right, you can't expect all of them to care about the same thing, right? So, yeah, just a couple of thoughts there.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'd bucket into basically 3 categories. It's on-chain enforcement, number 1. It's off-chain encouragement, carrots and sticks, you can call it, right? It's like based on if this person paid, they will or won't get Discord access, right? That's sort of an off-chain example. And then 3 is like new creator monetization or business models. And I think all of these have generally been very, very underexplored. Like the design space, I think, is still extremely early. We obviously tried with the off-chain with MetaShield, and our learning was that a marketplace should not necessarily extend its reach that far, right? That should be ultimately a creator kind of decision to determine what should happen to the NFT, right? And they should press the button to basically say, yes, this is what I want to do with it. But I think those are the 3 categories, and I think if anyone's interested in working and experimenting with anything in those 3 categories, we'd love to talk. We'd happily back you guys, grant you guys, or even invest in people who are building these tools. And we want to work with teams like Metaplex and creators in the ecosystem to basically adopt the set of tools and standards that come out of this. And yeah, it has not been an easy few weeks or a few months. I'd say the last 3 weeks have probably been the most stressful in Magic Eden's history. I can say that with a lot of certainty. So we appreciate the community's sort of patience, and it's been amazing to work with everyone in the ecosystem to find a solution for this.
Awesome. I always like kind of closing this topic with this factoid, and I actually use it to open my recent NFT royalties report. So I wanted to actually get Scum's thought on this first, but then I'll open it up. So Van Gogh is one of the most famous artists in history, and during his life, he actually only sold 1 painting 3 months before he died for not a lot of money. But secondary sales of Van Gogh's paintings exceed about $650 million US. So the question is this dream that has never been possible in the traditional art world now dead in crypto? This dream of being able to earn money on royalties or on secondary sales through royalties.
Is it dead?
Is it dead?
I mean, I hope not. I hope that royalties from my work go to my estate long after I'm gone. But I understand that I'm also riding a wave right now, and I'll have to adapt as changes come. But no, I hope that this is the future of art as it's collected, and I hope that royalties are able to be enforced, whether it's physical or digital, through the blockchain. I absolutely hope that's the truth.
Any other thoughts? Still alive?
We're still kicking. Let's go.
I want to thank you guys for devoting so much time and energy to this. I can imagine it's been stressful. The community doesn't want to talk about sovereignty too much or decentralization. They want to cry fair or unfair. So I appreciate you guys devoting so much time and energy to the topic.
Thanks, man.
Awesome. Well, guys, we had an awesome panel with some of the top thought leaders on this issue in the Solana NFT space. Thank you all for your time and for your thoughts.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, folks, lots to think about there, so we're going to give you a break. Be back here at 5:30 for some more panels. Hope you all had a great break where you got to figure out the future of royalties for NFTs. And now we're going to switch gears. We're going to talk about the future of media. So I'd like to introduce Mika Hangsalo and his panel.
Hey everyone, so thanks for joining. My name is Mika Honkasalo, and I work on Access Protocol, which is basically a new way for digital media publications and creators to monetize their online content. With me today, I have Mitchell Moose from Crypto Briefing, CEO of Crypto Briefing, and Mike McCaffrey, the CEO of The Block. And both of them are working with us as launch partners on Access Protocol, and will be integrating Access Protocol into their subscriptions and paywalls. But that is not the main topic here. The main topic here for us is just subscriptions, paywalls, and overall what the media industry and landscape looks like and how Web3 may impact that. So just to get us started and to understand maybe the premise a bit better, Mike, can you give us just an overview of where you see the state of online media nowadays?
Yeah, absolutely. And thanks for moderating the panel, and good to see some old friends. It's bleak. It's really, really bleak, honestly. Digital media has taken a hit across the board. There's looming decline in ads in 2023. Consumers aren't showing really a lot of interest in your typical consumer subscriptions. That's reflected in everything from Netflix to the Washington Post and so on and so forth. And so honestly, like we've seen some of that as well on like the consumer side, which is why we were more willing to kind of experiment with something like Access Protocol. Even just on, I think it was Thursday or Friday, Business Insider had announced that they're taking content that otherwise would have been behind a paywall and putting it in front of their paywall now, noting that there isn't going to be as much acquisition through that content otherwise. And so Access, and I know that's not really the topic, is a way in which it's really like an alternative paywall, alternative subscription layer that changes how like the consumer and the creator connect. And so, like Mika mentioned, the Block's participating in this experiment as is Crypto Briefing. So.
And where do you, in particular, like see the problems with these businesses? Like why, Mitchell, are like these are very famous names, like kind of like Bloomberg and Landing. These are all the big names. They're very like culturally important, but the business model just doesn't seem to like match that. Where do you think that comes from, and what the issue is there?
Well, there's just so many problems with content production that a lot of these publishers are getting absolutely crushed. One of the main issues is the control and monetization of that intellectual property. So when someone like The Block or a Bloomberg puts out a piece of content, does a lot of the labor in terms of the investigations, getting the sources, and everything else, then usually you'll see lots of other media companies copy that content and produce it on their own website to get the coattails of that traffic. And you also see this between print media and TV media as well, where you'll see a print publication or a newspaper do a lot of investigative work into writing a story, and then a TV station will talk about it, get the traffic from it, the ad dollars from that, and then only give a little bit of attribution back to the original publisher. So that monetization chain beyond just attribution is what needs to be really scrutinized, is because just saying, hey, the source was XYZ publication is not sufficient for these publishers to really get paid for the hard work that they're doing in this content that's in the public interest.
And maybe then looking at your businesses, because both of you, this is a very untraditional industry, crypto, but you run a very traditional business in a way, media business. How are your own business models like structured based on this, and what have you sort of learned from traditional media? What are you trying to learn from like Web3 that you could bring into your business? Maybe starting from Mike.
Yeah, sure. I can talk about a little bit about the Block's evolution here. So initially we had just ads in our newsletter on site. That's super standard. We moved into what is like a business-to-consumer subscription. So the consumer was paying, say, $1,000 per year for a research product. And we learned a lot from that experience in particular. And pretty much decided the consumer subscription models are really hard. And so we moved over to the B2B side, which is a totally different kind of client experience, how you service, who's actually paying, and have seen way, way more success there. And there have been examples of other companies who've done that at scale, like Politico with their Politico Pro product, as well as like FreightWaves and a couple others. And so, like, despite thinking that the B2B way of content monetization is probably better, we still wanted to serve, our consumers, right? Because we, as a firm, take the stance like we have an important responsibility to, say, educate like the masses on what is happening in crypto in a very consistent way. And so, how do we afford to do that without kind of like putting up as large of like a paywall that people don't want to really interact with, right? Like even, you don't want, say, 10 subscriptions that are $200 per year. You really only want like 3. However, you probably want access whenever you actually run into a paywall to all of these different publishers.
Maybe you can actually elaborate a little bit like on just, I know you have a couple of data points on just how inefficient like these subscriptions are, like, and what the audience penetration rates tend to be, and why that's like such a bad business.
Yeah, absolutely. So when we were kind of like doing research into do we want to, say, participate in this experiment, what was important was looking at like best-in-class players and how successful they've been in terms of their, we'll call it like audience penetration. So how many users are actually pulling out their credit card and paying for content versus the number of monthly actives they have visiting their site. And it's pretty abysmal, right? New York Times is best in class by miles, and they're, say, 6.4%, I think, is like what they're citing right now. They have hundreds of millions of monthly active users. Well, that's probably high. We'll call it 100. And only, 6 million or so are actually paying for them. And again, that's best in class, and most publishers only see something like a 0.1% to like 0.6% penetration rate. And so, like, that fact alone just kind of irked me in the wrong way, because I'd want like everyone to actually have access to the content, and the suggestion that only 6% in best case scenarios wasn't something that we would get like super excited for.
Okay, I think that explains the problem very well. So when we talk about the future of media and potentially the impact crypto and Web3 may have on it, like what are just the different options that you've seen at Crypto Briefing, that the different monetization models you could adopt? Like what have been good things about them, what have been bad things about them? Like how do you think about what you would integrate into your own business?
Yeah, the most obvious one is advertising, and most media companies start with this advertising model, but there's a significant moral hazard with this. Like you already heard about the flack that Facebook and Google have gotten into for basically turning their users into the product. They're the ones that are being sold rather than the ones that are being served. And this is a major problem with media companies where trust is paramount of importance. So for Crypto Briefing's evolution, it was quite similar to the blocks, but for the first 2 years, we didn't accept any advertising dollars at all. So Crypto Briefing was founded in the heart of 2017 during the bull market, where trust was at an all-time low in different media companies because there was a lot of pay-to-play action, like undisclosed shilling of projects, and just people just doing backroom deals to shill complete garbage ICOs. So Crypto Briefing tried to buck that trend by not accepting any advertising dollars at all and just financing it against market share, hoping that at some point in the future that we'd develop a subscription product, which we eventually did. So we did also launch a consumer subscription. It started out like $1,000 a year, just providing different insights and due diligence into different crypto projects. And what we're starting to realize is much what Mike mentioned earlier, is that those penetration rates are so low that it's still difficult to monetize like a media business that way. So imagine using Access Protocol rather than this dirty word of a paywall, and I actually don't like that Access Protocol calls it a tokenized paywall. It's a get paid wall. So people will actually get paid for getting access to these subscriptions using the Access token. And I think that's a really novel and innovative way to be able to simplify the overall subscription process and incentivize users to actually engage with this content in a way that's native to Web3.
When we were building Access Protocol, I think the most common other approach that we saw to this problem was like some sort of just Web3 login wallet with like maybe a USDC payment or something like that, or then something around NFTs, which actually, when you think about it, looks quite similar. So, what do you think were the problems with something like that? This is both of you, problems with those ideas versus like something like what we're building.
I don't think an NFT is an improvement over the old school subscription model. Like now you just have the ability to resell access to that subscription when that media company is usually minting many, many subscriptions at a time. And you've seen a couple other like DAOs try this NFT content access model and fail, like DuckDAO or LobsterDAO, which are like investment organizations. And they minted out a certain number of NFTs and only that group of people would get access to this content in this community. But eventually, because of issues with managing like a distributed content community and network, those places just kind of collapsed in on themselves, and it made it very difficult to maintain the integrity and quality of that content without some central arbiter of what's truthful and also what's high quality.
Yeah. It's interesting. The NFT side, a lot of different projects have come to us over the years, like, hey, why don't you tokenize the block? Why don't you introduce some form of like micropayments? Like, I'll pay out of my crypto wallet. Like, it's just really tough on both sides of the equation. You as the consumer and the block in this context as like the creator, because there is no kind of like guarantee of like growing streaming fees, and really what everyone wants is that like recurring fees in which you can like really build a business off of. And so the idea of say like counting on secondary transactions of an NFT, it's just a really hard sell for say larger organizations out there. Maybe like the Times at some point would want to change its business model, and NFTs just would be a tough one.
Well, not to mention the added friction. Like now you're telling everybody that they have to access your content through an NFT or like load a wallet to pay every time they view a piece of content. Like, that's just not a great user experience. People want it to be convenient and seamless to be able to get access to all this stuff.
I have noticed that like a lot of this is also where people don't really understand like what the solution should be from the publication side. They think about it more from the user side, where like micropayments, right? Like that's a classic one everyone suggested. No media publication, in my understanding, like really wants that. Can you just talk about why that is?
I don't even think users want that. Like, do you really? If you ever use something called Pacer, I remember doing this as a journalist. It's a government website for accessing court documents. And it sounds a little bit weird, but every time you would download a court document, you would have to pay like 10 or 20 cents to do that. And they'd just rack them all up, and then at the end of it, you'd pay this bill. And even if you access the same document multiple times, because say you lost it or you needed to get it again, you'd pay every single time. That's like, no, that's a horrible user experience, because it's making you do the opposite of what the business wants you to do, which is engage with that content and become part of that, within that part of that community of that media company. And instead, you're incentivizing them to do the opposite, consume as little content as possible and not engage with that content.
You two are both positioned quite well to experiment with this stuff, understand it, and implement it in some way into your business. I think that's still quite a leap from sort of traditional media companies being able to make that jump. What do you think are like the biggest challenges to that, and like what the roadmap looks like? How can we get to a place where some of the world's biggest media companies would be using crypto?
Yeah, I can start off. I think for us, it's just like the UX is such a pain point for a lot of consumers out there, right? Like, if you are to deprecate what is the existing consumer paywall today, you better be damn sure that whatever you introduce is going to be really, really lightweight. And I think that's probably a theme across all of crypto. In order for there to be really big adoption, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of people, how do you get people to use crypto without actually necessarily realizing that it's on Solana, it's on Ethereum, or whatever else? Like, that's not what the consumer, the average consumer, would care about. They care about a very, very clean experience, and that's why I think crypto briefing and the block are kind of like critical to iterating here, is because we kind of understand the nitty gritty, are confident about it, and now can like really focus on the UX piece, continuing to improve and improve until it becomes unequivocally clear to say a Times or maybe a TechCrunch or whatever much more seasoned publisher is out there than, say, like Mitchell or I, to implement something like Access, whatever the Web3 solution is, that I'm personally convinced the only way for there to be like really meaningful change to these different business models is through some kind of like Web3 concept. So that's why.
What do you think? How do I push this to like New York Times?
How do you push it?
Yeah.
Just show them the block and crypto briefing as case studies and see how they transform their subscription models that way. Because think about the New York Times, that is their bread and butter, is their subscription. Unless you could come up with the compelling use case to say, hey, here's what these other businesses have done, here's the results of that, here's the data to show that it increases user engagement and increases the monetization per impression or per user. Until you have those studies, then maybe the New York Times will start considering and be like, hey, this makes sense.
One last aspect I think I want to touch on is just the on-chain part of this, where like, how do you see just the data that you're able to get? For example, if you have like a system like this where it's just one ecosystem, you can see all the users, like their behaviors, interactions with other publications. Like, what value add is that to your business? Maybe starting from Mike.
Sure. Yeah, data is a really big part of the kind of digital media conversation right now because it's critical to the effectiveness of like the ad units. I know people can be a little allergic to ad units, but they would have so much more efficient monetization if they were able to say, hey, this is Mika Hunkasalo visiting the site, right? And so like the introduction of, say, like a better identity layer where you could say, okay, Mitchell's visiting, or this is Mika's visiting, and being able to, say, like, monetize their visits more directly because there is a sponsor out there that wants to get a message in front of Mitchell specifically is super, super duper promising. I think it would totally transform the landscape. One aspect that is pretty cool about like what we could do if everyone onboarded into like a Web3 monetization mechanic is actually the value transfer shouldn't solely be towards the content creator. It should actually go back to the consumer as well, right? Everyone in this room is attacked by hundreds of ads per day as they kind of like surf around the web. Like you as a user arguably should be compensated for generating impressions on those ads. Like could you kind of design a system to do that with crypto? And I think the eventual answer is yes.
Ads sort of get a bad rap always, but I mean, if you're able to receive something that's actually valuable to you in a way from your actions that you've done, that's actually good for the user as well and really good for the business, right?
Yeah, I mean, just imagine if someone could put an ad in front of Sam Bankman-Fried. How much would they pay for that? It'd be in the thousands or tens of thousands, and then giving half of that back to him, say like, hey man, you could donate this to charity or something. That'd be such a cool way to monetize advertising. And doing that in a Web3 native format by trying to link like web behavior with wallets would be really interesting and really cool. And it also poses its own host of interesting and tricky like privacy concerns on ways on how to navigate this actual interaction between people don't want to maintain their privacy while simultaneously advertisers and content producers want to serve content that's relevant and interesting to them.
Yeah, and I do think that's like a common criticism of the ad model, and there are definitely people out there that say like, hey, like we don't need ads online, but like the truth of the matter is like you really, really do. Like that's how the world works. Like people need to sell things, and so naturally want to get them in front of you. But the reason why I think a lot of people hate ads is because they're just presented so many irrelevant ads to what they're interested in. I personally, you know, when I hop on Instagram, I'm not super offended by what's put in front of me. I'm more so creeped out that they know like I need a new mattress or something. And so like if you're able to present a relevant ad every single time, then it's probably good for the consumer, like Mitchell was suggesting.
So if sort of the Access protocol and also like other Web3 monetization methods for digital media publications, it goes well, like how do you see that then changing the media landscape and changing what these businesses look like?
Well, I don't think it's just limited to media either. The scope of what Access Protocol can do is just for supporting public goods in general. And this is a common problem that you see across many industries. Like, how does Wikipedia fund its organization? How does the Creative Commons fund its organization? All these different nonprofits and not-for-profits and and companies like media companies which produce something that's in the public interest, how do you go about financing that in a way that's good for consumers and good for society overall? So I think that that engagement and that interaction between users being able to like stake their tokens towards a project without losing access to those funds, and while simultaneously getting rewarded for that, is a novel and interesting way to tackle that public goods problem.
We talked actually a lot more about Access Protocol, and I suggest everyone go check out our announcement, Crypto Briefing and Crypto Slate, and also how the protocol works as well. We didn't really get into the details here that much. But yeah, I think thank you everyone very much for joining here on this panel, and thank you both of you for giving your thoughts. And yeah, let's see where all this goes.
Yeah, I think all three of us are really, really excited about what the impact of Web3 can be for all of content creators, but in particular, the digital media companies that we run. So, thanks for hosting.
Yeah. Thanks, everybody.
Oh. You want that one? Which way?
Thanks so much for that panel on the future of media. I hope you guys learned something exciting there. We're going to take just a minute, and we'll be right back. Okay. So already this afternoon, we've heard from Google. We've heard about the future of NFT royalties and Web3 and media. This is the big ideas stage. So we've got another great panel. We're going to hear from Brendan Eich from Brave and Lucy Harley McCune from The Block. please come on up.
Hello, Breakpoint. Thanks so much for having us. I'm Lucy Harley-McEwen, the NFT and gaming editor at The Block, and I have a man who needs no introduction in many circles that will be here, Brendan Ike, who is the CEO of Brave. Brave has 20 million daily active users, 57 monthly active users, and has become a mainstay in many crypto circles. So yeah, please welcome Brendan.
Thanks. Raise your hand if you're not using Brave. I use Safari. I don't have Chrome installed right now. I don't need it. So yeah, glad to be here.
Thanks so much. So we thought we would take a quick look back. This is Brendan's second year at Breakpoint, and many updates have happened since then. So do you want to just give us a little overview of what the year's been like?
Yes, well, we got going in the beginning of the year in earnest. Brave has a lot of engineers. Some are true crypto natives. A lot of browser engineers, too. We're trying to make everybody learn about crypto. And so some of our top people did learn about Solana and got going on it January or early February. And then we had basic support out in May, and we've been rolling ever since. So I have a few slides I could show if you want.
Yeah, absolutely.
OK, let's have a look. Kind of meat and potatoes. There's a video here. I think I can play it. This is actual video from Android, I believe. This is what the wallet interaction looks like. It's, we think, getting competitive with other wallets out there, and we're going to keep going to weave it into the browsing experience. We have hardware wallet support. We have NFT gallery coming along. We're working with Magic Eden, and we're excited about some of the things that are coming that we'll be announcing in the next few weeks from some of our partners. That gives you a feel for what it looks like. Here are some more screenshots. So what happened in May was just basic buy, sell, send support. And then we quickly added support. That was for tokens as well, SPL, as well as Sol. We then added dApp support, and we've followed that up with NFT support. Now, when you open a wallet in the browser, you can obviously look at it like a portfolio view in a sort of standard wallet or brokerage-style web app, and that's what's shown here. But the really killer things we want to do lie ahead of us. We want to put the wallet in flows with merchants, so you can check out with crypto. Maybe we can even virtualize a MasterCard, and you can use that too. That gets us into all the checkout flows without having to interact or sell the merchants on new JavaScript to embed for their checkout process. We'd like to make it possible to mix credit and crypto. We're also looking at things like in our search engine, Brave Search, which I hope you will try. It's the default if you make a new profile in Brave. We're looking to embed Web3.js right in the search engine result page. So if you're looking for what looks like a pair of crypto assets, we will offer to do a swap if you have one of them, or if you are looking for a single symbol, we'll help you buy it if you want to get onboarded that way. Google won't do this. They're not touching crypto that I know of. I think Bing likewise, but Brave Search will. Here's another screen showing the account view and helping you see your assets. Also, you see the Ledger hardware wallet indication at the bottom. We have a wallet partner program. This is growing like gangbusters. Here are some of the names. We're going to have SNS name resolution support through Bonfida, right? You can see them up top there. This thing's bigger than I thought. It's bigger all the time. One more slide. Anyway, that's an update. I just wanted to show progress because we view this as a long-term commitment to weave Solana and Brave together weave the wallet into search and browsing and make Web3 real, predict the future by inventing it.
Yeah, great. And so, we've looked back, looking forward, what can we hope to see coming up from you guys in the crypto space?
So games, I have a long relationship with games. When I was at Mozilla, I met Tim Sweeney. We did a joint announcement at GDC 2013. We were running Unreal Engine in the browser at 30 frames a second. This was using a subset of JavaScript that was statically typed and WebGL and web audio and things like that. This has evolved now. You can get Unreal Engine 5 running at full frame rate using WebAssembly, WebGPU. The web standards are now supporting games. And I'm not ready to announce it, but we're working with some game developers on big news that will tie Brave and Web3 gaming together. And it makes perfect sense to me because I'd like to see a real metaverse that's open, that lets you take assets with you. Those assets should be attested to by a blockchain. They should be on the chain in your wallet. Your wallet should help you keep things yours across different games through different portals. So this will take some time to build, but we're building a Web3 gaming practice at Brave.
And as many people know, the landscape of online gaming is changing really fast. I wondered how you see the future of that in Web3. Will it be browser first? How do you optimize for that?
Yeah, it's tricky because you have the game developers, and certainly I've talked to Tim Sweeney on and off about this, who have their own interests in the integrity of their game, let's say. But a lot of games support mods, and browser-based games should support things like mashups. So one of the things that Brave tries to focus on is the user's right to block content, block all those threats to your privacy, but also maybe reformat or mash up content. So I'm interested in what can be done with this tier of development. This is like a new ecosystem to explore and to have developers migrate into. So we're trying to make Web3 gaming user first.
Changing tack slightly, what are the biggest issues you see with scaling in Web3? What's coming up? What are the headwinds?
So I have lots of security worries because I see not only is Web3 to be accessible pretty much done through Web 2, right? We're doing things with servers you browse to at well-known addresses. But more and more can be done directly on-chain, even if you're using some kind of a server to get at the underlying network. And I hope that we can then extend the cryptographic protocols all the way into the browser so you don't just blindly trust the server, right? This is how we're accessing Ethereum right now in the Brave wallet through Infura, let's say. And nothing against Infura, but that is as Moxie Marlinspike pointed out earlier this year, that is kind of a Web 2 trust the server model. It's not a true Web 3 model. So we're working over time on cryptography. I was excited to see this Bravos wallet. It's like spelled like Brave, except it's got 2 A's and an OS instead of an E. And they were showing something with Starknet that was really cool. They were using the secure enclave on your phone to hold the private key and do the signing and make your phone into sort of a hardware wallet. It's not quite as hardened as a ledger. At Brave, we have a lot of hardware wallet maximalists, and they think you should get a ledger, at least for your cold wallet, where most of your assets are. But a lot of people use Phantom, or if they're using Ethereum, they use MetaMask. They're using software key. They're not protecting their assets. So that should be for the stuff that you're just willing to put at greater risk. But if you can put things into the secure enclave on your phone and keep the private key there and do the signing there, that's sort of a midpoint between a ledger and just a pure software key where you're taking your life in your hands. And with a browser extension, there are even more security attack surfaces to worry about. So Brave is trying to worry about security, and that's one of the things that keeps me up at night.
Absolutely. And I just wanted to sort of bring it around to a hot topic, which is bots. And I wondered what your opinion is on how to fight bots with ad tech, which I guess is something that you guys are kind of primed to do, I think.
Yes, we do private ads in the browser. They're opt-in. There's no data collection to Brave at all. We don't target you. The matching is done by machine learning in the browser that looks at a fixed catalog updated a couple times a day for everybody in a region. So everybody gets the same catalog. It's not that big. It's like an anti-malware list. And the machine learning picks the best link in that catalog to load the creative from. You can control the frequency. You get 70% of the revenue. We have Brave Search, and we're not monetizing the free leg of that. We will. We have a premium version. If you don't want ads, you can pay for it. Several thousand people already have signed up. But for the free leg, we'll also have private search ads that pay you at least as much as we get from the gross. Now, private ads so far require us to do the direct selling, but we're going to try to get demand partners in for the Brave search ads because you need a lot more demand to match the big supply of all those keywords people search for. And we're going to try some novel techniques to decentralize parts of the search business, something Google will never do. But fraud is a problem with ads, and paying the user is a fraud magnet. So we have to do anti-fraud, and one of the ways we do that is, again, ideally with a secure enclave, you can load code in the browser that's not tampered with. It can't be easily fooled. It looks at things like the accelerometer. Like people who do apps like Steppen know how to do this. You can tell if it's a real person. I met somebody in 2017 who was using the JavaScript web accelerometer API, and he could recognize his own gait. He could tell when he danced the hokey pokey. He sold it to an ad retargeting business, which is probably now in violation of the California Privacy Act and the European privacy laws. We can do this privately in a secure enclave and just give a proof in zero knowledge that this is a real human versus not a real human. This is a better way to do anti-fraud, and it's something that I think is compelling and needed for a lot of interaction models in Web3, where you're paying users something, you're giving them a piece of the action, but that does draw in fraudsters.
And something that's linked to this is your native token BAT, which has been in circulation for a while. I wondered if you just wanted to talk through how that works. Is there kind of a future plan for the utility of that token?
Yes, so we use BAT right now to pay the user 70% from the personal ads you get that are privately matched in the browser, and we're going to use it for the search ads too. We're adding BAT utility for other things, some of which I won't announce here, but we're growing BAT utility across multiple chains, and it's already on Solana as it was last year, right, through Wormhole. I mentioned my security worries. That certainly includes bridges, and Wormhole had a hack early this year. But we're learning as we go. We're improving the technology, and I think a lot of these bridge hacks were just failures to verify or logic bugs. And so as this gets hardened, I think we'll have even more bridging, more BAT utility across multiple chains. And we'll push it hard on Solana because that's where the fees are low. And if you want to then take your BAT back to its native Ethereum chain for long-term cold storage, that's cool, no problem. So we're increasing BAT utility every day.
Cool. And I just wanted to change topic again. I wondered what your thoughts are on the state of play and regulation and how you see things progressing. Are regulators a threat?
Yeah, I was on a panel yesterday at a regulatory sort of workshop event. That doesn't keep me up at night because I just don't want to worry about it. I'll just see what comes. But we also do talk to regulators sometimes, and we see other projects talking to them in the US. We expect things to get ugly, but we hope by using reason we can get them to not do very pernicious things. A lot of the turf wars in the US, it seems like, between different regulatory agencies have the risk of overreach. But with good conversations, instead of just going silent, I think we can get reason to prevail. We're trying to get things like Vitalik advocated in a tweet thread that was sort of a response to Sam Bankman-Fried's long recent thread, which are, if you, instead of treating everybody as a suspect because they, for instance, used Tornado Cash or they were dusted through it, you can just use proofs and zero knowledge to show that you're not on a sanction list or you otherwise have desirable properties without revealing your identity. That seems like a better world. So I'm a big fan of zero knowledge proof systems. We need to keep working on them. We need to make them known to the regulators, and I think that will help improve the state of regulatory play.
So you're clearly very bullish on Solana. You've also deployed on Ethereum. I wondered whether Brave is considering any other chains, because I feel like there's been, a lot of competition popping up in the market. So.
Yes, we have a multi-chain wallet, and we're looking at other chains, and we'll have more announcements. We're not, stopping at any given set of chains, but we are making Solana the default network, that's already the case. So when you make a Brave wallet, you get a Solana account, and you get Solana as the default network. With EVM compatibility approaches like Neon or a cross-compiler, it's possible we could then have a lot of smart contract action migrate to Solana. This was the vision that I explained last year. We still have to get those EVM scaling solutions onto Solana.
And you talked briefly about smart contracts. I wondered what your thoughts are like on the future of that area. What will we be seeing?
Yeah, I'm a fan. I think it's a little disturbing. This is something, again, Moxie Marlinspike wrote about. If you're doing NFTs, but the secondary sale royalty is not through the smart contract. It's the check is in the mail promise from OpenSea, and not to pick on them, but any sort of website, because that's not something that you can count on in the long run. That business may come into distress, the site may go away or go down. I'd like to see royalties and revenue shares and all the kind of stuff we do move on chain. And that was the big research project we did, where we had a request for comments and code from many projects to move a large part of the BAT private ad system attestation on chain. So the browser keeps ad performance metrics in a black box accumulator, and then it puts bulletproof zero-knowledge proofs directly on Solana. And we're still working on that. That's going to happen, I think, in the next 6 months.
Absolutely. And then just jumping off from that, does Brave intend to launch other blockchain products?
Yes, but I don't want to pre-announce them and steal my own thunder.
You can't talk about them.
But we believe in rolling thunder. We believe in getting stuff out all the time and promoting it as it comes out, making it available. When you have a modern browser, you have nightly version, a release channel for nightly bills. It's kind of the bleeding edge, but I use it all the time, and it doesn't crash on me. You have the beta channel, and you have the stable channel. And you can run all three as separate profiles. You can do it on Android, same nightly, beta, and stable. With iOS, we only have test flight beta releases because Apple's a little restrictive. And that is another concern. It's not the regulators, it's Apple. Apple's been a little bit mean to crypto and Web3 and NFTs, and we should fight back. As developers, we should find ways around this. We should lobby our Congress critters. Apple, I'm a slave since iPhone 1. Actually, in the 90s, I had a Mac 2 CI. But I think they're going too far here, and they need to adjust. It's not cool to sort of close down the town and make everyone, like in a company town, use Script, use the Apple 30% in-app payment, and try to block crypto on and off ramps. So we'll keep working on this.
Sure. I think that's probably a good note to end on. Thank you so much for joining me. And yeah.
Thank you.
Good luck with all the new products.
Thanks.
Thanks so much, Brendan and Lucy, for that great talk. Before we get into our next session, I want to just quickly check. How many of you were here last year? All right. Now, take a look around the room. Look at how many people are in here. We have 1,500 more people here at Breakpoint this year than last year. The energy is real, right? On that note, we're going to take a look back at all of the kind of highlights from the past year, or some of them. I don't think we can do all of them. And we're going to look forward to some of the hard challenges that all of you are building against in the year coming up. So we're going to hear from Austin Federa and Anatoly. And first, I want to invite Austin up to the stage.
Here we are, end of the first day of Breakpoint 2022. I hope you guys enjoyed this. So I'm Austin Federa. We're going to talk a little bit about what's been going on the network over the last year, some of the things that we're looking forward to. But first, I wanted to call out a few things from today. The first being Kevin Bowers and Fire Dancer. I think that was one of the really impressive presentations to see. There's a 45-minute technical demo, which is actually working code in a DevNet environment, to be very clear, not on mainnet. Don't want folks to misconstrue some of this. But this is where the performance of the network will be heading as a lot of these improvements start shipping to the network. So this is an early look at stuff that you can see rolling out over the next year. Check out that 45-minute technical workshop and demo. I think that's going to be really interesting. We heard a bunch of great updates on SMS and the Solana mobile stack today as well. And of course, Google Cloud making some pretty serious inroads into Web3 and Web3 with Solana. So looking back, right, this is an image on the right that very few people remember, or that right if you're over there. This is actually from 2019. I don't remember this image. I was not involved in Solana at the time. This is from Osaka, Japan. This was the first Solana, I guess, Breakpoint before Breakpoint conference. You can see last year, and you can see this over this morning. So really what we're seeing is incredible growth through the ecosystem and the community. It's come so far in just a short period of time. So we are, of course, coming to you today in a bear market. And Solana is we've been through this before. Solana launched in March of 2020 on mainnet beta, right after the world went into lockdown and the economic crash associated with that. And so a lot of you in the audience were actually here and building for that. A lot of you are new to the network, and this is sort of the first experience with this. For those who sort of sat through and built in the previous bear, thank you. For those of you continuing to build today, there's never been a better time to get building on the network. This is where the noise goes away, the signal gets amplified. This is a builder's market. And these are just a small number of the companies that were all founded in, we call them recessions outside of crypto, but in the bear market. And really the message here is that some of the best companies in the world have been founded at times when other people were afraid to found companies. And so keep that spirit with you as you interrogate your products you're building, the use cases, and the future of things on the network. So let's talk a little bit about the last few years and where things stand today. Hacker houses. Hacker houses started as an idea at Breakpoint last year, and there's been over 24 of them this last year. So 64,000 people have participated in either Solana hackathons or Solana hacker houses since the network went live. This is an incredible number of folks. This is the transition from Web 2 to Web 3 that we're talking about. 64,000 people is both a very large number and a very small number at the same time. But it's the beginning of a trend that you only see accelerating as folks move from Web 2 to Web 3. And you see web companies like Google embrace Web 3 as a future for them, and companies like Instagram, who you heard from earlier today as well. So hacker houses. I'm excited to announce the 2023 lineup for hacker houses. This is an incredible list of places that all have either strong Solana communities right now and active support, or they're areas that we've seen incredible projects submitted to hackathons from around the world. So this is a list of cities. The registrations will be up in the coming days. You can find more at solana.com/events. But these are really like an incredible component of taking an online community, bringing it in person for a period of time, just like Breakpoint, catalyzing around an idea, and then going off and building what your ideas are. So let's talk a little bit about decentralization and validators. Validators are the heart of everything on the Solana network and everything on a blockchain. So over the course of the last year, Solana has quietly become the world's most decentralized proof-of-stake network. It has the highest Nakamoto coefficient. It has over 3,600 full nodes running, over 2,000 validators. These are numbers that are not matched by other proof-of-stake chains when you look at the overall picture of decentralization that comes through. There's 230 different unique data centers that folks are running validators out of. These are block-producing, consensus-participating validators in over 33 different countries. This is an incredible accomplishment for a network that is only 2.5 years old. Uh, Setting aside the fact there's a whole separate validator client implementation that's being worked on by the folks at Jump from FireDancer. So activity on the network. Let's take a look at what that looks like today. Now, there's two metrics that are very important to look at here. The first is accounts and active accounts, and the second are active fee payers. These are slightly different things on the network, but they represent different types of user activity. Now, these numbers are clearly down from their peak, but what you're showing here is real staying power across the network, that people who start building on the network and users who start using the network, it's a sticky place. They're sticking around. They're experiencing all that DeFi and NFTs and DAOs and gaming and all this other amazing stuff we'll talk about has to offer. So digging a little deeper into this is developer activity on Solana. Now, there's thousands of developers building on Solana. On the left, you see active GitHub repos. And this is probably the best proxy we have for developers actually building on the network. Now, this is, of course, only public repos. If your project is in private mode and hasn't launched yet, or you're building something closed source, we can't really track what this looks like. But these are projects in active development. Additionally, there are over 1,000 programs on the network with transactions going through them every day. This is also pretty impressive when you realize that a whole point of Solana is program reusability. So it's not like every time someone mints an NFT, they have to deploy an entirely new NFT contract, which would show up in a program count. So these are really exciting numbers. I'd love to see the activity, especially the GitHub repos increasing. I think some of this is folks just finally getting on the open source bandwagon, which we're really excited to see, but it also represents real growth as well as the network. So where is Web3 headed, right? This is a pretty famous chart of the internet adoption in the United States. Now, the United States is just one small market, right, in the world, but this is kind of where a lot of this adoption started for consumer technology. So you go back to 1995, and what you're seeing is that about 12% of the US population had some access to an internet connection and was online. Today in crypto in the United States, there's about 12% of the population that owns a digital asset, blockchain tokens, crypto. Now, ownership, I think, is a pretty poor metric for participation. That could be folks who go through centralized exchanges. That could be folks that never have held their own keys. They don't have a ledger. They're not doing self-custody. So we're actually probably even more early than that. But this is that transition that we're just at the very beginning of. All the activity we're talking about here, all these active users, all of the updates we'll go through, we're still at the incredible beginning of this journey in this cycle. And that's really a thing to keep in mind here, is that where we are today is, it can feel like crypto has come such a long way in just a few years. We're still in like 1995. There's so much left to do. And that's why you're all here today and why we're all here today. So before we talk about some of these areas of focus on the network, it's important to remember that new paradigms are needed when you switch technology paradigms, right? The move from Web 1 to Web 2, we had to reinvent a whole bunch of vocabulary to be able to describe what these things actually are. So we're going to go through some categories like NFTs and DeFi and DAOs and all these sorts of things, but all of these are approximations of models to fit certain kinds of ideas, right? Gaming on blockchain, it's not gaming on Web 2 just moved to blockchain. It's a combination of NFTs. It's a combination of DAOs, maybe. It's a combination of tokens and DeFi, right? These are intersectional concepts that all roll together, and we'll come up with new names as we go. I don't think NFTs are going to be the sticky name for the future. I don't think DAOs are going to be the sticky name for the future. And because this all exists in a composable environment, these things all intermingle with each other. And that's the whole point. That being said, let's talk about games. So 2022 has been a landmark year for games building on Solana. So games on Solana have this thing where they're fast, they're cheap, they're composable, and we're starting to see a beginning of a shift from centralized games that run on pretty much all Azure, to systems that are actually both built on blockchains and interacting with blockchains. This is a shift from this sort of model where you either play to earn to something where you're playing to own. We are taking games that are actually fun for the sake of the game. They're not just DeFi wrapped in sort of a nice UI. And this is a really big shift both for the gaming industry and for opportunity. Games have historically led the adoption curve in areas before. You saw mobile games taking off far before you saw other types of mobile applications taking off. And so this is kind of a leading indicator of where things stand. So Solana Foundation Games Day, how many of you went to Games Day? Great. Awesome. Glad to see that. So Games Day happened just yesterday, which is hard to believe. But this showcases fun, player-driven experiences built on Solana. And so what we saw there, if you were one of the 1,100 people who were able to come to Games Day, was over 15 games that are live and playable on the network now today. There's about that number's expected to rise to about 37 by the end of Q1. And these are, again, these are not just DeFi with a UI on top of them. These are game-first experiences that are testing out new models of what it means when your player identity and your player reputation can move from one game to another or one game network to another. You're not locked into this idea of like, oh, I'm only an Xbox player, or I'm only a PlayStation player. You can bring that portable identity with you. So this is one of those things that games at the beginning of 2022 were just sort of an idea on Solana. There were a lot of people spending a lot of good time building them, but there wasn't anything playable. And so I encourage you all to check out some of the footage from Games Day as well. I think over 1.5 million people turned in remotely to actually watch some of the play demos that took place. So really excited to see that. Moving on to DAOs. So since last year, the DAO tooling on Solana has matured to the point that many projects are actively managing treasuries and their community governance on-chain. So DAOs are a term that we use to describe a piece of technology. DAOs are actually a cultural transformation in the way that communities engage in the process of self-governance, right? DAOs have the ability to rewrite what the idea of the corporation is, and to change the relationship between someone who's a member of a community, a shareholder, someone who's a citizen. All of these things get blurred together in the concept of a DAO. And so we're at the very beginning of this sort of DAO explosion. And so you can see some pretty impressive numbers here. I would say that over 7,000 DAO proposals, over 31,000 people actually participating in on-chain governance. This is the idea of rebuilding the idea of digital community in a way that's owned by the participants. So DAOs are not one size fits all, right? It's not like you have to DAO everything or you DAO nothing. There's parts of different online communities, be it an NFT community that's now voting on proposals on how to use their royalty treasury, if they still have one, via DAOs. Or it's full projects like Mango who have taken almost everything and brought that to be the decision of the DAO. So there's a whole spectrum here, and it's something that folks can really build and choose how they want to use it. There's investment products being built using DAOs now. There's a lot happening in this space, and I think it's really interesting to see where this will head in the future. Moving on to payments. So Solana Pay launched in January of this year. It's hard to believe it was just in January, as truly decentralized payment rails. So this enables a new type of commerce experience that is open to small businesses doing in-person transactions, online and web merchants, and giant multinational global brands such as ASICs. This is a transformation of a model that moves from paying for something as a one-time transaction to building potentially things like loyalty on-chain, to build relationships that involve not just a physical item, but a digital item. We're not just taking a book and selling an ebook here, right? It is a transformation of what payment rails enable. And it's important to note that the point of payments is not just to reduce the cost of transaction to near zero, and it's not just to allow instant global settlement of any dollar amount anywhere in the world. It is to build up people's functionality on chain. That transition from saying, I use a debit card, to I use PayPal and eBay, to I'm a fintech user on Robinhood. That isn't accidental. That's because a whole series of technological innovations led to that. And payments on chain and getting that tooling really strong, that brings more users into DeFi. When you already are paying people through something like USDC on Solana, it makes more sense to use DeFi products built on these kinds of networks. You no longer have to go through the process of how do I get funds out of my bank account and onto a blockchain to experiment with something new. If they're already there, if anything, that process is reversed. How do I get funds from USDC out of a blockchain, a space I like to exist, and into a more traditional banking system? Speaking of DeFi, we're now talking about the leading indicator of the bear market, which is DeFi. And I'm not going to tell you the chart isn't lower, but what we can see is this is largely due to changes in asset prices, not asset quantities. So the amount of digital assets involved in DeFi on Solana continues to be strong. And you can see that over $150 million has been raised just in 2022 for DeFi projects building on Solana. That's an incredibly impressive number considering if any of you have tried to raise capital, the capital market conditions now in venture, it's not what it was in 2021. So this is a very impressive number to see, and it's really great to see that the builders who are still committed to building DeFi on Solana are continuing to do so and have access to capital they need to do that. And you can see that just here at Breakpoint. There's over 20 panels, workshops, presentations, and announcements that are in large part or entirely focused on DeFi. I encourage you to check those out. A number of them are happening on the last day on the main stage, so some really good announcements and stuff coming there. Now moving on to NFTs. No segment on breakout success is quite complete without a conversation around NFTs. Users on Solana love NFTs. There's something about the way they've been built on the network that has had a transformational effect on how people use NFTs. And this is not accidental. These are all of the advantages of working in one global state that's fast, cheap, and composable. It just happens that NFTs are one of the best examples of this. So developers are building new kinds of experiences because NFTs are disruptively cheap on Solana and composable. You can look at something like Raindrops, which allows you to mix and match different items that your NFT could possibly wear. You see these things getting integrated into gaming, and you see NFT governance actually becoming something. And this is that intersection we were talking about how DAOs enable NFTs, and NFTs enable DAOs, and this whole world ends up being mixed together into totally new kinds of consumer-focused experiences. And it's important to remember, NFTs on Solana are very new. The Metaplex protocol launched in June of 2021, and the first breakout success wasn't really until August. So that's just 14 months ago. Let's go through some of the headline numbers here. So since August of 21, there's been over 21 million NFTs minted on Solana. 7.2 million unique owners of those NFTs. That's not unique wallets that ever minted an NFT, that's current holders of NFTs. That's over $3.6 billion in primary and secondary sales on the network, all in just 14 months. These are remarkable numbers, and even so more considering the bear market we're in right now. And these numbers are matching or exceeding Ethereum numbers on almost all metrics except primary and secondary sales in aggregate. And that's incredibly impressive to see as the network matures and grows. So this is where Solana is today. Where Solana is headed is what we're going to talk about next. There are hard problems that are being solved today on the network, and there are hard problems that haven't yet been solved. And that's what we're here to talk about. We're going to talk about a whole series of them, and there's no better person to have this conversation with than the co-founder of Solana, Anatoly Yakovenko.
Wow, thank you guys for being here. I've had like my first coffee in 3 months. So yeah, very excited to be here and tell you about like all the awesome work that our engineers have done over the last year, and the big problems still left to do.
Let's go ahead and start with mobile.
Yeah, so mobile obviously is a big challenge. And it's a big challenge not for the network, but for the user experience and for developers. The business models for Web3 are not really compatible with how the business models work in the big app stores. When you buy to own a video on Amazon Prime, you don't actually own it. You're renting it from Amazon, maybe forever, or maybe whenever Amazon decides not to have that video anymore. So it's not true digital ownership. And that concept of real digital ownership doesn't really work with the way that app stores make their money. Magic Eden can't charge a 30% fee in an NFT that the user sells in an open market. They can't simply sell the same NFT for 10,000 bucks on their desktop and sell the same NFT for $13,000 in the iOS App Store, nor can they eat that fee themselves. And this is really a problem for mobile developers that are really trying to build amazing experiences for their users. So that's the motivation for Saga. It's blood, sweat, and tears to build a phone. It's a little crazy to try to take on Apple and Google at like what they do a really amazing job at. But we're very lucky that Google does make an amazing open source operating system called Android. So the Saga device, fully Android compatible, all the Google stuff works on it, but it also has all the cool features from the Solana mobile stack. So I don't know if you guys have seen the Saga team. They have dev kits that you can play around with right now.
Go find them and check them out. They're very cool.
Yeah, the dev kits are shipping mid-December, and all this stuff is live. So mobile wallet adapter. It's a very tiny but very cool piece of code. When you use the normal Google Chrome web browser, just a normal standard browser, and you go to a Web3 application, and you click Connect your wallet application, it automatically connects through a WebSocket to whatever wallet of your choice on the device. This actually works even outside of SMS. So this is a hook to connect all your wallets, and it's a very slick experience. You no longer have to constantly jump views between the application and the signing experience. And on the SMS devices, obviously, the seed phrases are stored in the seed wallet. And when you sign, you have that like Apple Pay-like experience, just tapping the fingerprint scanner.
And that's all on the secure element inside the phone.
Correct. So the big, myself, I worked at Qualcomm for 14 years. And like when I started Solana and just got into crypto, it was just like every cell in my body was just screaming, why isn't my seed phrase in the secure element on my phone? Every phone should be a hardware wallet, and that's the whole point of the seed phrase. And all that stuff is shipped. It's really, really cool that the actual your BIP39 keyword, you can recover it through a trusted display. It's a display that even the Android cannot see. It's basically handled by the trust zone on the device. So you can read your seed phrase securely. You can recover it, so you can enter it back. It's only decrypted inside the trust zone when you actually sign, so for that short amount of time. And it's as close to a hardware wallet-like experience as you can get. I would still very much recommend you have a very separate ledger for cold storage, but for all your hot wallets, I think this is the most secure device out there. And obviously, the dApp store. So submissions for folks to submit their applications are going to be open in January. And that's the #1 thing that devs have been asking me. How are we going to deal with Apple's policies? How are we going to deal with mobile policies in general? I mean, every time Apple has an NFT announcement, it's like an ad for Solana mobile stack. So the network. Austin talked a little bit about decentralization and the network itself. But a lot of these faces are new. A lot of these faces have been here for a while. I want to remind everyone what Solana is all about. It's a single giant global state machine. Think of it as a single slab of RAM that's replicated around the world, a single set of memory, key value store, NoSQL database, whatever you want to call it, that's synchronized at the speed of light around the world. This is really kind of the engineering challenge that we set out to solve. We've had a lot of challenges over the last year. I would say this whole last year has been all about reliability for the Solana engineering team. And a lot of that, I think we've solved. And you can see from these graphs, things got really, really bad in June. So block times went up to over a second, which is really slow for Solana. actual throughput drop because of that to below 1,500 TPS. But what that may seem like a lot, but to users, that's translated to confirmation times that we're taking 15, 20 seconds sometimes. And that's not the experience that we want to deliver. And that's a pretty bad Web 2 experience when you're competing with Google, with Facebook, with all these other applications.
Yeah. So
and
after 110, we see these lines starting to converge. What are we seeing there?
It's gut churning for engineers to see a live system underperform when you know that you have built and fixed a lot of these problems. But you still need to go through audits. You still need to go through testing and get all of these things released. And with 110, we saw both block time strength to sub 500 milliseconds and confirmation and overall throughput go up to well above 2,500. And this is my favorite up and to the right graph in the world. When throughput goes up, it means the user experience is better. It actually means decentralization is more viable, because we did this all without cheating. There was never a time where we shut down validators or asked anybody to stop voting or participate in the decentralization part of the network. The entire network actually doubled in terms of validator count over this period, because we are wrestling the trilemma bear like bare hands, basically. It's a very hard problem. You're in constant fight with between performance, security, and throughput and decentralization. All of these problems have what Kevin Bowers from FireDancer calls an Amdahl's war. Whenever you improve one, you may actually hurt some of the other ones. But I think we've done an amazing job in solving a bunch of those. Obviously, we still have challenges with outages and bugs like that, and having a second implementation and a second client built by a different team with a fully separate code base, the probability of the same kind of bug existing in both is virtually zero. So I'm very excited to see FireDancer make the kind of progress that they have.
So talking about some of these hard problems that engineers are solving right now, you mentioned FireDancer as one of the core pieces of reliability. What are a few of those other improvements on the network?
So one of the challenges that we faced is dealing with fees and prioritization on the network. Solana is a parallel state machine, meaning it can do more than one thing at a time. EVM-based blockchains, and I think most of the other blockchains that have launched that they're not even EVM-based, cannot do more than one thing at a time. There's a single fee market, a single way to prioritize events. And that is actually creates very, very bad experiences for users. When you have an airdrop and an Oracle update and a liquidation all happening at the same time, all of those things start bidding up the price for block inclusion and effectively outbid each other and cause these massive fee spikes. This is a classic database hotspot problem. There's no magic zero-knowledge way to solve it. There's no layer 2 solution. You actually have to separate those states and put them in separate buckets. And the three technologies that enable Solana to do that are Quick, that limits very spammy bot from sending 100 gigabits worth of spam to the network. QoS, that prevents unstaked nodes or low-stake nodes from spamming out everyone else. And localized fee markets. So this is the localized fee markets. Sounds like a simple problem. We basically try to look at all the state that's available on the chain and price it accordingly, and then take the top auctions. But it's also an NP complete problem, the knapsack problem, and we have to do it in real time. So it is definitely one of the really fun engineering challenges. But folks from Jito and from Mango Markets have actually contributed a ton of code and analysis to improve that, to improve the heuristics to make that better.
So how does something like Jito, which is a MEV-optimized client, fit into that idea of local fee markets?
So they've built a separate mempool and basically a redundant way for DeFi applications to land their transactions into Solana. And not only do they land single transactions, they allow searchers to schedule multiple events that all land in a bundle all at the same time. And that's very important for DeFi, and for a lot of DeFi applications depend on having very complex interactions between lending protocols and markets.
Okay. So now on to programmability. Token 22, I know a number of devs are pretty excited about that. What's in that, and why should devs be looking forward to it?
It's a new token standard. It extends the token program with in an ABI-compatible way. So if you've already used the old SPL token, you can basically enable this with just adding another program ID. But it adds a whole bunch of other features that enable new applications, from collecting royalties on transfers or on ownership, and even things like confidential payments, where the amounts, the values that are actually transmitted between users are encrypted. So the best example of that would be the Constitution DAO. When Ken from Citadel knew exactly how much the other side was bidding, he just bid $1 more than that to win the Constitution. But if that amount was encrypted, they could have actually had some game theoretical auction that maybe the Constitution DAO would have won.
And looking at changes to programmability through the addition of new languages, there's a bunch of work being done in a few different ways by some teams.
I've always said that Solana is like Linux. It should be as programmable as Linux. That means using modern tools like compilers to support very large set of developer languages. So there's a very mature Solidity compiler already available, Solang. So I hope devs go check it out. I suspect the next hackathon is going to have Solidity submissions. And you can actually start using Anchor IDL to talk between Rust programs and Solidity-based ones. There's a Move project started already, again, compiling Move through LLVM into Solana bytecode format. And what was really cool is just a dev on their own built Python support. So a Python transpiler that takes Python using the amazing Python transpiler tooling and compiles that to Rust. And the amount of code that you actually see a Python's like implementation of a smart contract, I think is like a factor of 5 lower. So it's really, really cool to see like folks create this tooling to make developers just go from 0 to 1 much, much faster.
And Python's also a quite common language.
Yeah, it is probably one of the most used languages across many different industries. So most developers that are not just front-end developers or back-end developers, I think just about everyone has written some Python.
Yeah, and speaking of things that make it easier to develop, I mean, Anchor.
Anchor, I think we went from chewing glass last year to surfing glass. And I think a lot of that is thanks to that gentleman over there, Armani, and the work that they've put into Anchor. So buttons.
All right. So let's talk about a few of the other categories of problems that developers are actually working on solving now on the network. So let's start with performance and some of the updates there.
So a lot of the performance improvements that we saw with 1.10 release were actually way deep under the hood. These were turbo-in optimizations, which is how Solana propagates blocks. We have that very stringent goal of making sure that information gets transmitted around the world at the same time. And if folks from Jump and a bunch of RPC providers have measured this to where you can see that blocks propagate from around the world to every node in the network, doesn't matter if they're a stake node or an RPC node, within 15 milliseconds. And I think this is like probably the coolest piece of technology that we built that is probably nobody knows about. And a lot of the improvements and a lot of the work that we do goes into that deep networking analysis.
And then in terms of runtime optimizations, there's a bunch of work being done there too.
Yeah, when we launched with a very safe implementation of C-level. It was still probably, I think, the fastest runtime in crypto. But me as an embedded systems engineer, we committed a lot of memory crimes. There was a lot of memory copying between instructions in every call to external programs. And our amazing runtime team has been doing a lot of optimizations to remove those piece by piece. So all those replay optimizations, making the network much faster at processing transactions, just one by one, have dramatically improved. And the two other really hard problems is the transaction scheduler, which is that real-time knapsack problem, and then playing the transactions back in parallel as fast as possible. Both of those have had a lot of work. And these are, like those kinds of engineering problems that you can spend a lifetime on. These are NP-complete problems that are hard. So for engineers, these are the fun, like super deep problems that you can really geek out on. And the solutions are getting better and better, and heuristics are getting much closer to the best possible you can have.
And so moving on to security, to start, the number of validators on Solana has almost doubled since last year at Breakpoint. More validators mean more security, but how do these things filter into the long-term relationships on the network?
So you gotta kind of like ask yourself, how many validators do we need? Doesn't matter if we have 100 or if we have 2,000. I think if you really imagine these networks taking over the majority of finance, like real finance, trillions of dollars being moved between banks, between Forex, between payments, you need to have a lot of security. Like these networks need to provide guarantees that are much, much stronger than what exists today. And I don't know if that's a 2,000 validators or 20,000 or 200,000. So this is the challenge with the trilemma. How do we scale the set to the point that at a gut level, when you're like the chief security officer at Bank of America, you're like, well, I can trust this thing because there's so many nodes that the probability of something going wrong is basically 0. So this is going to be a challenge, I think, for everybody in crypto, including us. But as you've seen, like folks like FireDancer demonstrate, there's a lot of hardware, even like commodity hardware can scale to a very, very large number of throughput. And that throughput literally means decentralization for Solana. The more transactions we can do per second, the more validator votes we can handle, the bigger the network and the bigger the amount of folks that are constantly watching the state and can alert of anything going wrong. The bigger that set gets, the more secure it gets.
So talking about automated audits, that is another security improvement that helps reduce the attack vector available, right?
Yeah, so both Sec3 and AutoSec have done a lot of work in automating basically a lot of the basic mistakes that people do with smart contract development. It's never going to be perfect, but the tools consistently get better, and developers can quickly identify when they made like a common mistake. And these are very important steps to actually make sure that smart contracts don't have those common developer bugs. But you're still never going to be able to fully confirm that this code is safe. This is one of the hardest problems in computer science. At the layer 1, we actually have an easier problem. We can have a separate team build a whole separate implementation. So the probability of the same human error is virtually 0. But there's only one smart contract instance. There's only one of those, and you cannot really have a duplicate one. And that's a very scary thing when you're talking about actually handling real-world finances through these systems. So as much automation as we can build, the more robust that these systems can get.
So we've been talking about a whole bunch of hard problems that engineers are solving on the network today. Let's talk about some of the stuff in the future.
Yeah, the difficult bombs on Solana. Luckily, we don't have a difficulty bomb. We're already POS, so I think it's downhill from here. But there's still a lot of really hard problems left.
So these are some of the really hard problems in programmability that are still to be solved. Let's talk a bit about formal verification.
Speaking of security, when we talk about this idea that there is no second implementation for your smart contract, one way to get close to that is to actually have a formally verifiable spec, which then can be automatically verified. And you can think of that spec as that second implementation. And there's amazing tools that have been built for Rust, Connie and Prousty, that enable this. And the whole Viper formal verification framework can be used for arbitrary languages. And my hope is that next year at Breakpoint, I'll be talking about the smart contracts that are open source, have formally verifiable specs, that auditors can look at the spec and tell you where you're missing an assumption or an assumption is not possible to prove, and that's the area code that you need to exhaust in your testing. But we're really not even close there. And I think this is one of those challenges that can definitely be solved in the next year because the tooling is there already.
Okay. So formal verification is an improvement to one piece of code in a spec in a smart contract. What about type-rich bytecode?
This was something that was basically science fiction when I was an undergrad 20 years ago. And this is this idea that you have machine code that's executed by computers that has strong types embedded into it. We are lucky to stand on the shoulders of giants here. The Linux folks that are building Berkeley Packet Filter actually added the Berkeley Packet Filter type format, BTF, for BPF. And that is a very cool technology because that actually creates types for all the generated code for the actual machine code that's the BPF module. What's cool about this is that it really removes a lot of the boilerplate between programs. So when one program has to call another one on Solana, right now it has to go through this plumbing called the cross-program function invocation. And that plumbing requires the developer to construct the accounts and to pack data and unpack it on the other side. Well, why can't we just call functions directly between programs? With a type-safe bytecode, you can actually have guarantees about memory and safety between those cross-program calls, and it's as if you're calling a function within the same source code as a developer. This is really like the difference between, in my mind, full composability in a world computer and like passing messages between like different services. And I want that full composability. I think once this is enabled, the amount of code and cross calls between programs is just going to explode. And the kind of things that developers will build, I think, will blow everyone's mind. So very excited about the possibility of taking this work that the Linux folks have done and turning it on Solana.
Yes. So let's talk a little bit about network state and dynamic pricing for storage.
So everyone, I think, in every crypto layer 1 is worried about state. This is like one of those really tough, gnarly challenges. What happens when you have like 5 billion accounts or 10 billion accounts? We've actually done a lot of optimizations over the last year to just scale it with hardware. We've done tests where the network is, you can load it up with 8 billion accounts. It takes about 4 terabytes, which is still commodity hardware. And it runs fine. It boots up from snapshots. All the work for differential snapshots were actually done to enable this. But that still doesn't mean that we know how to price that storage. We don't know what the value of the next account should be to the validators and how to make sure that that storage is used effectively and the economics of that are worked out. There's a bunch of research that's been done on this, and I think it's time to experiment and see which implementations make sense for the network to make sure that the validators can always keep up with the demands of the users.
So those are all really difficult problems for programmability. Let's talk about some of them at the network level.
So we have a bunch of validators. How do you know that the network is actually secure? There's been a ton of research in layer 1 development for these things called light clients. And what light clients do is they allow a user that's not running a full node to sample a small set of validators out of a very large pool of full nodes and check, do all of them agree that the majority is not lying to them, that the majority didn't create 2 forks, or the majority didn't validate an invalid block? And these protocols are called light client protocols, and they give the light client honest minority assumptions, meaning that if you have 2,000 validators, maybe you only need 50 of them to remain honest for you to have the same guarantees as a full node. And when you're talking about scaling crypto to 10 billion users, there's no way that you're going to have 10 billion full nodes. That's just not possible. But you can have light clients. You can have a very large validator set. Maybe it's 2,000. My gut says it's probably going to have to be closer to 20,000, if not 200,000. And you have the sampling protocols that can provide very robust guarantees for the users that the network is still functioning correctly, that no one somehow hacked into a majority of the voting keys by stake weight and caused it to confirm an invalid block. So we need these protocols to give robust security guarantees when we scale to very large user bases.
So how's a diet client different from a light client?
Because Solana is a big fat protocol, the proofs are much fatter than something on a very thin protocol layer. So that's why we call them diet clients.
All right, let's talk about bankless leaders and block production.
So this was something that if you've been an engineer in Discord and following our engineering work in Discord, I've probably brought this up every 2 months. Let's separate block production, the actual job of making blocks, from the validator itself. what this allows to do is it allows the actual block producers to be a bit stateless. They don't need the most synchronized state. They can spend all of their resources on this very gnarly real-time knapsack problem of creating blocks. And these block producers can actually be hosted on separate machines, totally separated from the validators actually doing the verification of the code. And that's a huge reliability improvement and a pretty significant improvement for latency. Because now when a client sends a transaction to this block producer, the block producer isn't executing anything. It's just packing blocks. And it can notify the client that their transaction is valid enough and has been transmitted. And the client can then actually know and observe that block being propagated much, much faster.
And this all rolls right into Apex as well.
So asynchronous block production, stateless block production. The other side of that is, how do we make this network resilient against very spiky requests for demand? When you actually look at Web 2 traffic, it's not uniform. You never see the same constant number of users every minute, every hour. You see very huge spikes for demand for anything, for storage, for compute, for connections, for payments. And what you really want to do is you want to average out those spikes over a longer period of time so you can use all those resources to process them. And the way that we can accomplish that is we can separate the work of executing all the actual work of playing the blocks back from picking forks. The only thing the validators need to do is they need to observe that the data got propagated, and they can pick the heaviest fork based on that just assumptions about propagation. Because once you pick a fork, you know the execution and you know the result. And if we can accomplish this, that means that you can have actual program execution run a full epoch behind fork choice. That gives you 2 days worth of transactions to execute at once. That means that you can load them up on GPUs. You can take your time to create very big batches of work and execute them all at once. And in some cases, it might even be possible to use zero-knowledge provers that take a very, very long time to prove something. So this is one of those big challenges. It's not hard conceptually, but because this code is so intertwined with how consensus works, it's a very, very gnarly engineering problem.
So all of these hard problems yet to be solved, what do these all lead up to?
Well, the soul of what Solana is all about is trying to create a historical record of the world that's as close to reflecting the real-time events as possible. We really want to make this idea of the ledger, it's called the proof of history ledger for a reason, that the events as they occur in the world reflect, in that ledger, reflect how they actually happen in real life. That's very important for finance. If you're the first to recognize an economic opportunity, you should be the one to get credit for it, to be able to take it. So we want to reduce the latencies between users and the network. And one way to do it, if you're imagine the current world, there's only one leader, one of those red dots. Let's say it's the red dot in America. The Monkey King has to send his transactions all the way across the Atlantic Ocean to the United States. And the Solana Summer Monkey can only send them terrestrially, right, just across the United States.
And that distance is a meaningful amount of time.
That is tens of milliseconds. I think in that case, it might be close to 50 or 60. That's a very long amount of time. So even if the Monkey King was the first to recognize an economic opportunity, or the first to see that event, or really just a Web 2 user that wants a faster experience, that's a very long time to travel. Now, if you have multiple concurrent block producers, you can actually split them up and run them in different parts of the world so that latency drops. The Monkey King actually has a very fast path to Ireland, and that cuts the latency down by 50, by 60 milliseconds. Google famously had a 200 millisecond requirement for all search results in the 90s. 10 years later, they wanted 50 milliseconds. That meant that they had to have local servers responding to local requests near where the user is. And this is where we need to get to if we want to be competitive with Web 2 services. And there's nothing stopping us. It's just a bunch of work.
So, just a bunch of work. So, multiple concurrent block productions. That sounds a little bit like sharding.
It sounds like sharding, but it's not. We still have a single state machine, a single unified worldview of what the state is. We just have multiple ways to encode that history. And because of the way that Solana Ledger is constructed using a verifiable delay function, when you actually examine this history, you can basically zip it together. And the transaction that appears earlier in that history, we have a proof that it actually occurred earlier in real life, and it should be executed first. And that's the really, really cool thing about how Solana works, that we're really building something that's trying to get to consensus at the speed of light. We want to synchronize the world at the speed of light as close as physics allow. It's a really, really fun, hard engineering problem. I wouldn't be working on Solana if it wasn't for this problem. It's something that I think about every day, and it's awesome to work on it.
Yeah, one of the things.
Thank you.
So one of the things I really love about this is today there's an assumption that decentralized blockchain systems have to be slower than centralized systems. But this shows that isn't necessarily the case.
Yeah, I don't think so. This is my belief, is we can make these systems as fast as the best as centralized systems. It just takes a bunch of work and some organized sand. So thank you, guys. Thank you for coming. It's awesome to see all these faces here. I'm like honestly kind of flabbergasted. There's like almost twice as many people here this year than the year before. And I think probably 20x more developers. So check out all the events. Check out the Fire Dancer demo, game day, all the games being built on Solana. Yeah, thank you for being here.
All right, thanks everybody. Hope you learned something. Hope you're excited and fired up for tomorrow. We need everybody to go have a drink over there, and get out of this area. It's going to get transformed into a DJ set and a place to have some fun tonight. So let the crew do their work. Go have a drink. Come back here in 30 minutes. There'll be music, dancing, good times. See you tomorrow.